the liberty of the people. What do we do? How do we get rid of this? This is going crazy. Things are going insane. Yes, things are getting crazy. Let me explain this to you. We have a story from my friend Ben Swan, Truth in Media. If you haven't gone to Truth in Media lately, you need to go there. So we have this story in Ben Swan's Truth in Media. Did a U.S. Marshal really arrest a Houston man for unpaid student loans? Yes, they did. I want you to listen to this story. On February 15th, Paul Aker was on Fox 26 in Houston, detailing his arrest at the hands, are you ready for this, 7 U.S. Marshals armed with automatic firearms. He was arrested for not paying a $1,500 student loan he received in 1987 from Prairie View A&M. The arrest took place at Aker's home in Houston. They grabbed me, he says. They threw me down. He said the local police was just standing there watching. He was arrested and taken to a federal court where he was placed in front of a federal judge, a prosecutor, and a county clerk. The prosecutor ended up being a debt collection lawyer. He received a lecture from the judge about stealing from the U.S. government. When he asked why the marshals came in combat gear with weapons drawn, he was told it was because they knew he owned firearms. He says, quote, "It's because they knew I was a registered gun owner. It's out of control. Out of control. What if they had seen a gun on me? Would they have shot me for $1,500? This is crazy. That is absolutely nuts. He was ordered to pay $5,700 for the $1,500 loan to include interest. He was ordered to pay nearly $1,300 to cover the cost of his own arrest. And he has until March 1st, or he will be arrested again. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. That federal marshals can burst into your home with weapons drawn over a $1,500 student loan. What does that mean? What does that mean to America? What does that say about America? I don't understand how this works anymore. This is debt collection, people. That's all this is. We have regular troops now. You don't want to worry about posse comitatus. Why do you have to worry about posse comitatus? Our government doesn't need the military to do its bidding on our soil. It does not need the military to do our bidding on our soil. It has turned its agencies into a military of its own. How is it that it's acceptable for the federal government using armed raids to collect student loans? How is that liberty in America? Are we free? Come on now. Don't tell me, well, he should have paid his student loan. Really? $1,500 means that you can have your home raided? I suppose it's not really any different, because the argument about Cliven Bundy was he had almost $3 million in unpaid fees to the federal government. He was stealing from the federal government. So I guess $3 million means that you can have your family arrested, You can be thrown down by federal agents and have your cows mass slaughtered and thrown into a pit. So it's only reasonable for a $1,500 student loan that you can be raided at gunpoint and be charged with, think about this, a $1,500 loan is now $7,000. Is that a fair assessment of what is owed? Is that a cruel and unusual punishment? I mean, how is that a reasonable fine from $1,500 to $7,000? Should we take a second to read the Constitution? Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. I think I'm seeing at least 2 violations there. Excessive fines from $1,500 to $7,000. Oh, but that's not a fine, Chris Ann. That's interest. And he should have to pay for his own arrest. No, I don't think so. Because I think his arrest was a cruel and unusual punishment inflicted. For $1,500 owed? No. I think that's excessive, and I don't think he should have to pay for that. I think the FBI should, or the U.S. Marshals should have to take that out of their salary if they want that to be paid. That should come out of their budget, because there was no reason to raid that man's home like that. Ben Swan tells us that, he had been warned several times. He had been asked to come to court. But the U.S. Marshal says he refused to show up. The point is, as Ben Swan shows up, if the Marshals did attempt to contact him, the court record shows a different address than where they actually raided his home. They actually searched numerous known addresses, but they could not find him. And they said, yes, he was arrested. Not just because he owed a student loan, but he was arrested for disobeying a court order. So being a gun owner, owing $1,500 to the government, and failing to obey a court order that you may not have ever known about, is grounds for your home to be raided and you to be arrested at gunpoint. This is disturbing. Absolutely disturbing. And then we have these reports of Obama getting ready to sign the Paris Agreement on climate change, regardless of the Supreme Court's opinion to disallow a huge chunk of Obama's environmental executive actions. The U.S. climate envoy said on Tuesday that Obama's going to go forward regardless. What's interesting here is people are going to be pointing their fingers at Obama. But you realize by Constitution that no treaty that Obama signs is legally binding on the states unless it is supported by 2/3 of the Senate. So Obama can sign away, but you do not have to obey for 2 reasons. Number 1, if the Senate does not agree with 2/3 of the Senate confirming the treaty. But I'm going to tell you, even if 2/3 of the Senate confirm the treaty, you still do not have to comply. Because you see, you don't have to comply with a treaty that violates the Constitution. There is no authority delegated to the federal government to regulate the environment. And since there is no authority to regulate the environment for the federal government, But you do not have to obey for two reasons. Number one, if the Senate does not agree with 2/3 of the Senate confirming the treaty. But I'm going to tell you, even if 2/3 of the Senate confirm the treaty, you still do not have to comply. Because you see, you don't have to comply with a treaty that violates the Constitution. There is no authority delegated to the federal government to regulate the environment. And since there is no authority to regulate the environment for the federal government to regulate the environment in the Constitution, then they can't make a treaty about it either. Listen to this. Jefferson says, by the general power to make treaties, the Constitution must have intended to comprehend only those subjects which are usually regulated by treaty and cannot be otherwise regulated. It must have meant to accept out of these rights reserved to the states. For surely the President and the Senate cannot do by treaty what the whole government is interdicted from doing in any way. The environment is a power reserved to the states. And since it's a power reserved to the states, the federal government can't do anything about it constitutionally, so they can't treaty on it either. This Paris Agreement on climate change is completely and totally unconstitutional. But come back. I'm going to show you how people are standing up and saying, no more. We will not comply.
Chris Ann Hall Show. She's Liberty's lobbyist.
I want you to know that we are not standing by and watching this happen. There's a huge awakening happening, and people are beginning to say, no more. We will not have this. It's not going to happen here. Listen, I'm in a case after case after case of people standing up. What happens if we have a liberal judge appointed to the Supreme Court? There are people running around saying gun rights will not survive an Obama appointment to the Supreme Court. Are you kidding me? Let me tell you something. That's just scare tactics. That's just so people will support this politicization. What is this word that I'm trying to say? I don't think I can say it. Let's skip over it. The political aspect of appointing a judge. Politicizing, that's the word. It's just so we will politicize the Supreme Court appointment instead of constitutionalize the Supreme Court appointment. I don't want a conservative activist judge on the bench any more than I want a liberal activist judge. But I want to assure you something. It doesn't matter. Your gun rights will survive regardless of who is on the bench. How about this? Your gun rights will survive regardless of Supreme Court opinion. Your gun rights will survive regardless of any legislation by the Supreme Court or any executive order by the president, by any president. Why? Because your gun rights don't come from government. Your gun rights don't come from the Constitution. Your gun rights don't come from a court or any person on this planet. Your gun rights are yours by the laws of nature, by the fact that you are created free. The first law of nature is the right of self-preservation. And in that right to self-preservation exists your right to keep and bear arms. Absolutely. Definitively. Without government control. That's it. Samuel Adams wrote in 1772, The Rights of the American Colonists. He said, among the rights of the colonists are these. First, life. Secondly, liberty. Third, property, together with the right to protect and defend them in the best means possible. He says that stems from the first law of nature, your right to self-preservation. Government, no matter how hard they try, no matter how much force they use, no matter how much brainwashing and coercion, no matter how many documents they write, will never remove your right to self-preservation. Because I guarantee you that even a liberal who wants to take your guns, when they are backed against the wall, they will fight to survive with whatever they have. And I'm sorry, I am going to fight to survive with whatever I have. And I'm going to make sure that I have something superior to whomever is going to take my rights and take my life. And here's the good news, just as I've promised, it's not going to happen anyway. I'll remind you that the state of Kansas passed a law that said no federal gun laws will be enforced in the state of Kansas, and any agent trying to enforce a federal gun law will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of state law. In Arizona, they have legislation that passed committee yesterday. House committee passed a bill that would prohibit the state from using personnel and resources to enforce all future federal gun control measures, effectively nullifying them in practice within the states. Isn't that amazing? See, this is how it's supposed to work. Because you see, the Constitution delegates no authority to the federal government to do anything with our guns. As a matter of fact, the Second Amendment makes it very clear that the federal government shall not violate our right to keep and bear arms. And now we have the states standing up. Listen up. The federal government is getting in check because the states are doing their jobs.
The Chris Ann Hall Show. She's Liberty's lobbyist.
Hey, I want you to pay attention to my friend Jason Stapleton today. After the radio show, I'm going to be doing an interview with Jason on his YouTube channel. We're going to be talking about the FBI's demand on Apple to create a program that opens up every single Apple phone anytime the federal government chooses, without warrants, without notice to Apple or the people owning the phones. Actually giving the FBI technology to backdoor every single Apple phone ever created. Which means that that technology could fall into the hands of anybody, because you know how good the government is at securing things. So if you will please go to jasonstapleton.com and watch the interview that Jason and I are going to do today, I would really, really appreciate that. And while you're there, just sort of poke around and see some other things. Jason writes some very liberty-minded things. He'll give you a good education on issues that I don't talk about, like treaties and economics and stuff like that. I don't get into that. You can round out your constitutional liberty-minded education by visiting jasonstapleton.com. And don't forget, go there and watch the interview that we're going to be doing right after this radio show. And I'm just trying to encourage you here, because there are states and people who are refusing to comply. Refusing to comply. This bill in Arizona to block federal gun control passed committee with a 4-2 vote. It would remove the resources that the federal government relies upon to carry out enforcement, which would block these federal gun laws. See, here's the dirty little secret that the federal government doesn't want you to realize. They do not have the manpower. They do not have the resources to enforce their regulations. They can't do it. They rely on co-opting the state and local governments. And with more and more states standing up and saying, no, 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 we will not comply, we are literally, quite specifically, disarming the federal government. Completely disarming the federal government. I think that's fabulous. And I want you to have hope in that. I want you to be able to know that even though it looks like the federal government is completely and totally out of control, there are people standing. Wyoming has proposed a state constitutional amendment that would reject federal acts. The state of Wyoming is going to amend their constitution to reject federal acts. The anti-commandeering doctrine in the state constitution would set the stage for the state to review and reject federal acts. Representative Scott Clem, with 9 co-sponsors, introduced House Joint Resolution 5. If passed by 2/3 in both House and the Senate, the resolution would place a measure on the ballot for the next general election to amend the state constitution to authorize the state to prohibit the use of state personnel and financial resources to enforce, administer, or cooperate with any federal action not consistent with the Constitution of the United States. Do you hear this? This is amazing. This could spread throughout the Union. This could be absolutely amazing. This could be exactly what we need to do. Georgia House, the state of Georgia, their House unanimously passes the Right to Try Act, rejects FDA restrictions on terminal patients. A Georgia bill would set the foundation to nullify in practice some of the Food and Drug Administration rules that deny access to experimental treatments by terminally ill patients, and it unanimously passed the House. Representative Mike Dudgeon introduced House Bill 34, the legislation that would enable terminally ill patients to access medications and treatments not yet given final approval for use by the FDA. 173-0. Did you know that the FDA prohibits general access to experimental drugs? Listen, now the states are taking back their power. There is no authority in the Constitution for a federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Department. There is not. No authority. And these states are saying, look, we don't trust your process anymore. We have seen your process, FDA, does not keep our people safe. It keeps our people imprisoned. Imprisoned by your donors, imprisoned by your false research, imprisoned by your pharmaceutical companies that are your lobbyists and your control mechanism. and we will not comply. Do you hear this resounding message throughout the states? We will not comply with your gun laws, Arizona says. We will not comply with your gun laws, Kansas says. We will not comply with any of your federal acts if they are not compliant with the Constitution, Wyoming says. Do you know what that is? Do you realize what Wyoming is doing? Wyoming is enforcing the Constitution. They are enforcing Article 6, Section 2, the Supremacy Clause. The Supremacy Clause that says, this Constitution and the laws of the United States which are made in pursuance thereof shall be the supreme law of the land. Hey, if they are not made in pursuance thereof, they are not the supreme law of the land. And we have states across the Union waking up. You know, it just occurred to me that we have the Article 6 Clause 2 that also gets rid of Obama's signing of the Paris Treaty. Because this clause deals with treaties as well. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land. Are you hearing that? Only treaties that are made under their authority are the supreme law of the land. That's exactly what Jefferson said. Remember, by the general power to make treaties, the Constitution must have intended to comprehend only those subjects which are usually regulated by treaty and cannot be otherwise regulated. It must have meant to accept out of these rights reserved to the states. For surely the President and the Senate cannot do by treaty what the whole government is interdicted from doing in any way. That's exactly what the Supremacy Clause says. That treaties are only the supreme law of the land when they are made under the authority of the United States. And then it says, and judges in every state shall be bound thereby only by things that are delegated by the Constitution, and anything in the Constitution or the laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. Meaning, if it's reserved to the states, then the federal government has no authority over it. And now we have states, Arizona, Kansas, Wyoming, Georgia, all standing up. We have Kentucky. We have Arizona and Kentucky passing legislation which they say, quote, would legalize the Constitution by defining gold, platinum, and silver coins as legal tender, encouraging their use as currency. This is just absolutely amazing. Representative Thomas Kerr introduced House Bill 405 in Kentucky. The legislation defines gold, silver, or platinum coins minted and issued by the United States as legal tender. The legislation further stipulates that the exchange of such coins does not constitute a sale under state law, freeing all transactions involving gold, silver, and platinum coins from state sales tax. Also, Kentuckians could exclude any gain or loss from their sale or exchange of legal tender as coins, unless the sale or exchange is part of a taxpayer's trade or business. In other words, individuals buying gold or silver or utilizing gold and silver in a transaction would no longer be subject to state income tax on the exchange. Gold, silver, and platinum coins as legal tender. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 5 says that Congress shall have the authority to coin money regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures. To coin money. Our framers expected us to maintain the gold and silver standards, not to create fiat money. Our framers knew that fiat money was a mechanism by which governments control the people and become tyrannical. It's the whole reason they chopped off Charles I's head in 1648, because he was going away from the gold and silver standard. And now we have states saying, no, we will not comply with federal funds.
Hate me if you won't, or love me if you can. If the truth is what you want, then you found your man. I ain't backing down, I ain't backing up. If you think like I think, then crack it on up. I won't back up, I don't back down. I've been raised up to stand my ground. Take my job, but not my guns. Tax my check till I ain't got none, except for the good Lord up above. I answer to no one.
The Chris Ann Hall Show. She's Liberty's lobbyist.
Woohoo! The Federal Reserve is spinning its head right now, right? Kentucky and Arizona passing bills that would define gold and silver as legal tender and encouraging their use as currency. How amazing. The Arizona bill is Senator David Farnsworth and Representative Doug Coleman, along with 7 co-sponsors. Senate Bill 1141 on January 19th defines constitutional legal tender to establish gold and silver coin for the use in the marketplace as currency. It reads, in part, legal tender and specie are money and not subject to regulation as property other than money. Wow. How awesome is that? What would happen if we had whole states just simply going away from fiat money? How would that take control away from the federal government? Missouri. A bill filed in the Missouri Senate would put limitations on the storage and sharing of information collected by automatic license plate readers. They're called ALPRs by law enforcement in the state, and place significant roadblocks in the way of a federal program using states to help track the location of millions of everyday people through pictures of their license plates. Oh, the federal government would never do that. Oh, yes, they did. They admitted. The Wall Street Journal did a Freedom of Information request and found out that they have been tracking our license plates and taking pictures of us in our cars since 2008. That's what the federal government admits. They've been doing this since 2008. And Senator Will Krause introduced Senate Bill 1040. And the legislation would bar the storage of data collected by automatic license plate readers for more than 30 days without a court-approved preservation request, a published law enforcement organized policy, and a warrant. Isn't that awesome? It bars the sharing of that data with any federal agency without a warrant or a court-approved preservation request. You see, I don't want you to be overwhelmed by what's going on, because the states are stepping up and pushing back. Arizona, listen to this. These are legislations. Arizona, Wyoming, Georgia, Kentucky, Arizona, Missouri, Arizona again. Arizona has a bill that would take a step toward nullifying the indefinite detention under the NDAA of 2012. or any other federal law which might claim to authorize the indefinite detention of our U.S. citizens without due process. It passed an important and final Senate committee on February 15th. Introduced by Senator Judy Burgess, Senate Bill 1437 would ban the state of Arizona from enforcing Sections 1021 and 1022 of the 2012 NDAA, that would prevent the federal government from indefinitely detaining anyone without charge or trial. It also covers the indefinite detention without due process authorized under any similar law or authority enacted or claimed by Congress or the President. This is amazing, people. This is encouraging. This is infectious, and this is the spirit of liberty. Hold your heads up high. Stand with these states and say, we will not comply. Hey, I taught the state legislators in Arizona about nullification a couple of years ago. I'm not trying to take credit for this, but I'm trying to tell you the power of education. I've been preaching now forever that education is the key to turning this around. And now we have state legislators, the amazing movement in Arizona to nullify unconstitutional federal law. Education is the key. It is our power. Knowledge is power, and truth will always prevail. Let's get educated, America. I am supercharged. God bless. See you tomorrow.
All right, give me a chance to find you something else here. One moment. Okay, I'm going to bring you that interview I was talking about earlier with the X22 report. And here you go.
Hi, and welcome to the X22 Report Spotlight. Today we have a returning guest, Harley Schlanger. He is an historian, a national spokesman. He's been covering the financial industry since the 80s for LaRouche PAC, and I am very happy to have him back on the X22 Report Spotlight. Welcome back, Harley.
Well, thank you, Dave. It's my pleasure to be back.
I'm very happy to have you. We see we're going through some rough times in the economy, and let's talk about the economy. Out in Europe, things are starting to rapidly fall apart. We're seeing a lot of the nations go to negative interest rates, and we see problems with Deutsche Bank. Where do you think the problems with Deutsche Bank are going to lead us into?
Well, what's happening in Europe, and I was in Europe in the month of December and had a chance to do some meetings and have some discussions. And here's the problem. Within the existing paradigm, the banking, financial, unregulated, globalized paradigm, they're out of options. The idea that quantitative easing was going to somehow jumpstart the economy has proven to be a complete fraud. We're seeing a contraction of physical production, physical trade. The basis of the real economy is declining, including in the United States. And in Europe, they thought they could move toward a more unified banking structure run out of Brussels under this idea of a single resolution mechanism. That is that, like Dodd-Frank was supposed to deal with how in the future we won't have bailouts. In fact, it's not going to work. In Europe, they took the Cyprus model from 2013 when they did bail-ins, when they started taking deposits. The banks could take the deposits and use it as part of their regulatory capital to have some liquidity. That is what was written into the EU law that was supposed to go into effect on January 1st. The problem is that there are two ways they do bail-ins. One is they sell bail-in bonds. Now, as you mentioned, with 0% interest rates or negative interest rates, you don't get any money leaving, any income leaving money in a bank, whether it's a savings account or a checking account. So they're offering these bonds with 2 or 3%. But why would someone buy a bond knowing that if the bank gets in trouble, the bank will seize the bond? So that was insane to start with. The second option is they start taking a certain amount of depositors' money. That is, under the idea that a deposit is really an unsecure investment. Now, why would people leave money in the bank if they think the bank is going to seize their money? So interbank lending froze up in Europe starting January 1st, very much like in the summer, late summer of 2008. Banks, even with the 0% interest rate or negative interest rates, are illiquid right now because no one's trading. No one's buying the bonds. And so we're seeing the effect of that in the stock market collapse in Europe, which everyone is saying is because of China. And China is a factor in the instability, but that's not the real cause. Now, Deutsche Bank's problem in particular is they're heavily invested in derivatives. Outside of Citibank, Deutsche Bank has the largest portfolio of derivatives of any of the major banks. Now, these derivatives are supposedly backed or insured by credit default swaps. It's the so-called risk insurance. But this has never been tested. No one knows if these are even going to pay out. But meanwhile, they're trading credit default swaps. So they're trading instruments that are designed to insure other instruments that have nothing to back them up. So what's happened is the worst of all possible worlds, where everyone realizes that bail-in won't work. The only solution is bailout, and bailouts haven't worked to clean up the problem. So Deutsche Bank is selling off assets like crazy. They're doing a fire sale. They own something called the Postbank, which was originally offered for something like $4.6 billion. Now they're asking $2.8 billion. If you have $2.8 billion, you can buy a bank in Germany. But this is, the confidence is eroding, and you're seeing increasingly panicked articles in the Financial Times and the Daily Telegraph saying that capitalism as we know it is about to disappear, and we don't know what to do. So that's what the crisis is with Deutsche Bank.
When Deutsche Bank, or if Deutsche Bank completely falls apart and collapses, what effect is this going to have on other banks?
Well, interestingly, a figure from 2008 resurfaced today. John Mack, the former CEO of Morgan Stanley, who was there when Morgan Stanley was buying completely worthless instruments, he came out and said, look, the German government's not going to let Deutsche Bank go. The Bundesbank should just come out and say, look, we'll protect them. But first of all, why would you accept that kind of guarantee? And secondly, and this is what people have to understand, it's not just Deutsche Bank, it's the whole system. Deutsche Bank is completely intertwined in its derivative obligations with Citibank, with the Royal Bank of Scotland, with Santander, with BNP Paribas, with Bank of America. What Thomas Honig, who's the vice chairman of the FDIC, has been reporting, the idea that Dodd-Frank and the European Single Resolution Mechanism would work was a fantasy. It was based on the conception that one bank, if it fails, could be contained and there would not be contagion. Well, I got news for you. It's all intertwined. The contagion is already there. Just as in 2008, all these bankers know that they can't trust the paper that their own bank has written, much less the paper they've bought from other banks. And so that's why we're seeing the worst year ever, the start of the year in terms of stocks. People should look at the stock market and see that it's a symbol of something. It's not so important in itself, except that the bubble, the stock bubble that was propped up by 0% interest rates is about to go. What's really a problem is that the promises that the quantitative easing would allow for new loans to go into productive investments in small and medium enterprises, a revival of manufacture in Europe and the United States, none of that has happened. And so behind this blizzard of paper, there's nothing. No guarantees mean a thing. And that's where we are with this financial system.
And I mentioned it, and you mentioned it about negative interest rates. And we see Japan went to negative. We see the ECB's in negative. Sweden just announced they're going to go to negative interest rates. And one of the analysts in JP Morgan Chase, they did a little prediction of where they see the negative interest rates going. And they're bringing these interest rates very, very low, like to negative 4.5. They're even saying the U.S. might even go to negative 1.3. Why do they have to do this at this time?
Well, the argument, this JP Morgan Chase analyst said that it hasn't had a negative effect in Japan or Switzerland, so why would it have a negative effect here? Well, Japan is still completely stagnant. And the Swiss, people will put their money in Swiss banks even if they have to pay to do it. What people should know is negative interest rates means that you're going to have to pay to put your money in a bank deposit. You're going to be charged for the privilege of letting a bank seize your money. So this is just desperation. Now, in the U.S., we saw the panic that occurred when they raised the interest rates 1/4 point back in December, and they promised 3 more increases during 2016. Now Yellen is backing away from that. She keeps saying, we have to see the data, we have to see the data. Well, I can tell you what the data is. The Dallas Fed, the New York Fed, the Minneapolis Fed, they're all putting out reports showing the shrinkage of production. And so when the president of the United States goes on television in the State of the Union address and says the economy is strong, people who say it's not strong are full of hot air, this is just a complete lie. That is the line that's being put out there to stop a panic. Now, Dave, the important thing is there's no solution in the monetary realm. This is what they're beginning to realize. You can't jumpstart an economy with monetary policy. But that's all they have, because we've decoupled the physical economy, the productive side of the economy, from the financial side. All the action is in the financial side. This is where they're saying the GDP is growing, because derivative obligations are growing. Debt is growing. William White, the former chief economist for the Bank for International Settlements, said that the debt is unsustainable, and he's saying we need a jubilee, a debt write-down or cancellation. So when someone from the august BIS is saying we need a debt write-down, you get a sense of how deep the panic is going. But the real point is that this is where we've seen the shift from the 1960s and early 70s, when we still had a productive economy, we had a space program, we had infrastructure investment, we still had the continuation to some extent of the New Deal policies of Roosevelt through John Kennedy. Once we started dismantling that, and under Bush Jr. and Obama, we've dismantled it at an accelerating rate, there's no bottom to the economy, And you can create all the jobs you want that are short-term, temporary, or low wage. That's not a recovery. And so we're paying the price for not having done what we should have done in 2008, which when Mr. LaRouche was among a few others who were calling for writing down the debt. Don't let the banks keep it on their books. And that was the mistake.
So even if we write down the debt, is this going to solve the problem, or is this just going to buy us some more time?
Well, it depends on how you do it. The debt's going to get written down one way or another. The question is, will it be a chaotic collapse, or will it be an organized bankruptcy reorganization? Now, what Mr. LaRouche is proposing, which is, I think, the only solution, is go back to Glass-Steagall as a starting point. Because what that would do is force banks to separate, put a wall between investment banking and commercial banking. And what that would mean is then you could protect the deposits. You wouldn't have bail-ins. You wouldn't have the possibility that a bank collapse will take away all your life earnings. Now, once you do that, then you have the investment banks start to write down the bad debt. You can give them time to do it. But what you're going to find is that the market value of the debt they're holding is vastly different from the face value that they're keeping on the books. But in this way, it's the investment banks that take the loss. And these things should be wiped out. This part of Wall Street has become a cancer. And we need a form of X-ray therapy or something to just wipe it out. But we have to protect commercial banking because just writing down the debt doesn't solve anything. You've got to figure out how to get new credit into the real economy. And this is where the idea of a Hamiltonian credit system, whether it's a national bank, but not a private central bank, but a national bank as in Hamilton's policy, or what the Germans did after World War II with what's called the Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau, the Bank for Reconstruction and Development, what the Japanese did after World War II. That is government credit that goes into physical production so that you start increasing the amount of real wealth that's being created as opposed to shrinking that and increasing the funny money. So I think the steps are Glass-Steagall to wipe out the speculative banking system, let them take the losses. If they can make money on it, fine, but they're not going to make money on it. Then secondly, you create a credit mechanism which will put people back to work. Those two steps will go a long way towards solving the problem. If we wait until a meltdown occurs, there's no guarantee that there's going to be a solution. And people who think, well, a meltdown will wake people up and then we'll get good solutions. If you look out there, what you see is that as panic grows, people tend to become more irrational. If food starts disappearing from the shelves of grocery stores, what do you think is going to happen? So we have to have an organized reorganization as opposed to a complete Schumpeter-style Austrian school collapse and let the fit survive.
Right now with the U.S. government and Fed, at this point, I don't even think they're looking at this as a possibility. Because if we look at their whole entire fiscal policy, that they're just continually doing what they're doing, and they're just trying to put out fires and save whatever they possibly can at this point. And we're moving towards a complete, destruction of the economy at this time. I mean, I don't see them looking at this at all.
Well, Dave, all you have to do is look at the presidential race. Here we have the ideal opportunity for a real discussion. And outside of some of the screeching from Bernie Sanders, and some of what he's saying is definitely true about income inequality and Wall Street speculators, but then the reason I don't trust him is he then turns around and says Obama's done a good job. Now, there's a disconnect there, which leads me to believe that he's not really serious about anything. But you look at Clinton, you look at the Republicans, they're not even discussing this. There's not a glimmer. The Republicans are saying we didn't go far enough in deregulating. We didn't go far enough in opening up free markets and free trade. The push for the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and the European Free Trade Agreement will make things worse. So among the establishment, Wall Street is controlling the message. They're controlling the discussion. Now, I think the votes for Sanders and Trump, and to some extent Cruz, reflect just a total rage at the political establishment. But rage is not a positive solution.
No.
And so you're right. You see, I think that there are people in the institutions who know there are problems. You see it in some of the newspaper coverage. Someone like Ambrose Evans Pritchard of the Daily Telegraph, blogs like yours. There are people out there who know what's happening, but are frozen out of the so-called mainstream media. And so the average person who doesn't have access to your report or some of the similar kinds of reports is left with a miasma. How do I protect myself? What should I do with my money? And that's where you see the Wall Street is one. If they can keep alternatives from being discussed and convince people that you have to choose the lesser evil, then, it's like, which of your kids do you want to throw off the sled to feed the wolves? These are choices that people shouldn't have to make, but we've reduced the discussion. And this has a lot to do with the collapse of science, the collapse of industry, the collapse of a productive economy. We've reduced the discussion to how do I survive? And our nation was built on the idea of a higher unity, a higher harmony that's reflected by a government that actually acts for the people, not for private interests. And that's where we went off the rails.
And I'm very nervous because even though everyone has, their when they speak, their best intentions, it seems once they get elected and they're in the government, we see the central bank, corporations, foreign powers all start to take control of that, of the person who's in office, and they're really running everything, and all the message and everything that they've said on their campaign completely disappears, and we're back to where we started from.
Yeah, you see it with the Clinton campaign. I mean, I don't know whether she has good intentions or not. I tend to be skeptical at this point of her. But what she says is, look, we can't really have the things we want, like get rid of private health insurance and go to a single payer. You can't get that. So you have to accept the crumbs. Now, the crumbs are coming from the corporations, the financial institutions, the insurance companies, big pharma, and others, who are carving out huge profits at the expense of 90% of us. So being practical doesn't work. You have to take on the power. Now, there are people who talk about, can't we go to state banking? That would be crushed if it were in any state other than North Dakota. And state banking isn't working too well in North Dakota now because of the collapse of the oil prices. You've got to take on the Federal Reserve System, which is dominated by Wall Street. The New York Fed is calling the shots. And all this debate in the Federal Open Market Committee and so on is a bunch of smokescreen. The reality is that the whole financial policy of the United States is to protect these bankrupt, too big to fail banks. So that's the first problem. Now, the second problem is that these same financial institutions are behind the drive for war. Their basic argument, and it's not as simple as most people think, that they want the armaments money, the defense spending, or war as a cover for financial collapse. There's an element of that. But the bigger picture is that there's a whole section of the world that's rejecting the transatlantic financial model, that they're moving away from open banking and free markets and free trade, and instead looking at how you can have a global economy based on physical production. This is what the BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, are moving toward. This is what the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, what the Chinese are doing. The Silk Road policy, which the LaRouches had a lot to do with initiating as a Western concept to work with the Chinese. What the Russians and Chinese are saying is, we don't want to, as Putin himself put it, why should I eat someone else's spoiled food? Let's produce something on our own. And this is why we're on the verge of confrontation with Russia and China. With the Asia pivot, we're threatening China in the South China Sea. With the Ukraine crisis and now with Syria, the NATO foreign ministers are meeting this week to carry out war games based on the assumption of what would happen if Russia invaded one of the Baltic countries, which Putin said will never happen because we're not crazy. But we're about to put 6,000 NATO troops on the border of Russia as part of a bigger guarantee that if Russia moves, we're going to have a backup for NATO countries. If Turkey comes into Syria, you're going to have a NATO country face-to-face with the Russian military. So these things are happening. And it's not just to take the attention away from, I mean, why risk a nuclear war to take the attention away from a financial collapse? They're trying to back Russia and China down from pursuing a new financial system that would break the existing dollar system because it's bankrupt. So this is where, it's not just the danger of a financial chaos being unleashed, but a real possibility that we could face a war with Russia that probably would go to nuclear war very quickly.
No, I agree with you. And just going back to Syria for a second, we see that the U.S. has launched a couple amphibious warships, and they're bringing them into the Pacific and the Middle East. Actually, it's the same warships that were used back in August of 2013 during the sarin gas event back then. And we see that Saudi Arabia is continually saying, okay, we have troops, we'll help out, we'll go into Syria. We see Jay Johnson from DHS is in Turkey helping them create a secure border by launching balloons, having special electronics to monitor the borders. And we're seeing a lot of this build up right now. And Russia and the United States, they have two different missions there. We have Russia, which is actually fighting the Islamic State, and then we have the United States, which is actually backing the Islamic State to remove Assad. And right now, Russia is really destroying and removing and pushing the Islamic State out of the country, and the U.S. is kind of backed into a corner at this point. Where do you think they're going to go? I mean, I know they have the peace talks, and they're trying to tell Russia, we need a ceasefire right now. Where do you think this is going?
Well, you point out very well the irony in the situation where the Saudis, who are the largest funders of jihadist terrorism in the world, going back to the 80s with their alliance with George Herbert Walker Bush in Afghanistan, the Saudis are saying they want to be part of the anti-terror coalition. That's, the old joke of, the idea of the person who forms the Anti-Communist League in Iowa, and they say, well, there are no communists within 50 miles from here. And they say, yes, see how successful we are. The Saudis are the ones responsible for the terror. Yes. They're moving, and they're being encouraged to move troops into Syria. The Turks are poised on the border to possibly move troops in. Why? Because the Russian mission is being successful. They're driving out ISIS. They're driving out Al-Qaeda. The U.S. policy is a complete mess. We claim we're fighting ISIS, but for a year we were bombing the desert, and meanwhile letting the ISIS move oil that they stole from Iraq and Syria into Turkey. The Russians came in and started blowing up those tankers. And then the Turks responded by shooting down a Russian jet. And we responded, NATO responded, by threatening Russia. I think the key thing is that the way one of my military sources put it, the calculus has been overturned by what the Russians are doing. And it exposed the fact that the war on terror under Bush and Obama had nothing to do with fighting terrorism. It had to do with conducting certain kinds of police state measures or implementing police state measures in the United States and in Europe. If you want to destroy something like ISIS, you start by cutting off the funds. That would mean not giving the Saudis a free hand. In fact, we're arming the Saudis. We just had another 1.2 billion arms sale to them. We're working with them to destroy Yemen, which is one of the poorest countries on the planet. And by destroying the rebellion in Yemen, we're turning over parts of Yemen to ISIS and Al-Qaeda. So everywhere you look, U.S. policy, look at the Libya situation. We are defending and developing this terrorist threat which we're supposedly fighting. The former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, said this is U.S. policy to allow for these terrorists to move and grow. So Russia changed that. Now, there are people in the Republican Party who say we've got to teach the Russians a lesson. Well, what are you going to do, go to nuclear war with Russia? Didn't we learn something from what happened in Ukraine? The Russians have actually been very moderate in their reaction to a neo-Nazi regime being put in power in Kiev and a coup against a democratically elected government. We're supporting the coups. We're bringing in terrorists and neo-Nazi regimes, and this is the Obama doctrine of regime change, which is the same as the Bush-Cheney doctrine. So what Mr. LaRouche points to is, where's this all coming from? This has nothing to do with U.S. national interests. Putin, in September at the UN General Assembly, said, why don't we work together in an anti-terror coalition? And Obama rejected that. What we're seeing is a financial empire that replaced the old British landed empire with a financial empire, global institutions, corporate cartels, dictating the government to governments what the policy should be on finance, on economics, and on strategic affairs. And if we don't break the power of this oligarchy, it's going to break us. Now, the good news on this, Dave, is that these guys are bankrupt. They're basically paper tigers. The Russians called their bluff in the Middle East, and we'll see what happens on this. But, you know, the problem is that unless Americans are called on to be bold and aggressive and stand up as patriots and fight for our real American system, our country is going to be used by this oligarchy as a battering ram against Russia and China to the point that we're going to end up in a nuclear war.
Do you think the ceasefire peace talks that are planned for March 1st, do you think anything's going to come out of that?
Well, you know, the reason they didn't take place this last week was that the so-called Syrian opposition refused to go there because of the offensive in Aleppo. Now, some of the people who control Aleppo are the so-called moderate terrorists that the U.S. is supporting, including al-Nusra, which is Al-Qaeda. But it's also ISIS is in Aleppo, and the Russians are conducting a siege, and they're about to, you know, maybe a longer siege. It may not be that long, but they're doing what they can to drive them out of that whole northwest corridor in the border area with Turkey. Now, the argument of the United States, of Obama, is that, well, we can't have negotiations while the war is going on. Well, the whole point of negotiations is to stop the terrorism, to defeat the terrorists. And if the opposition, the so-called Syrian Free Army, is allying itself, or portions of it are allying itself with al-Nusra and ISIS, then we should be fighting them. Instead of a ceasefire, we should be backing the existing government, bring down the terrorism, and then let the Syrians decide what they're going to do. But this is where you see an empire that is refusing to do that. So as to the March talks, you know, if the siege of Aleppo is over by March 1st, the U.S. may have no choice. This is why the possibility of the Turks moving in is so dangerous, because that could escalate what otherwise appears to be a winding down with ISIS and al-Nusra about to be defeated.
So what is the U.S. going to do at this point? I mean, they're in Syria because of terrorism for the Islamic State, and if Russia is continually pushing them out of Syria, what would be the justification for the U.S. to be in Syria?
Well, the only justification has been to get rid of Assad. It's regime change. And the irony of this is that you look at one of the reasons the Europeans are more open to negotiating with Russia now, and some of them want to get rid of the sanctions on Russia, is that they're being overrun by refugees. Now, Obama said it's the Russians that caused the refugee crisis. The fact is, or Assad that caused the refugee crisis. The fact is that for many years when Assad was the president, before the civil war, there was no clamor of people to get out of Syria. The clamor to get out was when ISIS and Al-Qaeda started taking over cities and butchering people, including fellow Muslims, as well as Christians and others. So instead of recognizing the ending of the Civil War means you cut off flows of arms to the terrorists, Obama's policy is to continue to arm the terrorists, continue to build up the idea of an opposition force to Assad. And this comes from people like Susan Rice and the NSA advisor, and Samantha Power, the so-called humanitarian responsibility to protect advocate at the UN. This is the old Brzezinski, Madeleine Albright faction in the Democratic Party, which goes back to the same imperial policy that the British had in World War I. Create artificial countries, blow them up periodically, and this is how you keep control over the region. And on the Republican side, it's the Project for a New American Century, the so-called neocons. And the neocons and the liberal imperialists have the same damn policy. And this has nothing to do, as I said, with American national interest, with protecting the rights of people in Syria. It has to do with a geopolitical doctrine which is dangerous and crazy. And the problem is Hillary Clinton supports it, as do all the Republicans. They support the same geopolitical doctrine. And unless we break from that, the likelihood of a ceasefire holding will depend on two things. One, Russian military success, and two, a section of the U.S. military which doesn't support the Bush and Obama doctrine, and which actually is hoping that the Russians succeed because they don't want to have to deploy U.S. boots on the ground in this region.
What makes me very nervous is that we've seen the weaponry of Russia with their S-400 and now S-500 defense missile system, plus their electronic jamming devices. And it seems that they have very capable weapons compared to the U.S., where we have the F-35, which is kind of a lemon. And a lot of our weaponry is quite old at this point compared to what Russia has developed. Do you think they're a little nervous about, especially the Pentagon, going up against Russia because of their weaponry?
Well, you have two types at the Pentagon. One is the General Dempsey type, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who were involved in Iraq and who saw the fraud of U.S. policy there, who don't want to have a war, who want to have negotiations and discussions with the Russians. But you also have a group that goes back to McNamara and the whiz kids and the utopians, who are trying to devise what the Nazis called the Wunderwaffen, the wonder weapons. These are people who are now behind Obama's call for $1 trillion modernization of our nuclear force to make more precise, smaller nuclear weapons. That's going along with a U.S. cyber warfare capability that some of these idiots actually think, and Ash Carter, the defense secretary, is in this group, they think that we could win a nuclear war, that we could do a precise first strike against Russia, and then we could use cyber warfare to disrupt their response. Now, that's why someone who I've never had much use for, former Defense Secretary William Perry, has been coming out recently warning of the danger of nuclear war with this launch on warning doctrine, the nuclear modernization, the expansion of NATO to the Russian borders. People like Henry Kissinger, are coming out, people who are really not good people saying this shouldn't happen. Gorbachev is warning about it. Former German chancellors Kohl and Schroeder are warning about it. So there's a group of people who you might call realists, who are not necessarily good people, who are warning about this. Theodore Postel, who was Reagan's nuclear security advisor at the end of Reagan's second term when the Soviet Union was collapsing, has been very vocal about this warning. So these are not leftists like Noam Chomsky, who also is saying the same thing. These are people connected to the military warning about this danger. So, it's you wouldn't want to see a military coup, but they should be going to the Congress and they should be going to various institutions and saying Obama is losing his mind and we have to use the 25th Amendment to remove him from office before he gets us into a nuclear war. Now, the problem is you can't count on that. So it's really essential that the anger and the buildup, the pent-up anger of the American people find a positive direction. And just to shift gears for a moment, what we're launching is a renewed call for a revival of NASA. Not just because the Chinese are going to the moon, they're going to explore the dark side of the moon, not just because we want to have manned space missions, but because we have to reinvigorate the spirit of America, which had the view that we can do things that are considered impossible. This was the spirit of the new frontier of John Kennedy. This is the idea that we can go where we hadn't gone before, and that we can do it with science and technology. And the problem in the last 40, 50 years, most of our technology has been toward miniaturization, to the so-called smartphones and these kinds of gadgets, which really aren't so smart and have made us more stupid because of our reliance on social networking as a way of finding worth, as opposed to inspiring young people with a vision of their capability to develop their creativity, to explore new horizons and to come up with solutions to the problems that have been bedeviling mankind for centuries: disease, famine, water management, things of that sort. So that's the potential. And so it's not just we have to go out there and stand on a mountaintop and denounce the banksters and the oligarchs. We do have to do that. But we have to give a positive vision of where America can go. And I think the calls that Mr. LaRouche and one of my associates here in Texas, Keisha Rogers, who won several Democratic primaries calling for impeaching Obama and going with NASA, these were Democratic primaries she won, that there's a resonance in the population for this kind of boldness. And I think now is the time that we have to strike to put forward these kinds of positive programs.
Harley, I completely agree with you. I believe this is a start of a movement, but it has to grow. And the way the world is right now, a lot of things have to change because what we're seeing right now, those in power, those controlling everything, many of these individuals need to go. And and we need to change the power structure of government to really get anything done, especially having a government that actually supports the people and growing the population and growing the next generation. And with what we have right now, I don't see it happening. I think there has to be a huge movement and a huge change. And of course, it has to start from somewhere. It just doesn't matter.
It's going the opposite direction now. We're seeing an increased death rate among people 25 to 54-year-olds, white people, from suicides and from drug addiction, alcohol addiction, which in many cases is another form of suicide. The rest of the world is reducing death rates in this age group. In the United States, it's increasing, in some cases, threefold between 25 and 34-year-olds, because there is no hope for the future. Now, it's sort of like you're sitting in the back of a bus, and you look up and you see that the bus driver is passed out, and the bus is going full speed toward a cliff. Do you sit in the back and wait to see what's going to happen, or do you run up and grab the steering wheel? And we've got a situation where most people lack the confidence to know what the solutions are. And this has to do with this 40-year drift into post-industrial economy, into so-called environmentalism, which has nothing to do with the environment, The demographics are terrible in terms of, you look at Western Europe and you have an aging of the working population, and you don't have young people that are moving in to take the job. Same in this country. So the crisis is here. And I think I commend you for what you're doing, reaching out to an audience, giving them alternatives. And I'd like to encourage your listeners to go to my website, larouchepack.com, where we put up 2 videos, 3 videos a week with discussions on these things, including discussions with Mr. LaRouche, where we have a lot of news and information, but also a programmatic section that gives people an understanding. For example, what is the bail-in? We wrote an article back in 2013 about how Dodd-Frank Section 2 makes... Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Dave, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay. Sorry. Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. We wrote an article in 2013, which is available on our website, about how Dodd-Frank includes the bail-in as the law of the land. People didn't know that. Nobody knew it. No one read it, or they didn't say anything about it. So I think our website is a very useful place for people to look for this kind of programmatic alternative.
Harley, thank you for being on the X22 Report Spotlight. I really appreciate you. Thank you for coming back on here and giving us all this valuable information.
It's my pleasure, and I hope that your listeners avail themselves of what they're getting from you, because we are a couple minutes to midnight on the nuclear war clock.
Yes, I agree with you. Thank you once again.
Sure. Talk to you again.
Alrighty, folks. I'm still looking at things here. Fun times. I've got 5 million windows open trying to find you guys. Ah, there you are. Oh, just trying to get things figured out here. And I have a mouse that hates me. Oh, I forgot to reopen Skype. Not completely ready to come up yet, but I remember, I think Pink had shared with me a video that you guys might find interesting. Still trying to figure out things on the back end, and
Greetings, friends.
Oops. Alright, let me find the right window and bring it up. And here you go. I'm going to continue what I was doing and I will be back shortly.
Greetings, friends. As most of you are aware, this planet is in transition. The direction this transition takes is up to those who now represent this planet. The elite are no longer considered the representatives of mankind, from a galactic perspective. For what the elite have been trying to prevent, and quite successfully I might add, is the awakening of those they rule. Remember, they, the elite, represent less than 1% of the population. So their answer to this dilemma was to use the manifestation powers of the other 99% to achieve their preferred timeline choice. This was a short-term solution, although their ego-based consciousness would not allow them to see or accept this truth or reality. Now that over 25% of this planet's population is in the awakening stages, they, the elite, are losing ground very, very quickly. Let me explain. The more that wake up, the fewer there are for them to rob of their focus, which includes desires, imagination, intentions, etc. This means the natural human tendencies of the masses are now in control. Understand? They, the elite, have to follow the same rules, which they set up for our different societies. When they do not, this is not willful choice. They will not be allowed to take away choice any longer. This is the real reason for the Internet's existence. To even the playing field. By bringing about awareness of things that have been withheld from the masses, in an effort to suppress. So with that, I have diligently tried to find Josie, who was working with Lark and Rose, to create these videos, in an effort to spread their message. Even though I don't completely see eye to eye with Mr. Rose, and have butted heads with him several times, I felt they did a phenomenal job providing a worthwhile perspective, which can be very helpful in the awakening process of the remaining 75%. I don't know what happened to Josie. And it seems rather strange, at least to me, that she would build such a large following, and then just disappear. It has been over a year since her last upload. Nevertheless, I have combined all 3 videos, for your review. Please share with everyone you can.
Sometimes it can seem as if human history consists mostly of a long list of examples of man's inhumanity to man. This can make it tempting to conclude that violence, oppression, and conflict are the natural state of humanity, and that lasting peace is an impossible dream. But this is not the case. The truth is, human beings, even with our imperfections, our negligence, and malice, are capable of achieving a society far better than what we have now. But to fix the problems of the world, first we must understand their root cause. Many assume that humans are just inherently bad, and think it inevitable that our greed and hatred will continue to lead to war and oppression. But before you assume that, ask yourself, are you inherently evil and violent? Are you incapable of peaceful coexistence? If all laws were repealed today, would you go around robbing and hurting other people?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
Not. Okay.
No.
No.
You would not?
Nope.
Okay.
Oof. Sounds tempting, but no. I think I would do the morally upright thing.
Okay, and how about you?
Nah, I wouldn't.
You would not. Okay.
Not a chance.
Okay, so you're not the reason that we need laws. Okay.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? And how about you?
No.
That's no.
Okay. All right.
It's just not moral.
If the vast majority of individuals answer this way, just who or what is causing all the misery and conflict? And why do the good, peaceful people allow it to happen? Of course, malicious individuals can and do inflict harm on others. But war, oppression, and large-scale conflict are the result of something else, are merely symptoms of one underlying disease. Not greed, not hatred, and not simply the nature of man. If we examine large-scale oppression and violent conflict and see who is actually inflicting injustice on others and why, one common denominator shows up over and over again. The soldier does not, acting on his own and based on his own moral judgment, decide to go to foreign countries and inflict violence on strangers. The soldier fights and kills because he is told to, and because he does as he is told. The government enforcer who imposes the will of the ruling class upon the people does not do so because he personally decided, based on his own conscience, that such actions would be wise or moral. The police officer does what he does because he is told to, and because he does as he is told. All the tax collectors and other government busybodies who interfere in people's lives, hinder production and trade, and steal value from the people who create it, would never do such things on their own. They do what they do because they were told to, and because they do as they are told. Throughout history, the vast majority of those who have inflicted injustice and oppression on society were not acting out of personal malice or hatred. They were merely following orders. But if you told someone to rob or assault your neighbor, no one would listen to you. So how does a situation develop in which so many otherwise decent people will do the bidding of a handful of tyrants? So how do you think the famous tyrants in history managed to get millions of people to follow them? How do you think that happened? One person, millions of people doing whatever they say.
Probably like money and charisma. That's probably what I would say.
Yeah.
Cult of personality.
They use their power to oppress people, to make them feel like they didn't have any power, and that way they felt like they needed the king to survive.
By being cruel, by killing, by using fear. People as fear, as
Using
an example.
people's fear.
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 Having an army or something, yeah.
I'm not sure, actually. Probably through fear,
Okay.
maybe.
Power.
Money.
Power. They had power over the people by their little minions, which enforced the power.
Once he achieves power, yes, a tyrant can rule by fear, having his minions and his armies crushing any who disobey his commands. But that does not explain how the tyrant got such power in the first place. In almost all cases when a tyrant is rising to power, the people are not gripped by fear. They are filled with excitement, happiness, and hope. Oppressive regimes grow not by promising pain and death, but by promising to take care of the people and to protect them from all the dangers of the world. Eventually, a dictator may rule by brute force and intimidation, but he cannot do that until he already has the loyalty and obedience of his enforcers and of his subjects. Government enforcers do not do what they do just because someone told them to, but because someone they view as a rightful lord and master told them to. The psychology experiments of Dr. Stanley Milgram show all too clearly that most people will do things they instinctively know to be wrong, including hurting complete strangers, if they are told to do so by someone they view as authority. Ironically, it is often people's distrust of their fellow man and the desire to have some powerful entity that can protect and defend the innocent that ends up tricking good people into condoning and funding the very institutions responsible for most of the violence and conflict in the world. Most injustice is not the result of individual malice or greed or hatred, but is the result of normal people obeying the commands of a perceived authority. Many worry about how people might behave in the absence of government, when history shows that the far bigger threat to humanity is what people do in the name of government. When asked what they want government for, people do not say division and oppression. They say they want it for good things. To protect people, to care for the poor, to provide infrastructure. But instead of achieving these noble ends, politics and government over and over again end up enriching and empowering tyrants, liars, and thieves. Though many people say they want government to make things fair and equal, and to protect and serve the common man, government always creates a massive power imbalance, with a handful of individuals having enormous amounts of control and money, and everyone else having to choose between obeying and funding the ruling class or being fined or caged. Since those in government are always vastly outnumbered by those they govern, why do the people allow this? Why would the common man imagine such a situation to be legitimate or tolerable? Why would he accept subservience to any master or feel obligated to continually surrender the fruits of his labor to an institution that views him and treats him like cattle? Politicians are masters at using fear and emotionalism to pit different groups of people against each other until the people are begging for more laws and regulations. Falling for these tactics is, quite literally, killing us. No, humanity does not need to be at war with itself, and when it is almost always the result of political opportunists intentionally causing strife and conflict in order to enrich and empower themselves at the expense of the freedom and safety of everyone else. Those in power, often by way of the mainstream media, tell us what we should care about, what we should worry about, and what we should fear. And the proposed solution is always more government power and control. By dividing people into different camps, such as Democrat and Republican, the people can be tricked into being perpetually angry at each other, while politicians on both sides benefit. Between the ongoing vitriol and divisiveness, many people don't notice how much the politicians agree on. They all agree that they should take your money and control your life. The politicians talk as if they represent and serve their constituents, but when it comes down to it, everyone knows what happens if he refuses to pay taxes or disobeys any of the politicians' laws. Beneath the rhetoric, the situation is still one of rulers and subjects, masters and slaves. There would be no reason for free, prosperous people living in harmony with each other to want to be ruled, which is why those who crave power always emphasize, exaggerate, or create problems and conflicts to pit people against each other and scare them into believing that they need a master, that they need controllers and rulers to protect them from reality.
I want every man, woman, and child to understand how close we are to chaos. I want everyone to remember why they need us.
Tyranny does not come about through power-happy people confessing malicious intentions. It comes about through power-happy people feigning good intentions, thereby winning the loyalty and subservience of good people who then view the power-happy people as authority and government. In this way, freedom is whittled away piece by piece, always under the guise of serving the people, until nearly every industry and every activity is monitored, taxed, regulated, and restricted in the name of law, making the people unable to provide for themselves, unable to be independent and self-sufficient, unable to freely trade and cooperate with each other however they see fit. The primary problem with society is not that man is inherently evil, but that so many are willing to tolerate, advocate, or commit violent aggression when it is done in the name of government and law. When those committing injustice have an aura of authority, even most good people will comply and obey. When oppression is legalized, the proud law-abiding taxpayers will not only tolerate it, they will fund it, condone it, and vote for it. And while it may be easy to recognize the evils committed by tyrants and their hired guns, too many people fail to realize that tyrants only have power, only have wealth, only have influence because the people give it to them. A regime that no one viewed as legitimate, no one paid for or obeyed, would not exist. Where people do not look to an authority, do not recognize an authority, there is none. So if you want to know the source of most conflict and violence in the world, you might begin by looking in the mirror and asking yourself, which acts of aggression against your neighbors, which examples of man's inhumanity to man have you paid for, cooperated with, condoned, and voted for? For all of recorded history, some people have been trying to dominate and rule over others. On a small scale, sometimes an individual or a gang can control and extort others through outright violence. But on a larger scale, especially since technology has leveled the playing field when it comes to physical combat, being biggest and strongest is not enough. So modern tyrants gain and maintain power, not just through brute thuggery, but through deception and manipulation. Physical control has been replaced by mind control. An aspiring ruler now needs to persuade his potential subjects that it is in their own best interest that he have power, including power over them. The tyrant must convince his victims that their own subjugation is necessary, moral, and legitimate. Government, whether in the form of a dictator, a parliament, a congress, or some other arrangement, is the group of people thought to have the right to rule. In other words, thought to have authority over a certain area. What governments do is issue commands, which they call laws, using force to punish any who disobey. Despite the modern rhetoric and euphemisms, government always means a ruling class. Those in power command, and everyone else either obeys or is punished. But to get people to tolerate such an arrangement, to get the common man to accept what is essentially a master-slave relationship, those who crave dominion have to find ways to get their subjects to condone their own subservience and enslavement. First and foremost, a modern tyrant must create an air of legitimacy around his regime, must convince his subjects that he is a rightful and legitimate authority. At one time, kings insisted that God himself had directly granted them the right to rule. Today, most people scoff at such a claim, while still accepting the more modern excuses for authoritarian domination, which are a lot more involved and complicated, but no more reasonable or rational. Humanity has evolved past the superstition of the divine right of kings, but has yet to evolve past the superstition of the divine right of politicians. Tyrants today have to work harder to deceive the people into accepting the status of obedient subjects, but they still manage to do so most of the time, using a few basic methods of deception, manipulation, and propaganda. In many countries, including the United States, Soviet Russia, and Communist China, ruling classes have claimed the right to dominate the people based upon constitutions and elections. Even under the most vicious tyrannies, those in power always label their actions as legal and claim to be representing and serving the very people they extort and oppress. As much as people have been taught to revere democracy and associate it with freedom and justice, democratically elected governments have committed more murder than any other institution in the history of the world. Instead of actually empowering the people, democracy merely gives the people the false impression that they are in charge, and the false notion that, as long as they are allowed to vote, oppression and tyranny will be impossible. History shows otherwise. In reality, elections can be the tyrant's best friend, as they can be used to dupe the people into imagining that they have given their permission and consent to be dominated and controlled. At best, the people are given the choice of who will rule them, but true freedom, being ruled by no one, is never one of the choices in any political election. Even when their ballot choices are selected by the ruling class itself, allowing people to vote can deflect and diffuse their anger and resentment, tricking them into focusing their time and energy on pointless rituals which never achieve freedom, so they don't start disobeying or resisting instead. So many people now view the whole process, the Constitution, the form of government, the elections, appointments, and other rituals, as not only legitimate, but sacrosanct, that to condemn the entire game and to identify it for what it is, just the latest excuse for authoritarian domination, is considered blasphemy by many, which shows just how effective the tyrant's propaganda still is at duping the people into accepting and advocating their own subjugation. But simply making a ruling class appear legitimate is not enough. For a regime to grow, each grab for power and each corresponding decrease in individual freedom must be done in the name of good intentions and noble motives. The most effective means of convincing people to give up their freedom and their money to a master is to convince them that if they don't, horrible things will happen, which is why nearly all of politics is based on fear-mongering. A tyrant does not obtain power by making the people afraid of him, but by making people afraid of each other. Even the most vicious tyrannies grew by railing against other threats and injustices, whether real or imagined, and by convincing the people that only by giving government huge amounts of money and power could imminent catastrophe be avoided. And those who seek power not only exploit and exaggerate real problems, but often terrorize the people with make-believe dangers, or intentionally cause problems themselves, just to have an excuse to increase their own power. One very old technique for doing this is known as a false flag operation, where a regime perpetrates acts of unjust violence while making it look as if they were done by some foreign enemy. Once the hatred and fear of the people has been stirred up, they almost always eagerly support the authoritarian agenda of those in power. A prime example can be seen in the recently declassified Operation Northwoods documents, which show that top officials and the U.S. military plan to stage fake terrorist attacks in Cuba and on U.S. soil, and blame them on the communist regime of Fidel Castro in order to garner public support for a military invasion of Cuba. The basic tactic is not new and has been effectively used for centuries by the authoritarian empires all over the world, and it would be extremely naive to think that such tactics are not still being used today. And there are many other methods governments can use to create a problem and then use that problem as an excuse to demand more money and power for itself, in the name of fighting against the very problem it created in the first place. This can be done by engineering an economic collapse, by causing poverty to justify the creation of a welfare state, by creating black markets which lead to increased crime to justify a militarization of the police force, by fueling racial or religious conflicts, and so on. Whatever those in power can do to train the people to be scared of the idea of not having a powerful government around will almost always result in the people welcoming or even demanding violations of their own rights and liberties. Of course, there will always be conflict in the world, but government only exacerbates and enhances disputes and problems intentionally, because if the people are not afraid of some threat or danger, real or imagined, they would never have a reason to accept a master over them. Government power does not serve to solve problems. Problems serve as the excuse to create never-ending government power. How many problems can you think of that government has ever fixed? Did the countless laws and billions of dollars end the drug trade? Did it end prostitution? Did it end terrorism? Did it end poverty? When has there been any government program or department which achieved its goal, solved a problem, and was therefore disbanded and repealed? It is never in government's interest to solve problems or eliminate threats, because it is always the fear caused by problems and threats which trick the people into tolerating the existence of a ruling class. Another ploy used to convince people to support tyranny is for politicians to seek votes from one group of people by promising to tax or control some other group. Those who seek power intentionally create divisions between rich and poor, black and white, men and women, different religions and cultures, and so on, telling each group that if only they elect the right candidates, their priorities and values can be enacted into law and imposed upon the rest of society. Politicians are masters at exploiting the fact that few can resist the temptation to have their views and beliefs forced onto everyone else. On every possible disagreement or difference in opinion, politicians will offer to use the force of government to legalize one viewpoint and outlaw another. Some voters will cheer for a tax to help the poor, while others will cheer for a tax to fund a police force. The politicians propose one new program or agenda after another, each requiring more money and power for the ruling class and less freedom for the people. If someone thinks that he knows how things should be, some politician will always be there promising that if he is elected, he will make that vision a reality. As long as people view law and government as a legitimate way to control others, why wouldn't each person try to use the democratic process to force his neighbors to behave in certain ways and to fund certain things? Nearly everyone falls into this trap when it is called democracy, and painted not only as moral but noble, as participating in the process and doing one's civic duty. The end result of politics is never the perfect society, or even the people getting what they want. The end result is groups of people constantly being played against each other, each side of every dispute asking government to forcibly rob and control the other side, with the only real winners being the political class. Over and over again, the people have ended up enthusiastically advocating their own enslavement, simply because it is so tempting for each person to believe that the world would be what it should be if only authoritarian power was used to serve what he wants and what he believes in. As long as the battle is over whose ideas should be forced on everyone else, freedom and justice always suffer. If the other deceptions fail, the fallback argument of those who seek power is that someone has to be in charge, that there will always be someone at the top, and that the only real question is who it should be. When the people accept this lie and assume that government is just an unavoidable fact of life, they will always end up legitimizing a system of domination by petitioning and voting, instead of actually trying to achieve freedom or even knowing what real freedom would look like. Democracy often devolves from being a question of what people actually want and support to an argument over which political party is less corrupt and destructive than the others. As much as people may lament negative campaigning and mudslinging, it works, precisely because those who crave power really have no positive vision to offer, so their only recourse is to paint the other politicians as being even worse. Many people view their vote not as some empowering positive thing, but as an act of self-defense and an attempt to keep the even worse crook out of power. Whoever you last voted for, did you fully trust and support them, or did you just distrust them less than the other person?
Distrusted less. Okay, definitely.
Distrusted them less than the other person.
I think I mostly trusted him, mostly.
You mostly trusted him?
Not all the way, but like by a large amount more than the other one.
Distrusted them less than the other person. I guess distrusted more than the other, but
I think I mistrusted him less than the other person.
I agree.
I voted against somebody to vote for the one I voted for. Yes,
Okay.
not voted for him. I voted against the other person.
I guess it was more like a lesser of two evils sort of deal for me.
Now for the difficult question. Have any of these methods of manipulation and deception worked on you? Have you accepted the idea that constitutions, elections, and other political rituals gave someone else the right to rule you? Do you view violent aggression as legitimate and righteous when it's called law enforcement? Do you feel a moral obligation to obey whatever commands those in power decide to enact as law? Do you view anyone who disobeys any of these politicians' decrees or refuses to pay tribute to them as being a criminal deserving of punishment? Have you ever willingly sacrificed and surrendered your freedom and the freedom of others based on some politician's promise that if you will only give him control, he will use his power to protect the people from some horrible danger? Have you ever fallen for the temptation to vote for some candidate or political party that promised to use government to force your values and opinions onto others? Or promised to coerce others into funding whatever programs and agendas you think are important? Or maybe you're just resigned to the idea that someone has to be in charge, that government is inevitable, that the political system we have may not be perfect, but is the best we can hope for, so you continue to play the game, vote for the lesser of two evils, and passively and obediently accept the outcome. For millennia, well-intentioned people have been trying to achieve peace and justice through the political process, trying to vote their way to utopia, hoping that if only we had the right form of government, the right set of laws, the right checks and balances, the right people in charge, that society could be what it should be. But to one degree or another, the end result of politics has always been a ruling elite made rich and powerful at the expense of the prosperity and freedom of the people. Tyrants do not create their own power out of thin air. They trick the people into giving it to them. As long as people continue to make the same assumptions, fall for the same deceptions, keep playing the same games, and keep looking for a political solution, they will get the same results. But when people stop falling for the tricks, stop fueling oppression with their money and their obedience, then, and only then, will the cycle of tyranny and oppression end. Taxes are the price we pay for a civilized society. But if being civilized means to coexist peacefully, interacting through voluntary means instead of by violence, then taxation, one group of people forcibly depriving another of the fruits of their labor, is the exact opposite of being civilized. To steal the money that someone has earned through voluntary means is to steal that person's productivity, his time and his effort, to steal a part of his life. And to steal a part of someone's life is called slavery. Taxes are often characterized as the people simply paying for the services they receive from government, but this is a gross mischaracterization. Imagine getting a bill from a private business for services you never asked for and may not even have wanted. And imagine that if you don't pay whatever price the business decides, they will wipe out your bank account, seize your assets, and possibly put you in a cage. In any context other than government, such behavior would of course be seen as immoral, unjust, and criminal. And yet we're told that when government does the same thing, it is legitimate, moral, and necessary for society. There are two sides to the immorality of taxation. First, it deprives the productive people of a large part of the wealth they produce, stealing their buying power, reducing their ability to provide for themselves and their families, and making them less able to support the things they care about. Second, it forces people to fund and support things which go against their wishes, that conflict with their own values and priorities, and that are contrary to their own interests. Government does not produce any wealth. Everything it spends, it must first take from the productive people, whether through open taxation or the hidden tax known as inflation. As a result, it is always the productive, law-abiding taxpayers who foot the bill for tyranny. It was not Mao, Stalin, or Hitler who funded or manufactured the guns, tanks, and bombs that terrorized and murdered so many millions. It was the good people of China, Russia, and Germany who felt obligated to hand over the fruits of their labor to those wearing the mantle of authority. Likewise, all the government bureaucrats, the abusive law enforcers, the corrupt politicians, their buildings, their vehicles, their computers, their utilities, their salaries, we are the ones paying for all of that. And perhaps most ironically, when it comes to the IRS and all of their tax collectors, we are the ones paying them to rob us. Everything of value in the world has come from the efforts of productive people, while the political class can only steal and destroy. In short, the good have always funded the evil, and that will continue to be the case as long as the good people imagine a moral obligation to surrender a portion of what they earned by way of taxes to those who claim the right to rule. Taxes are not the price we pay for civilized society. Taxes are how civilized society pays for its own destruction. Taxation is no different than a mafia protection racket, where a gang claims to be protecting you, while that same gang threatens to hurt you if you don't pay up. Yes, the gang may sometimes go after other thieves and aggressors, but if you don't pay their protection fees, you know that they are the ones who will be at your door next. Some argue that because taxes pay for roads, defense, protection, and helping the poor, ending taxes would therefore mean no roads, no defense, no protection, and no help for the poor. In any context other than politics, such an argument would be immediately recognized as completely invalid. It would be akin to a common criminal stealing $100 from you, handing you a sandwich, and then arguing that you should thank him for having robbed you, because otherwise you would have starved.
Would you like it if you could choose for yourself which government programs, if any, you were going to pay for? Yes.
Yeah.
Say yes, definitely.
Oh yeah, I would like that.
Okay.
I think, idealistically, yes, but I don't think, again, it's a matter of things actually working.
Sure.
And that you can't pick and choose.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yes. If any. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'd like to know where my money is going.
Absolutely.
If they're taking my money and using it for programs, I would like to know exactly where my money's going.
No, that's not how it works. Just because I don't agree with something doesn't mean it shouldn't be covered or paid for. This is how this country runs. If we don't like the process, then we have to change the process. But the way it is now, that's how it is.
Politicians constantly raise tax rates and impose new taxes against the wishes of the people, and constantly spend the confiscated wealth on things a lot of people don't want, such as corporate bailouts, a massive welfare state, and perpetual warmongering. If the money was only used for services people wanted to purchase and things people thought were good for society, there would be no need for an IRS, no need for those in power to back up their demands with the threat of fining or prosecuting anyone who doesn't pay up. They may pretend to be serving and representing you, but the politician's true attitude is obvious. They don't care what you want, and they believe that they have more of a right to decide how your money is spent than you do. Those in power and in the mainstream media speak of taxation as the way people pay their fair share of the costs of society. The bizarre implication is that if money first passes through the hands of politicians and bureaucrats, it's good for the country and society, but if it doesn't, it's not. This implies that the people being forced to fund Ponzi schemes, government waste and corruption, and programs and agendas many people don't even approve of, somehow serves the common good, but that the people voluntarily donating, spending, or investing their own money on what they think is important is somehow selfish and destructive to society. Most of the victims of the government extortion racket have fallen for this rhetoric, and as a result, believe it's necessary, legitimate, and good for a ruling class to forcibly extort all of the productive people. If you try to avoid paying tribute to the politicians, your so-called fair share of taxes, if you try to prevent yourself from being robbed to fund things you oppose, your neighbors would likely view you as the criminal and view those who would attack you as noble law enforcers. It would be like someone getting his car stolen, and instead of being angry at the thief, being angry at his neighbors who didn't get their car stolen. By portraying mass robbery as the people paying their fair share of the costs of society, thieves who have legalized their thievery can convince their victims to be proud of having been robbed and to resent anyone who wasn't robbed. This is just one more example of how politicians use the tactic of divide and conquer to keep the people at war with each other, so they don't identify the real root of the problem, which is those who seek to rule over others. There is a simple question which demonstrates whether someone has fallen for this trick or not.
Would you take this deal? You never have to pay any kind of tax, income tax, property tax, sales tax, etc., but you're not allowed to vote for anyone else to be taxed either.
I think that would. I mean, if it's like in the like a very general sense, then yeah, I would agree to that.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure would. I don't think we should be taxed. No.
I agree.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so you would not take that deal?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
There is nothing greedy or immoral about wanting to decide where your money goes, nor is there anything noble or virtuous about handing your earnings over to politicians. In fact, refusing to fund immoral and destructive agendas is righteous and justified, and does serve humanity and society as a whole, even if the thieves portray such actions as criminal. In contrast, it has always been the obedient, law-abiding taxpayers who have funded every government oppression in history, and that is nothing to be proud of.
Alrighty, folks, let me get a couple shots of my inhaler. I ran down to get mail and wound up talking to somebody. Hang on. Still have this guy next door. He's like, I don't know what he's doing, but I don't want involved with the body. He, my God. The only, uh-oh. I hear nothing coming out my ear holes. Do I hear it? Yeah, I got it now. Got the cord caught on the chair. Oh my goodness. I gotta find you guys again. You're like 500 screens back. There you are. Sean, I would share that breaking news, but no thanks. I do think it's funny though. That no, I caught the breaking news. Oh my goodness. Looking for somebody or something that's going to take a little bit of time. I'll tell you what, Chris Ann Hall has been like every day she releases a video that she had done previously, like in 2014 or whatever. And I'll tell you what, she's got some good stuff. I've been checking it out. Here, let me find you one of those. And I'm still doing the stuff. I wound up going down to get the mail, and in the process of getting the mail, I wound up talking to a guy that lives in the same complex, so took me a little while. I'm not sure if we covered this one. I don't think we did. I'm going to go ahead and bring it up so I can continue doing what I was doing. Now where I can get the 5 million windows closed that I have open.
I know you're out there. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. A world without rules and controls, without borders or boundaries. A world where anything is possible. Where we go from there is a choice I leave to you.
The Chris Ann Hall Show.
Any varmint that crosses that lady's path has met its match.
Rise and shine, liberty-loving patriots. Welcome to the Chris Ann Hall Show. Chris Ann Hall here, KRISANNEHALL.com. Liberty over security, principle over party, and truth over your favorite personality. Today, we're going to be putting the government to the test. Our federal government is going to take a test today. A test created by James Madison on March 29th, 1792. James Madison created a test to determine whether we have a just government or not. How do you think our government will do on a test? to determine whether it's a just government or not. Well, I'm excited to see how this is going to turn out. But before we do that, I want to just mention to you that I was in Idaho last week, and we saw an amazing number of people come out in Idaho. I'm very excited about that because, you see, the people in the western states are beginning to wake up. I think they probably already know how the federal government's going to do on this James Madison test. And we're now in Arizona this week. We just finished in Yuma, Arizona. We were in Tucson earlier. And for the rest of the week, today, tomorrow, and Thursday, we will be in the Phoenix area, teaching classes, learning and loving liberty, awaking, alerting, and igniting the masses. Just very excited about everything that we're doing. If you know someone in the Phoenix area, or you're in the Phoenix area, will you please go to the website, see where we are, and encourage them to come. I also want to share with you a little bit of information that I thought might be beneficial for us all to know. Now that we have a Supreme Court vacancy, did you know that the Constitution does not specify qualifications for the justices like they do the president or congressman? No. It does not specify age, education, profession, or native-born citizenship. Did you know a Supreme Court justice does not even have to be a lawyer or even a law school graduate? All justices have to be trained in the law, but they don't have to be a member of a bar association, and they don't have to be a lawyer. Many of the 18th and 19th century justices studied law under a mentor because there were only a few law schools in the country, and they weren't regulated by a bar association. The last justice to be appointed did not attend any law school, was named James F. Burns, and he's from 1941 to 1942. He did not graduate from high school and taught himself law, passing the bar at the age of 23. Wow, that really sort of indicts all the law school qualifications, doesn't it? Robert H. Jackson served from 1941 to 1954. While Jackson did not attend an undergraduate college, he did study law at Albany Law School in New York. At the time of his graduation, Jackson was only 20 years old, and one of the requirements for a law degree was that the student must be 21. Rather than getting a law degree, Jackson was awarded with a diploma of graduation. 29 years later, Albany Law School belatedly presented Jackson with a law degree, noting his original graduating class of 1912. So there you go. You do not even have to be a lawyer to be a Supreme Court justice. You don't have to be a member of the bar. And you don't have to have even practiced or being eligible to practice law to be a Supreme Court justice. Sort of opens the door to a whole new group of people, doesn't it? And may I suggest to you that having a Supreme Court justice that is trained in the law and yet not law school trained may be quite beneficial in today's brainwashed society of judicial supremacy. Just something to think about. Imagine that. I wonder how about all these people who are running around talking about people not being eligible to practice law. I wonder if they realize that we had Supreme Court justices who hadn't even graduated from high school and never took a law school education. Just a thing to show that sometimes it's better to look up facts than to simply run your mouth. See, that's what's the problem with a lot of people. My dad said it was constipation of the brain and diarrhea of the mouth. That's why I like research. And there really is no excuse for it today, is there? Because the bottom line is, you can find out just about any piece of information in less than 3 seconds. And yet, I would say that we are arguably some of the most ignorant people that have ever lived. And you realize ignorant does not mean stupid, right? Ignorant means just simply lacking proper information. So, just an encouragement. Please, don't be afraid to do your research, but make sure what sources you can trust. And so let's go on to our test. Do we have a just government? James Madison wrote an essay called Property on March 29, 1792, in which he describes what property is. Now, it's important for us to understand what property is, because if we don't understand what property is, then we don't know when property is being taken. And James Madison is going to make it clear to us that the definition of a just government hinges upon how government is or is not treating your property. And so let's delve into this test by first learning what is property. Madison explains that property is that dominion which one man claims and exercises over the external things of the world in exclusion of every other individual. So he says, in particular, in specific application, property is that physical thing that you have control of over everybody else. But then he explains it has a larger and juster meaning. He says it embraces everything that we attach value and have a right to, and which leaves everyone else the same property ownership. So what I attach value to, and what I have a right to, and what you attach value to, and what you have a right to, these things are property. He says property is land, merchandise, money, but it's also your opinions and the free communication of your opinions. Your religious opinions are your property, and your profession of those religious opinions are your property, and the practice of your religious opinions are your property. You have a property ownership in your safety and your liberty. You also have a property ownership in the use of your faculties, your free choice, and how you use your talents is your property. And then he says, so profoundly, in a word, as a man is said to have a right to his property, he may be equally said to have a property in his rights. So let's look at that for just a second. Property. Because remember, the Fourth Amendment says, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. This is a list of your property. And this is the property that Madison says we have ownership in. Your land, your merchandise, your money, those things we typically call property. But your religious opinions, what you think and how you act upon your thoughts, the talent of your hands, the sweat of your brow, the product of your work. Your liberty, your safety, your rights are your property. Puts a whole new idea on this understanding of to be secure from unreasonable searches and seizures, doesn't it? When you realize that your property is not just the car you drive in or the house you live in, but it's absolutely everything that you attach value to and everything that you have a right to. So let's keep a hold of that definition as we go into this test on whether we have a just government or not.
Chris Ann Hall Show. She's Liberty's lobbyist.
So keeping in mind this proper and very broad sense of the word property, not just your car or your house, but everything that you put value on, including your rights. Do we have a just government? When you have a right to your property, but you also have a property in your rights. Madison says, where an excess of power prevails, property of no sort is duly respected, and no man is safe in his opinions, his persons, his faculties, or his possessions. You see, when we understand that your property is your rights, your right to freedom of speech, freedom of press, the right to peaceably assemble, the right to petition the government for a redress of your grievances, your right to freedom of religion is property. Your right to keep and bear arms is property. Your right to keep soldiers from being quartered in your homes is your property. Your right to be secure in your persons, houses, papers, and effects. Your right in security of your property is property. Your right to due process is property. Your right to a just government is a property. And when the government has too much power, then no property is respected, because then the government starts believing that your rights are privileges. And that, guess what? You don't have rights. You have things by permission. And when you have to ask permission for something, then you can't be safe in your opinions or any of your possessions, your thoughts at all. Because you see, when the government can just simply operate as if your property of your rights and your values and everything that you value is absolutely of no value other than what they prescribe, then you have no rights at all. Government has been created to protect your property. That's the only purpose for government. Remember, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. It's the singular purpose for which all government is created is to secure your rights. And government has no power that exceeds the right of the individual. Jefferson said it this way: what is true of every member of the society individually is true of them all collectively, since the rights of the whole can be no more than the sum of the rights of the individual. That means if I can't steal from you, then government can't steal from you, even if they call it taxes. If I can't murder you, then government can't murder you, even if they call it justice. Government cannot exercise a power over you greater than you can exercise over your neighbor. Washington said it this way about taxes. He said, I think the Parliament of Great Britain hath no more right to put their hands into my pocket without my consent than I have to put my hands into yours for money. And this being already urged to them in a firm but decent manner by all colonies, what reason is there to expect anything from their justice? You see, the power of the government is limited by the right of the individual, and they can exercise no more power over us justly than we can exercise over each other. And that's what Madison is talking about when an excess of power prevails. He says, but when there's an excess of liberty, the effect is exactly the same but to the opposite. So when there is an excess of liberty, we have freedom of thought. We have the most secure safety in our opinions, in our persons, in our faculties, in our possessions. We have a prosperity of ideas that can never be exceeded when the people have all the liberty.
The Chris Ann Hall Show. She's Liberty's lobbyist.
So what is a just government? Well, government is created to protect property. That's the whole reason for its existence. So I suppose we can glean that the definition of a just government is one that protects our property, right? He says this, the protection of the people's property, is alone a just government, which impartially secures to every man whatever is his own. What is his own? Remember, everything that he assigns value to, as long as he respects the value of someone else. He says, according to this standard, this is how we judge government. He says, a just government guards the possessions of the individuals. A just government guards the enjoyment and communication of opinions. A just government sees opinions as more valuable than physical property. A just government is where a man's religious rights are not violated by penalties, fettered by tests, or taxed by a hierarchy. He says conscience is the most sacred of all property. Other property is dependent upon your exercise of your conscience, being a natural and unalienable right. Your property to guard your house as your castle. Your property that the government can give no title to invade your conscience or your castle. These are the marks of a just government. Protecting rights and property. He says this is not a just government. nor is property secure under it, where the property which a man has in his personal safety and personal liberty is violated by arbitrary seizures of one class of citizens for the service of the rest. He said a magistrate issuing his warrants to a press gang would be in his proper functions in Turkey or Indostan, under appellations of proverbial of the most complete despotism. Can you see that? When the government can arbitrarily seize your property, whatever that property may be, your intellectual property, your physical property, the fruits of your labor property, the sweat of your brow property. If they can arbitrarily seize that for the benefit of someone else, for the service of someone else, then that is complete despotism. What would that be? Would that be searches under the Patriot Act? Would that be the indefinite detention provisions? Would that be no-knock raids? Would that be raiding a farmer for his raw milk or raw cheese or raw ice cream? Would that be burning someone's crops to the ground? Would that be burning their cattle? Would that be taking their land for the benefit of someone else? Even for the benefit of a spotted owl, perhaps. Madison said, that's not a just government. He says that is not a just government, nor is property secure under it, where arbitrary restrictions, exemptions, and monopolies deny to part of its citizens that free use of their faculties and a free choice of their occupations, which not only constitute their property in general sense of the word, but are the means of acquiring properly, strictly so called. So, licensing arbitrary restrictions, exemptions, monopolies, which exclude you the opportunity to choose your profession and your occupation, which is your property because it's a matter of your conscience and your free choice. To how to exercise your faculties is your property, he said. But even more so, it is the means of acquiring that property that we strictly call property. He says, what must be the spirit of legislation where a manufacturer of linen cloth is forbidden to bury his own child in a linen shroud in order to favor his neighbor who manufactures a woolen cloth? Where the manufacturer and wearer of a woolen cloth are again forbidden the economical use of buttons of that material in favor of a manufacturer of buttons of other materials. Do you see the analogy that he's making here? He's describing the very state of our overreaching government regulations. I've been trying to teach for 5 years now that government regulation of private business is completely and totally tyrannical. But now I realize it's even bigger than that. Government regulation of private business is not simply tyrannical, it's theft. It is theft of your property. And you know what else we need to realize that just occurred to me? These monopolies that we're talking about. I want us to think about this for just 1 second. We live under the greatest monopoly in the world, don't we? The monopoly of federal government. The monopoly of federal government that dictates how we manage our land and how we grow our food and how we operate our businesses, how we engage in commerce, how we own property, The federal government has become a monopoly, which has just ensured that our property is never secure. He says, a just security to property is not afforded by a government under which unequal taxes oppress one species of property and ward another species of property. He says, where arbitrary taxes invade the domestic sanctuaries of the rich and excessive taxes grind the faces of the poor, where the keenness and competitions of want are deemed to be an insufficient spur to labor, redistribution of wealth, and the regulation of economy, quantitative easing of the dollar. These are the things that he's talking about. Manipulations of economies and manipulations of the free market system. He says, this is an unjust government and a violation of our property. He says, it decrees a man to earn his bread by the heaven decrees that we earn our bread by the sweat of our brow. And now we have the government denying the very principles of heaven. He says, if the United States means to obtain or deserve the full praise due to a wise and just government, they will equally respect the rights of property and the property and rights. They will rival the government that most sacredly guards the former, and by repelling its example in violating the latter, will make themselves a pattern to that and all other governments. Does our government pass the test? Does it respect our right to choose our professions? Does it respect our property to determine how we will earn a wage? Does it respect our property and our religious opinions? Does it respect our property in the exercise of our thoughts and our conscience? Does it respect our property in the very strictest of the sense of the word, our land, our homes, and our money? Because according to Madison, if our government respects our property, then there won't be arbitrary seizures. The government won't be taking our property to benefit another person. The government will not be taking our property to benefit itself. And it will be a just government that understands that the property rights of the people are superior to the rights of the government themselves. Is that the government that we have? I want to give you some exact applications when we come back after this break. But I want you to think about something. When the government is above the very laws they create, is that a just government that respects our property? When the government can create laws that bind us, that punish us, that remove our liberty and our property, and yet the government itself is not bound by those laws, do we have a just government? So far, how is our government doing with this test?
My right to tote the weapon of my choice. Don't censor my voice. Hate me if you won't, or love me if you can. If the truth is what you want, then you found your man. I ain't backing down, I ain't backing up. If you think like I think, then crack it on up. I won't back up, I don't
Chris Ann Hall Show. She's Liberty's lobbyist.
You know, a lot of people ask me a lot of questions that I am simply not able to answer. I like to send people to other resources. And my friend Jason Stapleton has an interesting post on February 15th called The Destructive Effects of Tariffs. Tariffs are not something that I study and I consider myself an expert on. But if you're wondering how we solve America's trade disparity with countries like China, or how we address the problems of American companies shipping jobs to Mexico, can you go to jasonstapleton.com and watch his latest episode on the destructive effects of tariffs? And I will tell you that our framers had a limited view on tariffs as well. And so, again, that's jasonstapleton.com, and that's something that I don't cover that people ask me all the time. And so go there and look at that. If you're interested in these tariff things, if you want to know about the exportation of jobs and how we stop that, Jason can help you understand that. But let's apply this test. Are you ready? Just something to think about when applying Madison's test. Dwight and Stephen Hammond are in prison by the federal government for 5 years. What was their crime? Burning grassland in which there were no properties damaged other than the grassland and no persons injured. What about the Bureau of Land Management? Engaging in burns where the people lost land, animals, and property on July 10th, 2012. Oregon landowners, neighbors, and citizens were forced to scramble to save their belongings and their cattle. The ranchers were told to stand down, and if they attempted to stop the fires, they would be arrested. They watched their property destroyed, and some of the ranchers even watched their cattle burn to death. And yet, the Hammonds are in prison for 5 years for burning grass. Ammon Bundy, Ryan Bundy, Cliven Bundy, Blaine Cooper, all in jail on no bond, charged with obstructing a federal officer for protesting the federal overreach of power. 9 others from 2016 and 2014 are in jail under the same charges for protesting the federal overreach of government. Yet, Eric Holder, having been found guilty of federal criminal contempt, evidence presented to Congress that he was a principal to murder of the ATF agents in Fast and Furious, never went to prison, never impeached, now practicing law in a D.C. law firm. Bill Ayers, founder of the Weather Underground. His crimes, the Haymarket Police Memorial Building bombing, broke nearly 100 windows, scattered pieces of statues into the Kennedy Expressway. His crime, the Days of Rage, smashed the windows of a bank and cars. 28 policemen were injured. The New York City arson attacks, 3 gasoline-filled Molotov cocktails exploded in New York City in people's homes and businesses. The Columbia University International School Law Library, bombed with a Molotov cocktail. We also have the planned bombing of the non-commissioned officers' dance at Fort Dix, U.S. Army, where 3 people died. Bill Ayers, never in jail, never committed of a crime, and now he's an advisor to the President of the United States. Al Sharpton, charged with $4.5 million tax evasion, hangs out with politicians and presidents on a regular basis. Hillary Clinton, principal to murder in Benghazi, proof of destruction of evidence and leaking classified documents while Secretary of State, not in prison, yet now a presidential candidate. Something to think about in light of this test. When a government is above the law, The people are below the government. Just the question, America, do we have a just government? Think about it. God bless. See you tomorrow.
Something down if you get in our way.
Here I'm all up doing what I was doing. I am just about done. I know it's 3:19 and you're used to me being here at this time. I ran into some issues today when we were setting up our stuff, and I found out that I cannot have two microphone inputs on my computer. So I was having to deal with that. Because registering on the computer as a line in and as a microphone input are two different things. So it's something I had to figure out the best route to deal with, and I believe I have. And let me get you something to tie you over until I get finished with what I'm doing. Let me see if there's anything new that's any length of time at all. I won't make you watch Alex Jones. I'll throw on John Moore. Let me throw on an episode of John Moore, and I'll probably even be breaking into it. So it probably won't run all the way through. Shouldn't anyway. Let me find the right window. It's only 5 million windows down, I'm sure. What? Aha. Hopefully soon that issue will be fixed as well. Yikes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is J.R. Moore coming to you live from deep in the mountains of the Missouri Ozarks on Thursday, the 18th day of February, year of our Lord 2016. Welcome to the John Moore Show. Prepper tip of the day. I make reference to this frequently as regards the energy cleaner, but the prepper tip of the day has to do with sleep. It's sleep. Sierra, Lima, Echo, Echo, Papa, sleep. If you think you can stay up past 10 p.m. on a regular, frequent basis and be healthy, have optimal health, optimal energy to do the things that you want to do, well, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. You can't fool Mother Nature. I know people who spend lots of time and money getting the best organic and non-GMO food, visiting healthcare professionals, doing things they think will help their health while still staying up past 10 p.m. on most nights. Now, it affects men and women differently, and what we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is called the circadian rhythm. The circadian rhythm. You need at least 6 hours sleep a night, every night. If you stay up past 10 p.m. as a man, it's going to cause harm. If you stay up past 10 p.m. and you're a woman, it's going to cause even more harm. So you're fooling yourself. Attempting to make fun of it or make light of it will do you no good. The only thing that will do you good is to do the things necessary, whatever that might be for you. And just a couple of helpful hints. First of all, we are magnetic, energetic, electromagnetic creatures. Your head should be facing north when you sleep. That will help. The room should be as dark as you can get it. There should be no electrical equipment of any kind within 10 feet of your body. Electric blankets, well, they're fine as a blanket, but don't plug them in. And if you do have one and want to use it, unplug it, warm up the bed with the electric blanket and then unplug it before you get in the bed. You really don't want that energy that close to your body. Silence, of course. Not consuming things within a couple of hours before you want to go to sleep that will cause distress to your sleep. All those things go into getting a good night's rest. And as my wife, Dr. Moore, says, when you sleep is when you heal. So that's your prepper tip of the day. We have a patient waiting in the green room, my friend Tim Spencer. Tim Spencer is a husband, a father, a grandfather, a rancher, a veteran of the U.S. Navy Submarine Corps, and proprietor of the excellent website ruralsurvival.info. Good morning, Tim.
Morning, John. How's the world treating you this morning?
No complaints. Our mild winter continues. Had some cold nights, but no complaints. Did we get enough precip to get the nitrogen in the ground you ranchers are looking for?
Not in my opinion. I'd like to see another snow, a decent one. But, we'll take what we can get.
Well, we will. And south central Missouri is well known for heavy early spring snows. Those heavy, wet snows that last a day or two and they're gone. Right. So you'll probably get what you want.
I hope
that's
so.
In all likelihood you will. Tim, about an hour ago, I was mentioning a new technology to store the sum total of human knowledge on a quartz disk about the size of a quarter. Do you have a chance to check that out?
Yes, I did. It was quite impressive. 360 plus terabytes on that one little disk. It's incredible. It's what they call 5D technology.
Right.
It's very interesting. I had no idea. I mean, I knew we were working on some small stuff, but I had no idea it'd be that small for that kind of large amount of data. That is impressive.
We do know that our ancestors 12,000 years ago, because the evidence is crystal clear and irrefutable, could split the atom. It could split the atom 12,000 years ago. Which I've raised this question publicly several times. We don't know what's sitting in drawers and closets of museums that they think might be trinkets of artwork from those past times that may actually be storage devices for knowledge. I mean, if that quarter-sized disc that is in that article was found even as recently as 20 years ago in some grave from 12,000 years ago, it would have been looked at and numbered and cataloged and photographed and put away as some kind of artful trinket, wouldn't it, Tim?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it definitely would have, John. They wouldn't have known what it was.
Precisely.
But, they're starting to do, from what I understand, and I'm not big on archaeology. I look at articles that are interesting to me once in a while. But from what I understand, a lot of these objects such as that they are finding in archaeological digs are starting to scan with electron microscopes. Now, I don't know if that means they'd be able to figure out if it was data storage device or not, but I do know they're looking that closely at some of these things they're finding.
Well, they need to. And my friend Professor McCanny, he says that 90% of what there is to be found as far as archaeology is yet to be found. I was on the phone yesterday. I was on the phone yesterday with a gentleman who's been to Bosnia. He was in Bosnia 3 years ago in 2013, and he was not aware that the second tallest human-built structure on the planet is in Bosnia. And up until that hotel in Dubai was built a few years ago, it was the tallest human-built structure on the planet, and that's a pyramid in Bosnia in what's called the Valley of the Pyramids. And it wasn't even known to be a human-built structure until about 6 years ago.
Right.
And there's still many mainstream archaeologists who deny it's human-built, but the evidence is growing. With every summer they have a dig there. I believe this coming summer will be year 5 or 6 for a professional archaeological dig on this pyramid in Bosnia. And the evidence I've seen leaves no doubt in my mind that it is, in fact, the second tallest human-built structure on the planet. And the archaeologists studying it say, we don't know who built it, when it was built, or why it was built. And it's... What amazes me, Tim, is, Bosnia is not exactly the darkest, deepest part of Africa or the Amazon jungle. This is Central Europe, where there's been high levels of knowledge and education and exploration going back nearly 2,000 years. And it was unknown, and it took modern technology to even figure out what this thing was. It was unknown. People lived around this thing for many, many centuries, thinking it was boy, look at that really big hill over there.
Right. Well, there's also one that's been fairly recently discovered. I don't remember, 10 years or so, in the Crimea, where Russia took over that territory. And from what I understand, the Russian academics were quite interested in it once the area was secured. And now it's a protected area.
Another pyramid? Another
pyramid, yeah.
Well, that seems to be the most common structure on the face of the earth when it comes to human-built structures, is the pyramid. Is something found on every continent, and we've yet to know what's been found in the Antarctic, don't we?
Yeah, we have no way of knowing it at this point in time, other than what's just on the surface that satellites can see.
Well, I mean what's been found and not revealed to the public.
Right, yeah, there's no way of knowing at this point. But I've got a feeling they probably have found some interesting stuff.
Oh, yes. There was, 4,000 people at McMurdo Bay?
I honestly don't know, John.
I believe that's
really don't know the number.
3,500, 4,000. Well, how many people does it take to take ice core samples and count penguins? That's my question.
Right.
There's a lot more going on down there than we know publicly. And it's the most difficult place for a civilian not connected with serious academic credentials to get to. You can't book a flight on a commercial airline and book a room at Holiday Inn in the Antarctic, can you?
Not to my knowledge, John, but I bet it's coming.
Well, we shall see. Tim, we talked also a few minutes ago about the Bible Code as it applies to, I sort of say, General Justice Scalia. Have you had a chance to look into that yet?
I didn't find anything in my normal sources, but a lot of times on my sources, the high confidence places where Torah codes are listed, I don't see anything yet. That doesn't mean it won't be out in a week or so, but I don't see anything yet.
Right. Well, the Torah Code is a fascinating thing. And when I read 3 books, this would have been in the mid-'90s when I was doing my radio show in St. Louis, around 95, 96, and along there, 97. And I interviewed the author of one of those books, and a lot of people, I thought it would help convince atheists of the veracity of the Bible, but I turned out that was wrong. Whatever entity was responsible for writing the original Hebrew Old Testament, that level of intelligence surpasses anything we modern human beings have, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. In fact, it would be absolutely impossible with today's technology to generate a Torah code, especially one in as many dimensions as the Torah code is in. We don't have the technology to do it right now.
Well, we don't. And one of the books mentioned now, a cryptologist is a man or woman who makes their living in the world of cryptology, which is encryption used by the intelligence services, banks, governments, and so forth. And there was a Jewish atheist, and many adult Jews are atheists, the ones I've known anyway, many of them are, cryptologists who worked for the CIA, who was given a challenge. The challenge being to use the same programs that he uses at the CIA for cryptology, encryption and decryption, to run that against the original Hebrew text of the Old Testament, the Torah. And he took that challenge, and with delight, thinking, well, here's another way I can disprove all these silly believers of the Bible and disprove this theory. And that's the attitude he had going into it. Much to his dismay, he found just the opposite, that when he used the CIA's computer programs for decryption of encrypted material, he found, oh my goodness, there really are hidden messages in here. And so the Doubting Thomas, who by definition, cryptologists are highly trained mathematicians and computer IT people, aren't they, Tim?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
at that level.
Yeah,
if you
I've
got a job,
known several in my lifetime.
Right. If you got a job working at the CIA as a cryptologist, you probably have at least a master's, possibly a PhD in mathematics and information technology, wouldn't you, Tim?
That would be my guess. I don't know that for a fact, but that would absolutely be my guess.
Right. You may squeeze in the door as a rookie with a bachelor's degrees in those areas, but regardless, these men and women are highly trained, very bright, high IQ men and women. And the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is the original Hebrew text of the Torah, the Old Testament, does in fact have hidden messages in it that it's a fascinating area. Like I say, I've read 3 books on it. It is real. It's real science, isn't it, Tim? It's not make-believe.
Oh, it absolutely is. In fact, my good friend Barry Rothman is one of the leading, if not the leading Torah code researcher in the world. And, if he finds something, you can bet I pay attention, because I know it's either, prove something in the past or prove something in the future, of course, which is much harder. You have to know what to look for. But absolutely, I fully, completely believe in it.
Now, it's been said, and I agree with the statement, that the original Hebrew text of the Torah, the Old Testament, is actually also a hologram, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, it's dimensional. I guess you would call it a hologram, but I do know it's dimensional. And I don't think they found all the dimensions of it yet.
Well, possibly not. But one way I look at it is, imagine the pages of the Torah being black letters on clear glass, lined up precisely, one behind the other. I don't know how many 100 pages it is, where you can see. And
also, you can imagine it as the same thing in glass cylinders, John.
Well, that's another way to look at it, and it's real easy to get your brain upside down and backwards, isn't it?
It is.
But there's now computer programs written that us barefoot peasants, if we choose to, can analyze this for ourselves, aren't there?
Yeah, and at least what they call equidistant letter skip. We definitely got layman computer programs for that. Absolutely. Now, some of the things that look at multiple dimensions at once, I'm not aware of. Stuff being available for the general public, but it is coming.
Well, that's interesting to know. Tim, before the break here, tell us about the alerts that ruralsurvival.info puts out, what they are, how people can subscribe, if you would, please.
Sure, buddy. Well, what the alerts are is a system that you and I use to let our subscribers know what's going on, things that the mainstream media isn't covering, or things that the mainstream media has absolutely got wrong, and also that have a chance of having a significant effect on our subscribers' lives. To sign up, you go to ruralsurvival.info. There's a red link top left at every page. Click on that link. It says alerts, and that takes you to a page where you can subscribe. The cost is $1 per month. We use PayPal because that way people don't have to worry about making a payment every month. It's just a subscription, and $1 automatically comes off of a person's credit card or debit card a month. And, of course, they can quit anytime they want. So that's basically what it is.
Well, good. And it's certainly worthwhile. I'm always getting emails and questions. John, put me on an email list. Well, guess what? John doesn't have an email list. If I have an alert, it goes out through ruralsurvival.info. Here's our break. The call number is 800-313-9443. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. J.R. Moore here on Thursday, the 18th of February, visiting with Tim Spencer, the proprietor of ruralsurvival.info. Tim, getting back to something we talked about earlier, this little sliver of quartz, the size of a quarter, a 25-cent coin, that can has storage space for the sum total of human knowledge. There's no end to this, is there, in terms of what can be done in how small a space, is there?
No, well, there's got to eventually there's got to be an end to it.
Well, you're thinking like
the item will be so small that once you get down to a molecular level, I don't think you can go much smaller than that.
Well, you're thinking like a human being with the limitations of our little brains.
That's
and
true.
the people
I admit it.
Well, yeah, and I frequently tell people you're thinking like an American when they're trying to analyze geopolitical matters. Say, for example, will China attack us, their biggest trading partner? I say, you're thinking like an American.
Right, exactly.
Let's talk. We have a couple minutes here. China is our biggest trading partner, and China receives tremendous revenue from the United States. So why would they attack the United States? Well, my response to that is, this is the same country that murdered 20 million of their own people, their own Chinese people, to achieve their communist goals. Exactly. So if they would murder 20 million of their own people to achieve their goals, why wouldn't they murder Americans to achieve their communist goals? And nobody has a response to that, Tim.
Well, they absolutely would. If we push them into enough of a corner, if they feel like they have lost face enough, we can expect to get attacked. But I just don't know what that...
That's a good analysis. I agree with your analysis. However, there's another analysis, and that is what they're willing to give up in order to achieve their goal. They're willing to give up 20 million of their own citizens to achieve the goal of communism. Are they willing to give up money? What's the comparison of giving up mere money compared to giving up the lives of 20 million of their own people to achieve their goals?
Exactly, John.
And that looks, that's the comparison I make. The Politburo of China, which there's about a dozen or 20 families in China that could pay off the American national debt. By the way, there's some incredibly wealthy people in China. Don't fool yourselves. And as far as they're concerned, the 21st century is the Chinese century. They feel like they
may well be right.
Right. They feel like they've been oppressed by Western powers now for a better part of 200 years, which they have been, the British and so forth. And they've had enough. And you don't know what racism is till you've been around Chinese, by the way. You really don't have a clue what racism is till you've been around Chinese. Just ask them. They're the most attractive, the most intelligent, the most athletic people on the planet. Just ask them and you'll find out real quick. And the way they treat other Asians as subhuman, Vietnamese, Koreans, Japanese, all other Asians are subhuman and not worthy of hardly breathing God's good clean air, according to the Chinese.
Well, you're exactly right, John. It is a completely different culture. How do I think this? Any culture that will kill as many people as they have killed, I mean, as far as number of deaths, they're probably worse than, the Muslim ideology. But they are definitely
in terms of body count, no, absolutely. In terms of pure body count, it's kind of ironic that the face of evil is always Adolf Hitler. Who, if you measure evil by body count, Hitler was a minor player, junior varsity compared to Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. What was it? Stalin killed, 40 million of his own people over a 25-year period, I think it was?
Yeah, our trusted and respected ally in World War II, oppressing the evil Adolf Hitler. That's right. Oh, we aren't taught real history, are we, Tim?
No, sounds like we got bottom hour break.
We have a break. We'll be talking about our favorite product, the energy cleaner. Stay tuned.
are tuned in to the Republic Broadcasting Network. Visit our website by going to republicbroadcasting.org.
Recent events have shown just how vulnerable we are to deadly viruses, bacteria, and fungus. These diseases are...
Discussions with my friend, the manufacturer of the energy cleaner, Mr. Tom Berryhill, giving us our disclaimer. Good morning, Tom.
Hi, John. Good morning. We're not doctors or medical professionals. We don't diagnose, treat, or cure any illness or disease. The information discussed today is for your education and entertainment only. If you have a medical condition requiring treatment, you should utilize the services of a medical doctor, chiropractor, or other competent practitioner.
Thank you, sir. Well, I got a note from Dr. Fred a few days ago, Tim, and he says he never tires of hearing your story. And
really?
For a healthcare professional, for Dr. Fred's a medical doctor, of course. They spend their working life dealing with people and all their health conditions and health issues. But I don't know how he feels about it, other than I know many people tell me that it's very heartwarming and very motivating to hear your story about how a man can go from being a pretty much an invalid to having a full, healthy, normal, productive life like you've done these past 5.5 years. And it is very motivating and very heartwarming to hear your story. And that's why we do repeat it so frequently, because it's the nature of radio that every Thursday when we do this, there's people who've never heard you before, and they need to hear you.
Very true.
Yeah, and for those who get tired of it, well, go get a cup of coffee and come back at the top of the hour. But seriously, you continue to improve. There's something new every week in your life in terms of things you can do now that you couldn't before, revelations of and nuances of your health improving, isn't there, Tim?
Yeah, there is. There is. Now, it's not as dramatic now as it was 5 years ago, by no manner of means. I know for a fact I will never be 100% completely pain-free. There's just too much damage. But compared to what I was 5 years ago, it's like I've got literally a brand new lease on life. There's no question about that. I feel so much better.
And your wife has her husband back, and
right.
mind, body, and spirit, because you couldn't get out of bed frequently without her helping you.
Correct.
She didn't have, you weren't there completely physically. You weren't there completely mentally, because the pain meds slowed down your brain, didn't they, Tim?
Exactly. And I was on a lot of pain meds. That I'm off of them completely now. 2 reasons. One, I don't need them nearly as much as I did. The other reason is the VA coming up with all these weird rules, thanks to the DEA deciding that the last one I was on, which was tramadol, was now a controlled substance. So, and they classified it as a narcotic, which is absolutely ridiculous. But that's
there's Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3, and Schedule 4. Schedule 1 being the most serious and most dangerous as far as abuse, street value, and addiction, and Schedule 4 being the least dangerous. So they moved it up to Schedule 1, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think that's what they did. Now, I'm fine with that. I'm doing okay without pain medicine. I take some naproxen or something like that, 2 or 3 times a week if I feel like I need it. I try to catch it before I really start hurting. Otherwise, the naproxen won't work. But compared to 24/7, hurting to breathe, constant pain, sleeping an hour a night, maybe, sometimes 2, compared to that, I'm in heaven, buddy.
Right. Well, it's first time I ran across an adult who could not sit down without pain. I was a bit shocked and amazed. It was an investigation I was conducting, and the person swore under oath that they could not sit down more than 10 or 15 minutes without pain, and it never occurred to me that such a thing was even possible.
Oh,
but,
yeah,
in your case, it is possible, isn't it? And that's exactly where you were, weren't you?
Oh, yeah. Couldn't sit down, couldn't lay down. The only thing that made the pain tolerable, believe it or not, was walking. That's the only thing I could do to even slightly relieve the pain, which I know makes no sense, but for me, that's what did it.
And that first expo in September, 5.5 years ago, I did notice you kept walking back and forth.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Because that relieved the pain slightly.
Right. Well, I didn't know why at the time. I noticed you were doing it, and I noticed I had these hard surface wood stools, and you would sit down, but never more than 5 or 10 minutes, it seemed like.
Right. Exactly. I was miserable, John. I was absolutely miserable. And I will never be able to thank you enough for giving me that energy cleaner.
Well, you certainly put on a good game face to conceal that from people who just met you and didn't know any better. It wasn't all that obvious, but to somebody like myself, by then I'd known you several years, and I could tell that you were in pain. But now here we are, 5.5 years past that. You were at a point now, and let's back up a bit.
Yeah.
For the new listeners who haven't heard your story before, you suffered 2 very traumatic incidents on 2 different tours on U.S. Navy nuclear-powered submarines, didn't you? Back in 1985 time frame. Tell us about those 2 incidents.
I think. Well, basically, the one that really has caused me the most problem in my mind is where I fell on what's called a ladder. In other words, what I guess people would think of as a gangway between the submarine tender and the submarine itself. And me and another man were carrying a large heavy weight. There was a little bit of frost on the ladder, and when I got down to about 3rd step from the bottom, I slipped and fell backwards. I was on the bottom, and the cruise box, which is a big 2 foot by 2 foot by 4 foot metal box full of manuals and service records and stuff like that, landed on me, and my lower back hit the last step going to the submarine, and my upper back hit the missile deck. And needless to say, I got a significant injury. I cracked L5 and F1, and they both healed wrong.
I guess maybe this just obviously just went past my brain here all these years. That was a ladder type device between a ship, a surface ship, and a submarine where this accident took place.
That's correct. Yes.
Oh, with both of them going up and down independently of the other.
No, this was in the Cooper River in Charleston. There was no wave action. It was just a slippery morning. No, none at all.
A slippery morning. Yeah. Okay. Where we go?
Yeah. In other words, everything had dew and frost on it, and there's nothing slicker, in my opinion, than wet steel.
Wet frosty steel. I've ended up on my rear end a few times and walking across wet frosty steel, so I know exactly what you're talking about. And then, of course, the other injury. Tell us about that.
Well, I was somehow, to this day, I don't know for sure how. I've got some suspicions, but I got a very large dose of ionizing radiation over a period of several months. I don't know how it happened. Nobody knows how it happened. But the thing that made me mad was that nobody told me that, we wear devices or wore devices called TLDs, thermoluminescent detectors that measure radiation. And there's only a certain amount you're allowed to get. It's called a lifetime exposure limit, and mine was raised, I want to say it was 9 times. It was at least 7 or 8, though. And, that did me a lot of damage, and because of that, I had all kinds of problems. In fact, every problem I've got, diabetes, heart, and all that, they consider a service-related condition because my pancreas getting killed off is what's caused all my other problems, according to them.
Right. And the doctors told you, young sailor, you will forever be a diabetic because your pancreas is, for all intents and purposes, dead, didn't they?
Yeah, but that didn't happen. Let's get timeline right. It was the early 80s when I got that exposure. And I even had a corpsman tell me then, he said, Spencer, in 20 years or so, you're going to have problems. And almost, it was 2001 that I became a diabetic. So it was like 19 years or 18 years, something like that. But it was all well documented in my medical records. So that was one thing that was no problem, as far as getting to VA to take care of.
Okay. Well, now here we are in 2016. Your insulin you take is how much compared to what it was 5.5 years ago?
About 75% of what it was. I had to go up a little bit because I'll tell you, John, that heart surgery I had took a lot out of me. And, I'm only about 75% back to where I was before it. And that was 2 years ago. I'm hoping I get back to 100%. I'm trying awful hard. But because I'm not doing as much physically as I was, just because of energy level, not pain, that I've had to increase my dose slightly here in the past year or so.
All right. Oh, gentlemen, we got a caller here. We're going to call her Glenn in Philadelphia. Good morning, Glenn.
Good morning, John. Good morning, Tim. Ups. I think I may have messed up. Are you guys doing the energy cleaner right now for this half hour?
That's what we're talking about. Yep.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was going to talk about something you were talking about in the first half hour. I'm sorry.
Why don't you call after the top of the hour break, Glenn?
I'm so sorry about that. Bye-bye.
No sweat, GI. No sweat, GI. Well, Tom, you're the manufacturer. You worked with the original inventor. There's some knockoffs out there, wannabes for the energy cleaner, and I guess there's some people that research these things, attempting to find a different version or a less expensive version. But the energy cleaner is the original that you worked with Lee Kroc to develop, isn't it, Tom?
Well, it's as close to the original as we could get, John. The early original units were built into wooden boxes. You mentioned that occasionally, and they plugged in the wall. So you needed a wall outlet to operate them, even though they had batteries. The electronics was powered by 120 volts. So I contacted Lee Kroc when I first heard about him and told him I could turn his idea into a commercial product if he would give me the long-term manufacturing rights. And so here we are today, nearly 16 years later. It'll be 16 years next month. And I turned it into a portable unit that was self-contained and very long battery life. And that's what we do. Yes, there's some knockoffs, but that's with any product. I mean, you can't hardly do anything nowadays without somebody copying it, and they always will make it cheaper. They'll say cheaper.
Right.
But,
well, you get what you pay for. And
absolutely. And we've made many improvements. Although the version that we have now, except for some cosmetic changes a couple of years ago, it's actually the same operating system, software, and all of that is the same that we've been using for 10 years. It's a proven technology and a proven design. And we have hundreds, if not thousands, of people that have been helped by this technology. It is in the thousands, John. I mean, it's in 10,000. There's over 10,000 people out there that have these units.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah, a lot of people have been getting benefit from it. And then of course, we went into the agricultural side of things. So we're working with that as well.
Well, we have a gardening class. My preparedness group is sponsoring a gardening class the last Saturday of this month, and I'll have an energy cleaner there with me and be working with the instructor to do his own experiment with the energy cleaner and the seedlings that he'll be working with, so that everybody has a chance to get this knowledge here at the local level. And this is the time. Now, Tim, you're going to have a garden out this year, correct?
Yeah, in fact, today I've got one of the small gardens by my duck pen. I'm going to be tearing the ground up on that today. I don't know if I'll get it all done. It's only about 35 feet by 10 or 12 feet. But I'm going to be raking it out, turning the soil, all get a little bit of lime, a little bit of fertilizer, work it in. And so, yeah, I'll be actually starting today to get the ground ready. I'm going to hook up that energy cleaner to seedlings before I have that done.
Okay. Well, you've used the energy cleaner with seedlings before, and you were shocked at the seedlings growing twice as fast as they normally would. Are you going to be using it this year for anything?
Yes, I am. Actually, yes, I am. In fact, my daughter and I she found a way. Now, this is getting off the subject of the energy cleaner just a hair, but we're going to try something we saw, which is getting the Miracle Grow bags of potting soil, the 50-pound bags. We're just going to get 2 of them this year. And what people are doing, they're putting little slits in these bags and starting their seeds in there. And actually, throughout the entire growing season, you can have this 50-pound bag on a table or something and, grow your whatever vegetables you are. I think she said we're going to try beets. And then you can actually, if you have them on a table, you can actually pick them up. If a heavy thunderstorm or hail or whatever comes, bring them up on the porch so they don't get damaged. And we're going to try that this year just as an experiment and see what happens.
Well, good. And I know you'll be reporting to us the results of your experimentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the energy cleaner is $285, shipping included. I do offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. Most new purchasers these days also get a factory-made fitted washable mattress pad to go with their energy cleaner. It's a great combination, very comfortable, and very effective, isn't it, Tim?
Oh, yeah, it's so much better than that aluminum screen. Just laying on it, and I toss and turn a lot at night, and I was 1 or 2 times a year at least, I was having to replace that screen, and I had it underneath a quilt on my bed.
Right. Yeah, elbows and knees are what break up that screen wire. The screen wire is not engineered to deal with elbows and knees. It's meant to be on the window. So the factory-made pad is very nice, very comfortable. I have some in stock for every size right now. And of course, the small pad, the travel pad, I use it when I travel. Just put it on the seat. A lot of over-the-road truck drivers, they sit on the energy cleaner signal, don't they, Tom? Here's our break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Homeowners, are you in foreclosure, expecting to be served with a foreclosure lawsuit, or suspect your lender has coerced you into an illegal mortgage transaction? A huge number of mortgages made in the last 10 years have legal issues and are possibly defective. State laws and the U.S. Supreme Court have upheld that defective mortgage documents are grounds for foreclosure defense and for counterclaims in favor.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. J.R. Moore here on Thursday, the 18th February. Before the break, I was talking about how you can buy the energy cleaner. And I need to remind people, it's not a Rife machine. It's not a frequency generator. It's not a TINS unit. Tom, people always ask these questions, don't they?
They do all the time, John. There's no frequencies involved. It's the purest form of energy on the planet. It's direct current. It's DC current. And we switch to polarity on a regular schedule.
Right.
People have compared it with magnetic mattress pads, which work pretty good, but with a magnetic pad, you get one polarity for the duration of use, and then your body has to reach equilibrium throughout the day to come back the other way. Now, what we do is give you 10 complete cycles of positive and negative per hour. So you have 3 minutes of positive, 3 minutes of negative. There's a complete cycle, and this is repeated constantly. And then we also have a special algorithm that is encoded in software that gives another healing signal during the transition from positive to negative. It's a proprietary thing that we do, and it's worked out quite well. So that's how it works. And, in nature, everything, goes one way, it has to come back the other way. The magnetic products only give you one polarity. Then you're on your own throughout the day to try to come back the other way and let your body readjust, and then you go back to that mattress pad at night. Well, with the energy cleaner, you get a complete cycle every 6 minutes. Therefore, you have 10 complete cycles in an hour. And just think about how long you're sleeping and how many of those healing cycles you're getting.
Right. So. Well, and of course, I offer something that very few people do, healthcare professionals. I offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on the energy cleaner. And so if you don't get the relief you're looking for, just box it up and ship it back, and I refund your money. Pretty simple, isn't it, Tom?
That's right, and there's very few people that will offer anything like that in the health field. So any type of healing, pain relief, doctors' offices, hospitals, they don't offer anything like that.
Well, this is your heads up, ladies and gentlemen. You're sick and tired of being sick and tired, literally. Check out the energy cleaner at my website, thelibertyman.com. I have a toll-free hour line 24 hours a day. Here it is, 800-592-9543. I say again, 800-592-9543. Yes, I do take PayPal, the most secure way to make any purchase online. MasterCard, Visa, American Express, Diners Club. Checks can be sent to my address at thelibertyman.com. Tom, we're pretty much out of time this half hour. As always, I thank you for being with me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, John, and I would encourage everybody to consider any agricultural uses for this technology. The growing season's going to start pretty soon. It's time to get with it. I think they'll really see some increase in their vegetable production.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tom. I'll be in touch privately. Tim, any final words about the energy cleaner before this top of the hour break?
Well, the one thing I'd like to say, talking about agricultural.
All right, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. J.R. Moore here on Thursday, the 18th day of February. Prepper tip of the day. It's a health-related prepper tip. Has to do with something absolutely foundational. That is sleep. Sleep. Sierra Lima, Echo, Echo, Papa, sleep. There's something called a circadian rhythm. And as I frequently say, you can't fool Mother Nature. You may think and believe you can stay up past 10 p.m. on a regular basis and still have a healthy, full, productive life, having optimal health and optimal energy. Well, you're wrong. You can't and you won't. It's not going to happen. You're fooling yourself, but you can't fool Mother Nature. So here's the deal. For men, staying up past 10 p.m. is harmful to their health on a regular basis if they do it. For women, it's much more harmful. Seriously, it is. Unless and until you get your circadian rhythm squared away, which means going to bed about 10 p.m. and waking up about 6 a.m., give or take a little, you never, ever will have optimal health, energy, and well-being. You can't and you won't. That's an absolute statement, and it is absolute for a very good reason, because the circadian rhythm is not optional. So here's some helpful hints. First of all, we are energetic, electrical magnetic beings, and you will have better sleep and more sound sleep if you sleep with your head facing north. That's a truism. You need a very dark room. You need a very quiet room. You need a room with no electrical equipment within 10 feet of your body. All those things play into it. A cool room. 68 degrees is a good temperature, maybe a little cooler, but not much warmer. Do not sleep with an electric blanket turned on, please. Don't cause that harm to yourself. That's another energy field you're creating, which is a harmful energy field. Of course, the energy cleaner will help. The energy cleaner will help. Almost everybody gets a better night's sleep when they sleep on that signal. I know I use mine every night. So that's your prepper tip of the day. Study up, do your research, figure out what the circadian rhythm is and why it's important and why it is not optional. We have Tim Spencer with us, the proprietor of ruralsurvival.info. And Tim, I know you had sleep issues for many years, and it's better now, usually, than it used to be, isn't it, Tim?
Oh, yeah, it's much better now than it used to be. I still have sleep issues, but not because of massive pain like it used to be. So, yeah, I feel much better getting much more sleep, believe me.
I bet you do. We have our caller who called in last hour back with us, Glenn from Philadelphia. Good morning, Glenn.
Hello, Jim. Sir. Okay, I am back.
Good.
Oh, since you were talking about sleeping, comfort issues, I'll just that for a second before I pose my other question. And that is sleeping. One bad habit I had gotten into was going to bed listening to talk radio, and people leave TV sets on and stuff like that. Very bad for your brain. Your brain is trying to rest. It's trying to do dream sleep. It's trying to do delta waves and theta waves and stuff like that. And when you busy your brain with those other extraneous stimuli, it really prevents restful sleep.
I agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I would definitely put that.
Well, plus you're putting all that, whatever topic is being discussed on a talk radio, if you really are asleep with that still going, it's going directly into your subconscious mind, which is not necessarily the best thing to be doing, Glenn.
Yeah, exactly. You're having bad dreams. Patriot Radio is usually talking about depressing things. The other comfort issue, I'm out walking a dog right now. When we've had this colder weather, I don't know if you guys have this in Missouri where you are, but we seem to frequently have this damp quality in the air, the high humidity, and cold index. Now they talk about the wind chill and cold index, and then this damp quality to the air permeates everything. You can feel it even in the house, even if your house is the right temperature. You can feel that humidity. It's very that can make it much more uncomfortable. When it's a dry cold, it's not nearly so darn bad, but I just thought I'd bring that in. It causes my hands to get real dry when we have this cold set in. So,
right.
That's the other comfort.
Do you have is your cold in Philadelphia a damp cold or a dry cold?
It's been damp of late, and that's because we're only 90 minutes from the Jersey coast, and we have two major rivers, so Philadelphia tends to be pretty humid. But
Philadelphia is connected to the ocean. Philadelphia Naval Yard, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
I'm often struck by the similarities between Philadelphia and St. Louis, both older industrial cities on rivers, across with a state border. Right, the river, it's a state border, and right across the river you have a somewhat blighted, poverty-stricken city across the river. And they're almost in the same latitude, too. So the parallels between St. Louis and Philadelphia are striking. Anyway, the question I originally called in about was you were talking about ancient civilizations during the first half of the first hour. And I think about these, you talked about these technologies. I think about it references in the Indian epic poem, the Mahabharata, to the Vimana flying machines and setting off bombs with all the power of the sun that destroy things. But my question about these technologies, is just these ancient civilizations having technologies, is where are the remnants of the glass and the metal alloys and the plastic polymers, all the things that we make that, somebody will be able to excavate some deeply buried garbage dump thousands of years in the future and say, boy, this society was a mess. Look at all the crap in their dumps and stuff. Where's all the stuff that would seem to go along with technologically advanced society? Has there been enough time for it to all?
The events that wiped out those societies were so thorough and so complete that not much is left. Professor McCanny mentions, for example, remnants of a city, and you can still see the remnants of the streets and foundations where 20 million people lived on the coast of Peru. And of course, the irrefutable evidence of our ancestors splitting the atom is still readily recognized in Saudi Arabia and the Arabian Peninsula, for example. The hundreds of acres of green glass that's still radioactive, covering the desert. The portions of the place in Pakistan, Kashmir, where the nuclear weapons went off, and they still sell trinkets in the local souvenir shops commemorating the event. It's hard to imagine, and Glenn, I'm sure 12,000 years ago, just like now, 80% of civilization was within 80 to 100 miles of these oceans and are now under the oceans. And we're now finding the remnants of those. In fact, if you go to Google Earth, you'll find sections right off the coast of the United States that are blocked out. Shallow areas where if it wasn't blocked out, you would see a lot of right angles, which angles typically don't occur in nature very frequently, and where remnants of roads and buildings.
Megalithic structures and all this sort of thing. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering where the 2-liter soda bottles and their car windshields and their stainless steel whatevers are. It's like I guess they didn't have that much of the kind of consumerism. I figured there'd be some sort of evidence of conduits, of pipes, or rebar and stuff like that, but apparently
it's funny. Tim may be aware of this. There's a lake in China that the level of the lake has dropped down recently, and there's all these pipes sticking up out of the lake. They're prehistoric pipes. Tim, tell us about that. You've seen those photos.
Well, all I've seen is one picture. I've heard about it more, and that was actually a couple of years ago. You'd probably be the better one to talk about that. I don't even remember where it's at in China, other than the fact that it is a fact that it exists.
Right. And in addition, there's well-documented evidence of human-made objects being found inside lumps of coal, which... And Glenn, you're probably aware of that.
Some of that stuff. Apparently, they weren't dumb enough to build a bunch of nuclear reactors on fault lines either, because there would still be like these coriums, like underground, just like Fukushima or something. So apparently, there isn't that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's fast. It's a fascinating topic, and obviously there was stuff there. But I'm always, I was thinking like, I'm hoping somebody dredges up some sort of car or airplane or something that's sealed in concrete or something somewhere, But anyway, all right, that's all. I just wanted to broach that topic, that's all.
Well,
thanks.
Well, thank you, Glenn.
Okay.
There was a model of a airplane found in pure gold in one of the digs down in South America, and it showed an aircraft with swept wings, which apparently the modern aerospace engineers it had not occurred to them before they saw this gold model to do a swept wing for a jet aircraft, did it, Tim?
Apparently not. Now, I do know they made a model of this plane, not the actual one, but they made a model of it and put it in a wind tunnel and found out it was highly efficient aerodynamically, which, I found that quite interesting. Here's something many thousands of years old, and they put it in a wind tunnel, and it worked.
Right. Absolutely. Well, there's a lot to be found. Professor McKinney says that 90% to be found has yet to be found. So
I agree.
Yeah,
one other
absolutely.
thing, John, that I can talk about personally that I've seen, you've heard about what they call the Bimini Road, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, now I have personally been on, diving right on top of that, actually snorkeling. I've seen it. And to me, everybody, there's a lot of people saying it's natural. John, I'm telling you, there's no way that is natural. Now, I'm not a geologist, but it looks like, a road made with blocks cut at right angles. That's not natural.
Right. There's a state park in Arkansas called Petit Jean, with the French spelling Petit Jean, where apparently there was a landslide, rock slide of some sort that revealed what appears to be the remnants of an ancient man-made dam that may be concrete. I've yet to get down there and do my own analysis of it. I first learned about that from one of Jonathan Gray's books. Jonathan Gray, of course, being the New Zealand archaeologist who I've interviewed Jonathan Gray several times. Dr. Deagle, I think, interviews him about once a week or so. And there's a whole area of archaeology that's kind of generically called forbidden archaeology, or sometimes hidden archaeology. I've got in my private collection probably 5 or 6 well-done books on the topic, and I'm sure there's many others that I haven't got and haven't read yet. But that's a whole area of expertise, a whole area of study. The foremost, the 2 best that I know in that area are Jonathan Gray and Michael Cremo. Are the 2 that I respect and follow the most in that area of expertise. And of course, Steve Quayle, and I know Steve, I've interviewed Steve on my show. Steve Quayle has a section of his website devoted to that. Steve Quayle's written books about ancient giants. Locally here in Crawford County, there's a well-known story about an 8-foot-tall human skeleton found in a cave. The Smithsonian came in, recovered the remains, never to be heard of again.
Exactly. And they've done that all over North America, John. You know,
really?
Right
I'm shocked.
Yeah, they've done it out there. I want to say it's New Mexico. It might have been Arizona, but they unloaded a whole cave full of those ancient skeletons. There was, and I think it was in the 1890s or very early 1900s I've read about. But my problem is I read so much that sometimes I confuse facts unintentionally. But I'm pretty sure, I know it was out west, these mummies or skeletons had red-haired, 7, 8, 9 feet tall, that range, and the Smithsonian swooped in and claimed it all, and that was the end of that.
Yes, well, that's their reputation. It reminds me of the first movie with Harrison Ford, where he's the archaeologist, Indiana Jones, where the box containing the artifact is put in this massive warehouse and never to be seen again. Smithsonian probably maintains warehouses like that, don't you think?
I would say they almost have to. As many stories as I've read about stuff they've taken or stolen, depending on which side of it you're on, they've got to have huge storage depots somewhere.
Well, they do. They probably have several. And that's their reputation. One of the more fascinating stories involving the Smithsonian is the man-made tunnels down in Arizona, which one portion of them come out on the north rim of the Grand Canyon, which is absolutely off limits to the general public. If you try to go there, you will be arrested. I know there's another entrance at Hoover Dam, and a gentleman I know personally, local guy, went there with 99 other men. They were all soldiers, U.S. Army. He was an intelligence analyst, just like I was. They split up into 50 two-man teams with ATVs, cameras, measuring devices, various surveying instruments, and spent a full day going through those tunnels, taking photographs, measurements, and doing the analytical assignments that they'd been given. His particular assignment was to measure and photograph and document the boreholes about the right size for a modern fiber optic cable, about 2.5, 3 inches in diameter. And he and I still have to talk in greater detail about what he found and observed that day. But the distance between Hoover Dam and the north rim of the Grand Canyon, as a crow flies, is about 50 miles, Tim.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that far. I knew they were many miles, but I had no idea it was that much.
Oh, yes. Now, Stone Age people without the ability to smelt metal aren't going to do that kind of work. That's simply not going to happen, Jim. That's not going to happen.
No, you're correct.
And when the first Caucasians, modern man, found that, which was about 100 years ago, and there was a local newspaper article about it, there were ancient Egyptian artifacts found in these tunnels also, which tell me, first of all, that the ancient Egyptians were that far into the heart of our country. There's other evidence of ancient Egyptians. In fact, there was a Native American tribe in the Northeast who kept records in hieroglyphics, of all things.
Give us a call today at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co. Roberts & Roberts Brokerage, when you're serious about precious.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. J.R. Moore here on Thursday, the 18th of February. Tim, before we get to our next caller, tell us about rural survival .info and how a person can become an author there, if you would, please.
Sure. Well, what ruralsurvival.info is a website that was originally started to provide a source of information for people in rural areas, because at the time we started this site 7 years or so ago, there wasn't that much info out there. There is now. But anyway, it's just a site for research for, the average Joe to use, well-written articles. We have many authors, many of them are PhDs, many of them have extensive history in this environment. If somebody wanted to write an article that would be helpful to other people, just email me, office@ruralsurvival.info, office@ruralsurvival.info, and we'll talk. And it's that simple.
Okay, it is. Our next caller is Susan in Virginia. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
It was interesting that you mentioned the Smithsonian. I remember way back when we got our weekly readers. And of course,
yes.
Remember the one that had a huge photograph, and it was the river when it was, they had a drought or something, so the bottom of the river showed, and it clearly showed in stone human footprints.
Oh, yes.
Or prints. Did you get that weekly reader?
Well, I used to get it. I don't remember that weekly reader, but I've seen photographs of human footprints in solid stone, and with the same stone nearby, dinosaur footprints, by the way, and also human footprints, shoe prints, which in solid stone, where you can see the stitching around the edge of the shoe print.
Next to dinosaur prints?
Yeah.
I don't remember if that one was near dinosaur prints, but I have seen human shoe prints in solid stone where you could see the stitching around the edge.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, it's interesting because the Smithsonian came down and had cranes lift that rock up because it was a pretty big rock. Long and wide. Anyhow, they lifted that layer of rock up and took it away, never to be seen again. What piqued my interest that you mentioned on the radio show was, in fact, Jim McCanney brought it to my attention, about the cities under the sea. When the water rose. Well, you said they whited it out. Well, they didn't get it all. Because if you look on Chesapeake Bay, right near me, just south of Popular Island, it's quite clear the right angles, and in fact, you can see little mounds of the covered over with silt buildings. And then as you go north, you can see little clusters of right angle buildings everywhere.
Right.
Because I didn't notice until, I thought it was a little strange. But when Jim McCanney brought it up a couple of years ago, a few more years than that, I went and looked. And lo and behold, yes, they whited it out. But not all of it. So check it out.
That's funny. We really appreciate the call, Susan. Anything else?
No, that's about it, gentlemen. Have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
John, on that subject, just recently, I would say in the past 2 weeks or so, I want to say it was China, but I might be wrong, they found a dinosaur footprint with a human footprint inside of it. And to me, that's proof conclusive that, people were here when the dinosaurs were.
Well,
how do you,
of course.
how do you get that kind of a print?
Right. Right. Well, that's the only way that could happen. It's a fascinating area. The whole thing's fascinating. Archaeology has two jobs. One is to recover ancient technology. The other is to keep us from finding out about it.
Right.
And I should say a third aspect is the preservation of the theory, and it will always and forever be a theory of Darwinian evolution, that one species can evolve and become another species, which there is no evidence of ever having and never will be. And here's our break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
1-800-313-9443. That's 1-800-313-9443. And thanks for listening to RBN.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. J.R. Moore here on Thursday, the 18th of February. My website is thelibertyman.com. It is thelibertyman.com. We spent about 24 minutes last hour talking about my favorite product, the energy cleaner. I have a little cottage industry myself where I take delivery of the factory-made, fitted, washable mattress pads. I reconfigure them to be compatible with the energy cleaner. And then when I get your order, I box them up along with an energy cleaner, and I ship them to you. I do that myself. It's my little cottage industry. It's we're into year number 2 here. It's been a big hit with the current energy cleaner owners, and of course most of the new energy cleaner purchasers are getting a factory-made fitted mattress pad when they make their initial purchase. It's worked out really nice, and it's been helpful for everybody to be able to do that. Twin size, full size, queen, and king size, and of course the handy travel size, the 12 by 24 inch small pad to go with the energy cleaner. And check them out at my website, thelibertyman.com. I do take PayPal, the most secure. I have a handy toll-free auto line. This is not to leave a message for me. A toll-free auto line, 24 hours a day. Here it is, 800-592-9543. I say again, 800-592-9543. And yes, we are visiting with Tim Spencer. We're taking your questions, calls, and comments at 800-313-9443. Tim, first hour we're talking about storage space, and you offer a form of storage space with a home library already on it, 1,300 publications on a flash drive. Tell us about that, Tim.
All right, well, it's exactly what you said it is. It's lots of military manuals, military correspondence courses, 175 or so military generator manuals, how to repair, fix them. Plus, it's got a lot of what I call rural life hacks on it, several more hundred documents. It's just a good collection that gives you ready reference to an incredible amount of information. And we sell them for $59.95 for shipping in the U.S., $77.95 for international shipments. And there's an index listed on the website in a PDF format. You click on the green flash drive picture that's top right-hand side of every page, and you can see exactly what's on it. Now, there's more info than is on that index on the flash drive, but it gives people a good idea. I need to get in there and redo that. It's almost a year old, and I've added several hundred documents and manuals and stuff since then. But it's
Plus,
all around
there's a bonus.
Bargain.
There's a bonus. There's space left over to store your important documents, which could be automobile titles, wills, family photographs, college degrees, military discharge papers. There's plenty of room left over for those important documents to put on there, isn't there?
Oh, yeah. I would say there's, I think it's up to 6 gigabytes now, so there's at least 1.5 to 2 gigabytes left on there for those kind of things. It's an 8 gigabyte, or they mark it as an 8 gigabyte flash drive. I think in reality it's like 7.6 gigabytes, but it's called an 8 gigabyte. But yeah, in fact, I use it for those very same things. In fact, I sent you a picture here a while back of my son in Afghanistan, and I got that from his wife off their computer when I visited down in Georgia last August. I mean, I use it for all kinds of stuff. I keep it in my wallet constantly. It's that small.
Right. And I have mine on a lanyard I wear around my neck, so it's handy, and I can flip it out and show people. Look, here's a very nice library with 1,300 publications. Not quite the size of a man's thumb. Pretty neat.
Right. It weighs less than 10 grams. I don't know what it weighs, but I know it's less than 10 grams because that's the smallest my postage scale goes down to.
Okay. All right. Well, Tim, we track a lot of geopolitical matters. We have some fascinating conversations about all the things going on in the world. And the economy continues to be a matter of grave concern, doesn't it, sir?
Yeah, it does. In fact, I was reading several articles this morning about how this recent jump in the market and the recent price and jump in oil specifically is what a lot of the talking heads, the economists, are calling a head fake. Many are still calling for $15 a barrel oil this spring. So it's going to get interesting. And of course,
so oil is cheaper than water.
Yes.
Who would have ever thought?
It's up to 31 something this morning, but fully expect it from what all the experts are saying to drop back down. The only reason it came up a couple of $3 a barrel is because this week's inventory was lower than people expected it to be in the U.S.
Right. Now, in our neighborhood, unleaded regular gas is what, $1.49 a gallon?
I'm paying $1.39 here in Salem.
$1.39. And how much of that is tax offhand? Do you know offhand?
I want to say here it's 19 cents, but I could be wrong.
No, I think it's more than that, Tim. If you look at all the taxes combined.
I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's closer to 40 cents actually. But a big chunk of it is tax, and I don't have that number in front of me, but it's always posted on the pump, so you know how much of it is tax. Unprecedented. This would be a great time if somebody has the wherewithal to store up 500 or 1,000 gallons of unleaded premium, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be, especially if you get the right fuel stabilizer. It would be a great time.
Right. I always when I'm storing fuel, I use unleaded regular in my vehicles, except my motorcycle. It gets the high octane. But the higher octane you start out with, the higher octane you're going to end up with, right?
Right, exactly. Now, my vehicle, it expressly says, that silver Ford I got expressly says only use regular gas, don't use the premium or high octane. So for us, we'd be using the regular or storing diesel for the tractors.
Absolutely. Well, the best non-military that I've found, well, there's two of them. One is made by AMSOIL, the other is made by PRI. They're both really good, and I've had stored fuel here at our place I've used for 10 years in chainsaws, and the chainsaw guys I know that make their living, they say that if it'll run in a chainsaw, it'll run in anything, Tim.
Right, and they're right. They're absolutely correct. Yeah, chainsaws is one thing I unfortunately know quite a bit about. That's for sure. But they're right.
Yeah, so that's a good heads up there. So get your gas now while you can. Store it up properly. The enemies of stored fuel are heat and moisture. So you want to have it sealed up so moisture can't get in there. You want to keep it away from high temperatures. And absolutely, don't you? Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yep, it is. If I had the wherewithal and the storage capacity, I'd be thinking about that right now. But, wish in one hand.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, Tim, getting back to the economy, nothing we can do to change the economy. I recommend people have a second or even third source, a stream of income, whatever that means for them, to have a second or third stream of income. Pay off high-interest credit card debt. Make sure your vehicle, your primary vehicle, is paid off, because that's something that could be taken from you if you get behind in payments. If you can, ideally, if you can pay off your home quickly, you pay off a 30-year mortgage in 15 years without a whole lot of pain for most people most of the time. And learn to separate wants from needs. I've had, when I was a landlord, I had 57 rental units. People would get a little bit behind on their rent, but they still pay that cable TV bill,
Right.
And
you're right.
And not back off. They still have cold beer and a refrigerator and a fresh carton of cigarettes, all of which are optional, all of which are wants, not needs. So learn to separate the wants from the needs. My friend Command Sergeant Major Page, who's been all over the planet in various fighting wars on behalf of our government, he says, John, Americans have trouble separating wants from needs. And I agree with that observation, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. Yeah, there's a big difference. Me, I look at it personally. I'm not against having a cold beer, but if it comes between food for the grandchildren and the beer, guess what? I'm buying the food. In a heartbeat. I'm not letting them kids suffer at all. Same thing goes with the light bill or the water bill.
Right. Well, and that's important for people to do that. Most of our listeners, of course, are like that. They know the difference between wants and needs. And yes, it's important to have that distinction and make that. But getting back to a second stream of income, I frequently talk about setting up a seller's account on eBay and getting your PayPal account and selling your dust collectors. Most Americans, most of the time, have closets, basements, garages, and attics with stuff that they'll never, ever will use again, don't they, Tim?
Oh, yeah. And I'm just as bad as the rest of the people on that. I'm just as bad, maybe worse. No.
Well, we all do.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing, illegal, immoral, or fattening. But if you can take those dust collectors and turn them into cash, why not?
Yeah, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I personally got a hard spot with eBay, but that's my problem, not everybody else's. eBay is a good way to make extra money.
It is. It is. And, of course, Craigslist is another way.
Right.
Start a home business. I've got my cottage business. You've got your cottage industry of the flash drives.
Right.
And it could be any number of things. You could start a lawn cutting service or a home cleaning service. When I was in college, I had several little businesses that I did by myself and with friends. I had a house cleaning business. I was charging $20 an hour 40 years ago to take on the cleaning jobs that nobody wanted.
Right. And then $20 40 years ago is like $200 now, I'd say, wouldn't you?
Well, it was a lot of money back then. But when you have Great Danes in your basement that can't go outside, who wants to deal with that? Well, John Moore did.
Yeah.
It was like having a couple of small horses in the basement. What a disgusting mess.
Oh, yeah.
I had another little business, myself and a buddy. We rebuilt Volkswagen engines completely. Took them. We got to the point we could have a Volkswagen engine on the floor in 15 minutes, have it disassemble another half hour, take all the pieces to the machine shop, have them machined, and rebuild the engine. That was one little business. I had a part-time job working for the college, running the video studio that they had, TV studio. Because the GI Bill in the late 1960s, early 1970s, paid the same dollar amount it did at the end of World War II, with 20 years of inflation on top of it.
Right. So I remember when they came out with what they called the new Montgomery GI Bill, and I got in on that one 7 days after they initiated it. Now, I've never used it, but I actually still have that option if I want to.
Well, the GI Bill from World War II paid for tuition, books, and had money for room and board also. The one the Vietnam vets got did not. It just paid for tuition and nothing else. So we were struggling. All the Vietnam vets were struggling, working one or two extra jobs. But you can do this. If you're determined, you can do this. You can have that second job, have a home business, and survive. Can't you, Tim?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember when I was 12 years old, I had a little business on Merritt Island in Florida. You know, we sold avocados, mangoes, oranges, basically sold fruit all fall long, and I made a good little living off that. Actually, you know, helped contribute to my family.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So be creative. You can be creative, find a talent that you have, turn a hobby into a business, meet the needs of the people in your neighborhood. You don't have to be driving a great distance. Provide a service or a product that people want and people need and they will pay for. It's a pretty simple combination. Yes.
And you do especially well if nobody else does it, you know, in your immediate area.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we can't tell you exactly what to do. We can just encourage you to do it, can't we?
Yeah, that's all we can do. You know, find something that no one else or very few other people do. I guess you call it a niche, wouldn't you? And you take and, you know, develop a business. And it's not hard. It doesn't even really take money or very little money.
Usually, and that's the best way to do it. Make use of what you already have in terms of talent and skills and whatever material objects it may take, whether it's transportation or tools or a computer, and just go for it. And you may not be successful the first time, but go for it.
Right. Well, I've owned several businesses that weren't successful, but I've owned several that were, too. But the main thing I've learned is don't borrow money to do it. That will, you know, I've learned that from experience. It'll get you in trouble. And if you have to borrow a little money, never put up where you live, you know, as collateral. Those are two things I've absolutely learned.
Well, and those are hard lessons frequently. And I agree with you absolutely. I've been, you know, a self-employed independent private detective now since 1973. I no longer solicit that business. I don't need to. I'm helping out a high school classmate now whose grandnephew has a issue I'm helping with, and I'm doing that gratis. I'm not charging any money for it, and I'm at a point in my life where I can do that. So getting back to the premise is be creative, be industrious, figure out what product or service you can offer people in your neighborhood that will generate a new stream of income. That's basically it, isn't it, Tim?
Yeah, and like you said, the key to it is be creative. I know a man right now that loads up rocks all week and goes to St. Louis and sells them off the back of a semi-truck. I never in a million years thought you could sell rocks, but this guy does it.
Well, good for him. I got tons and tons of quartz here that we could sell.
$99 a month. Inventory is getting seriously scarce, so visit our website today. Land in sunny New Mexico for $350 down and $99 a month. Landho.tv. LANDHO.tv.
Okay, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. J.R. Moore here on Thursday, the 18th of February. I like to have a message of hope, Tim, to put out here. I hope that people can have the fun, safe, happy, productive life that they want to have, as opposed to doom and gloom. I think that's the best thing, the best message we can get for people, isn't it?
Oh, I agree. I absolutely agree. And I try not to be, you know, pushing on doom and gloom, but anymore, that's basically what the news is, almost all of it, John. But right, you're right. You know, we need to give people hope, and I think there is hope. It might not look like it, but I truly believe there is hope.
Absolutely. Well, I agree with you. And as the old saying goes, plan for the worst and hope for the best. And I do plan for the worst, and I do hope for the best. You know, I haven't sold my Kawasaki motorcycle. I'm looking forward to a number of very pleasant spring rides here. In fact, probably tomorrow I'll probably get a ride in, since it's going to be 71 degrees and sunny. So, yeah. So that's how I live my life. I've planned for the absolutely worst that can be thrown at me on one hand. On the other, I have a life full of fun and joy and spending time with friends and family, and there's a balance to be struck, isn't there, Tim?
Oh, yeah, there is. And, you know, a lot of my, quote, preparedness stuff I actually enjoy, you know, particularly gardening, hatching out baby chickens and ducks every spring. I mean, those things I actually enjoy, even though it's a preparedness activity. You know, I enjoy canning food, you know, and that's a preparedness activity, but I enjoy doing it. You know, and, of course, I'm very lucky. I have children and grandchildren here on the farm. Everybody kicks in and helps where they can. Well, you know, I do got one teenager and a pre-teenager here. Sometimes that requires a quick, swift kick in the butt to get them moving, but they do eventually do it.
Exactly. Well, it's all fun, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Well, this is your heads up, ladies and gentlemen, to pay attention, understand what's going on, why things are going on, and make your plans. And we talk frequently about establishing a hobby farm, either doing it yourself or associating with somebody who's doing it, and a hobby farm being a great lifestyle and the safest place to be, right, Tim?
Oh, yeah, I absolutely believe that. I have the opportunity right now, if I wanted to, you know, to move to Florida or anywhere else, you know, probably Hawaii if I wanted to, but I don't want to because I enjoy this lifestyle. I thoroughly enjoy it.
Well, Hawaii is the last place I want to be in any kind of crisis.
No, I'm just saying, you know, that's what people identify with as, quote, paradise. I don't. You know.
Well, I have no particular desire to go to Hawaii or any particular desire to go anywhere as far as that goes. I'm home.
I'm the same way.
The place I live used to be a resort. People paid money to go on vacation down here, and I'm privileged to be here full time.
Yeah, you are, and you have a beautiful place, John.
It is. Tim, thank you, sir. Appreciate you being with us.
Enjoyed it.
That's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow with Dr. Myers and Ann Morrison. In the meantime, get the medical supplies, your energy cleaner.
Alrighty. Sorry about the dead air. We're setting up stuff for tomorrow night's show. It's going to be an interesting show. We're taking a second show on. We do, as you know, on Tuesdays and Sundays. We've been doing the Truth Unite, and we're going to be picking up another show to do on Friday nights. So I'm really looking forward to it. I was just finishing up a phone call because we're going to be simulcast on Blog Talk Radio. I had to think about it. I don't know. My head's been so many places today. So, yeah, we're going to be simulcast on Blog Talk Radio. So it ought to prove to be a very, very interesting set of nights, because that's going to be Friday. Sunday, and then Tuesday we'll have some really good programming coming to you, as well as my nonsense during the normal times. So, sorry I haven't been just kind of skipping out on you guys today. I've been beating my head up against the wall trying to get different things set up as far as our end. I've got the table up, and I've got my monitors on it. Well, I'm still waiting on the cable for this second monitor. Hopefully that'll be in tomorrow, but it's up on the table, and I've got the mics up on the table, and not me, but the microphones. And I'm not table dancing. That's not part of the show. And then we got we got all kinds of stuff that we have planned. We got stuff that we're waiting on a majority of it to get in. Thanks to donations, we was able to actually build a set. And again, we're trying to stay away from something too studio-ish professional. We're still wanting to have the warmth of our living room, but we still had to do this with a table to have enough room and to be able to do this. And so hopefully this will all work out. Jen had to do something this morning, and when she came back home, I had this table set up, and I had the chairs that you saw in previous shows. One of them's in our bedroom, and the other one's like in a totally different spot, diagonal from where it was in our living room. And I had this big 6-foot table set up, and trying to get everything up on it and get everything looking good. And so it's been a busy day. And then after I got all that stuff done, her mic came in yesterday. So I thought, well, we still don't have her phantom power unit. And so I was like, well, let me go ahead and hook you up direct, and we'll just crank your levels up or whatever, because she wasn't going to be here most of the day anyway. And I just wanted to get things set up. Well, I plugged a second microphone into the back of my computer because I've got a really good software program for it's a Realtek chipset in my computer, but it's a really nice one. And I thought for sure I'd be able to allocate a second mic into the system. Nope, not happening. So that means we have to have a mixer. So we put a little bit with what we had left in donations, and so we have a mixer on the way. So that's what I spent a good part of my day doing, because I'm OCD about stuff like that, and I really check into a product before I buy it. And that's what I was spending much of the day doing, is reading. I mean, I've read the whole manual. Actually, I've read like 3 different manuals for three different mixers. Just trying to get the best one for the buck, and that will do everything we need to do. And this will actually make things 10 times better, because I won't have to run the mixer software. Not that kind of a mixer. I won't have to run the software mixer that I run on my computer, which is really nice. Because I won't be using resources to run that program, nor will I have to sit there and key through screens to be able to use the sliders and stuff on it. So, it's been a day, I'm telling you. P. Mortius, you don't have to spell FBI in a funny way in this channel. We don't have that word blocked. I just thought that was funny. But yeah, so just trying to get things going the best we can. Still waiting on the extension, the USB extension, to be able to use the webcam that we have. And other than that, I got to clean. We put Jen's speakers for her stereo that she's had for a while. We put them on the front of the table. That way we can have them on as well. She can use it for a monitor. I'm going to use headset as normal. I'm partially deaf, so I have to use a headphone in order to really get, a good idea of what's going on, what's going out. And but anyway, for her sake, we've got it. The speakers a bit setting up on the front of the table. That way they'll be pointed away. We won't have feedback, but yet be able to turn it up enough to where she can get the full effect of the show without having to use a headset. So. Oh, it's been a heck of a day for me. And then I ran down to go get the mail just like any other day. And there's a guy down there, and he stopped me, asked me, he's like, "Hey, you know anything about any jobs in the area or anything?" He's explained to me he was from Florida. And he's new here, so he was wondering if I might have know something. So I told him what little bit I knew as far as the job market here, and seemed like a good guy. So, but I sat down there talking with him for a little bit. Talked to him a little bit about Burns, Oregon. He at least heard about it. He heard that something was going on, that something happened down there, but he wasn't really sure what it was, so I educated him a little bit on that. Let me see what is going on in the world. Oh, the constitutions, the pocket constitutions, I'm hoping will be here tomorrow. So that's good news. Hopefully I don't pull the power plug on my computer again like I did this morning. Still not quite sure how I did that. I think I just wiggled it a little bit. My motherboard's real touchy. And it was the motherboard that kicked out, I know, because you have to totally unplug it for a little while to get it to come back up. And I'm just going through stuff to make sure it's all good to go. I spoke with the old Marine earlier. He called me for a little bit, and we're going to try and get Steve on, Steve USMC, and we might be graced with his presence tonight. I'm not real sure, but kind of sounded like it might go that way. And he had just uploaded a video. I'm looking for it. At least in my email said he did. And he said on Skype he did, so I'm looking. Aha. Oh, okay. I actually seen this, I haven't seen the video yet, but I seen it a little bit earlier when Steve released it, so I have no idea what it's going to say, but we're going to find out. If I can get in the right window. It'd be so nice when I don't have to fight with that anymore.
February 18th.
Says 12th on the window. Let me fix
Eastern
that.
Standard Time. I don't know what to say. I am getting more support from people on YouTube. And I just have to say thank you. I want to say thank you to Rich Guz, G-U-Z. That's his YouTube channel. And to James D. That's a YouTube channel. These guys are going all out to help me for this thing I'm going to do for the 20th in front of the town hall in Dover. I cannot say thank you enough. I'll put their email channel down below and sub these guys. They're good people. And I just want to say thank you. You guys have humbled me. Thank you. Semper Fi. Miss O'Marine, he's gone.
Right on. I'm glad to see he's getting support. That's why I want to get him on here and give him a chance to speak. Give him a chance to say anything he's got to say. Just more or less open the floor up to him. It takes a lot of courage to do these things. And it's what we need to do. It's what we need to see in this country. The more of this that we have happen, the quicker we can have our country back. And I want to remind everybody that, when we speak like this, we aren't, it's not a matter of being anti-government. They keep wanting to attach that word with what we're trying to do, with what we're trying to get out. And it's not the case. It's just the opposite. We are absolutely pro-government, but we're pro-constitutional republic government. The way this country is supposed to be, the way that we were supposed to be founded, and the way that we're supposed to be living. And they keep trying to do everything they can to make us look like we're the bad guys, when all we want is what we're supposed to have. Oh, I missed a window. I mean, that's all we want. We're not asking for too much. We're just asking for all the BS to be over. But that is the problem. Because that is exactly what's given them the power that they have. That's what keeps them in control. And they don't want to lose that. People don't like to lose power. You don't see anybody that just wants to just up and give their power away. It doesn't work like that. So, we just have to figure out ways that we can do this, and we don't wind up sitting in jail, or so that we don't wind up getting shot to death. But at the same time, be able to speak that kind of message that, hey, look, we want our country back. This isn't about land in Harney County, Oregon. This isn't just about land in Bunkerville, Nevada. This isn't just about land in California that Obama's right now doing the same thing with. No. This is about our land, all of our land. not isolated. And you may not have the BLM where you're at, and I don't have the BLM where I'm at, but we do have Department of Natural Resources, which essentially does the same thing. They're not taking, like the areas where I live, they're not so much taking the land, but I want to say that they have already taken much of the land down in the Shawnee National Forest, or whatever it's called. It starts off with Shawnee, I can tell you that. It's in southern Illinois. And this, I've shown you guys. That's why a few separate nights I had played Alex Jones' first documentary called America Destroyed by Design, because that shows you the first steps that were taken in this takeover of our country. Those were the first steps. See, a lot of things got confused about Bill Clinton. Really got mixed around. And I'm not saying the guy didn't do things in a sexual nature that he wasn't supposed to be doing. I won't argue that one bit. But what I will argue is about what happened during those meetings with Monica Lewinsky behind closed doors. And the reason why we have every right to question this is because Monica Lewinsky had a higher security clearance than most of the people in government. I mean, there's some top people in government that don't have security clearances as high as what Monica Lewinsky did. And it wasn't simply because she was an intern. There's more to it. There's a lot more to it. Okay, so all these years later, right, we know about the missile secrets that were sold to China. What do you think she was doing? She was the one taking the missile secrets to China. She was the messenger girl. It wasn't about what she was doing with Bill in the Oval Office and what Bill was doing with her with the cigar. And I'm sorry to sound graphic like that, but we really have to be realistic here. And I'm not saying he never did anything with her, or with that Paula, whatever her name was, or there was a whole string of them. And I think that string of sexual affairs that got brought up in the investigation of that, I think they were probably founded. I think they were probably real. But the part with Monica Lewinsky, that wasn't why they spent so much time with it, but there was a real good reason to blame it on. And so they went with it. Why do you think nothing ever happened? Back then, we were a different society than what we are today. Back then, we weren't so complacent. He went up for impeachment charges or impeachment proceedings immediately. People didn't mess around. Look at Obama. Look at everything Obama has been able to do. Look at everything Bush Jr. has been able to do and not even started the proceedings. I don't think. Have they started on Obama? I know the right-wing nuts were saying something about it, but I don't know if it actually started. And by the way, I'm not right. I'm not left. I'm not a wing of any bird. So, it's just the way I am. So, I mean, we really, we have to be realistic with all this, folks. We've been given such a line of bull about a lot of these things that's gone on. And we have to go back and we have to look at them and understand why we are sitting in the place that we are today. And when it comes to the land issues, a big part of that got started when Bill Clinton was in office. And we've heard a number of times about how Hillary's connected to the uranium and the other stuff in these BLM lands. Once again, I will remind you that Bill Clinton was doing this very thing when he was in office. They're just still doing it. They didn't stop doing it. You know, it's been said that the Bundys, it wasn't like, you know, the Bundys was one of a million ranchers in Nevada. Apparently, when they did what they did, they were one of the few left. And it's crazy how we get played in the mainstream media. Even this, when Lavoie died, it's crazy. I sat there and I watched it. The same people that wanted to sit there and tell you about how Black Lives Matter, all they could say is about how this guy was racist and he deserved to die. What? This guy isn't racist. Do you think Lavoie was racist? Really? That man didn't have a racist bone in his body. The only thing that guy had was love, compassion, respect, integrity, dedication. One of the best men that I'd ever been able to know without ever meeting them. And I mean that. I don't just say things. Frustrating. Really, really frustrating. And I'm not trying to play any kind of a race card, or I'm not here to sow discontent. I'm trying to show the discontent that's already been sown by others so that we can recognize it and we can stop it. Because until we stop that and work together, no matter what color, no matter what religion, no matter what race, it doesn't matter. We have to work together. Because as long as we're fighting each other and fighting ourselves, we are not fighting them. And that is their whole plan. To keep us divided, to keep us bickering over stupid stuff. That's why I don't watch TV. Iowa Rancher, I'm not really sure, to tell you the truth on that. They could have had a large number of charges thrown at them, because I believe they're charging Ammon and the others. I think they're charging them with the 2014 stuff with the Bundy Ranch, as well as new charges with the Wildlife Reserve. I forgot to fill my e-cig before I started the show. See how I am? So, that's what I'm interested in doing. One of my objectives, one of my missions, is to get us together. To get us to start seeing the same page. I don't want to talk about our differences. I want to talk about our likenesses. Pretty much people on all sides of the spectrum believe the Federal Reserve is a very bad thing at this point. Howdy, Scott. Who's, Todd, who's that? Well, he did in a couple of different ways, Bella. Oh, right on, Scott. Yeah, it is a good start, you know? Ah, okay. Okay, that would be awesome, Todd. That would be really awesome. I'd like to speak to a few different people. I'd like to speak to Victoria, and not for the typical type of interview. I just want, just like Steve USMC, I just want to give Victoria an open floor. If she's got things she would like me to ask, I'd find that out ahead of time, make sure that she was asked the questions. But I don't want to do this. I don't like all the other shows. I don't want to do it. I don't want to lead an interview. It doesn't make sense to have somebody on for an interview and then to turn around as a host and lead that person in the conversation that they have with you. That doesn't make sense to me. It's supposed to be their time, not the host's time. The host has their time every day or every show they do. Makes no sense. So many things seem backwards to me. So, Iowa Rancher, I honestly don't know. I'm not one that I'll just sit there and say, oh, yeah, or no, If I don't know, I'll say I don't know. It's that simple. And I don't know. I would not be surprised. And if they aren't filed on him as of this time, I can definitely see that they will file on them. What the heck is an SSBBW? I mean, I know a BBW, but what's the SS for? What's a BBTRW? Man, I'm getting old. I know what BBS means. We'll see you later, Laura. Well, thank you, William. I'm trying. I'm just trying to find. And it's not just about me. It's, I try to take suggestions, as many as I can, but I just look at things objectively and I'm like, well, wait a minute here. Short stacked. Right, exactly, Mama. Just let her talk about what she wants to talk. She did an interview the other day. And I played it on. I think I played it on here, and I believe it was the Mark Connors report that she did the interview on. And Mark Connors had asked her if she would be the spokesperson for the Young Patriot movement, and she accepted that. And I would love to hear a lot more about that. I'd love to hear about how she plans to fulfill that role. Because that's what we need. We need right now, we need people that start, that are taking leadership roles, people that that have a certain type of language that they can speak. Like Lavoie. Lavoie was so soft-spoken, but at the same time, he said it in a way that you knew that he meant every word he said. Huh? Fashion and rope ties. Talking about something different there, I think. Oh, wow, Dreamy. I thought I heard something about that they were trying to whip something up real quick so that the information couldn't be found out. Yeah, that would be awesome too, Todd. I was thinking, because if you look up the mother's name, because I was trying to find them to just to speak with them, not on air or anything like that. I wanted a moment just to speak with them, and thank them for one, but just experience that. And in the process of that, I found a bunch of information making claims about child services and I guess neglect or whatnot. I don't know if abuse was involved, but it's like, no way. And the reason why I say no way is because a child doesn't turn out like Victoria. You know, if she's raised in a neglected life, you know, in a neglected family, you don't do that. That's just not something that, you know, not at the age of 18. I mean, don't get me wrong. When you become an adult, when you get about 35, 40 years old, you do whatever it is life has landed you to do. But as an 18-year-old person, to be so active, involved in speaking about the Constitution and things like of that matter, and to be able to do so accurately and so eloquently, she had a good upbringing. That's just a fact. Let me real quick, I got juice all over my fingers. Not that kind of juice. Settle down. I'm going to get it on the mouse. All right, let me try and find you a quick video while I go rinse my e-cig tank out. Won't take me but a second, but I don't want you sitting here with dead air during the process. I'm sorry I'm so long-winded tonight. It's just really, you know, this stuff. We've got to do something, and we're not going to do it by just sitting on our butts. We're going to have to actually get up and do something. But first, we got to know what we're doing something about, and then we have to figure out how we're going to do it. So, hopefully we can come up with that. I'm looking. Boy, there's just not a whole lot. Let me throw this on. I love this guy. If you're not subbed to this guy, this is somebody to sub to, especially if you're into prepping and things of that nature. His name and channel name is Tom Loopshoe. He runs a Facebook page called Bunker Report, and I love Tom. I think he does a great job.
Hey everybody, have another fireball sighting over in Europe, and this one was over southern France. Now, we know there's been a lot of fireball sightings here just at the beginning of 2016, and there were just a record of fireball sightings in 2015. So my question again is, what is going on? What is coming in on us here? What's pushing these things in? I mean, we're seeing just left and right fireballs, particularly in Europe. And that's got me going because, and I want you guys to see if you can answer a question for me. I read so much. I'm sure you guys do too. But I read so much where I read an article and I can't remember where I found it. I've looked it up. I'm looking for it everywhere and I just can't find it. But it was a prediction from somebody. It was a seer. It was some type of prophecy where in time Europe was just going to be a decimated wasteland where there was absolutely no inhabitants. So I'm just wondering if you guys might have read that just recently. Maybe you could clue me in and leave it in the comments what it was. Of course, anything with a link has to be approved now on YouTube, so if you put the link to it there, it'll be some time before I can get in and approve it to go on there for everybody to read. But anyhow, I'm going to leave this link in the description area for you. But here's one of my main questions. What is going on over Europe? Okay, a fireball is one thing. But look at this. Let me show you. Look at this. Look at all that. And then I want to show you something else here real quick. Look at this map here. These are, like, this is a very, very heavy area where they're getting just sightings left and right. So is it true? I mean, is something going to go on? We're being pelted. These are like shotgun blasts from nowhere. Is it possible that there's going to be a serious meteor shower coming in? You know, whether it hits Europe or the United States or anywhere in the country or anywhere in the world. But my question is, you get enough city killers in a certain area and they'll just decimate everything. It would be the equivalent of just 50, 60, 70, 100 nuclear bombs going off at one time. So that's my question, is what is really going on? What's pushing these things into us? Where is this debris field coming from? Because it's every time you turn around, you got fireball sightings. And I'd love to find that article, and I'm sure you guys would be interested in reading it. But there you go, another fireball sighting. I'll leave the links. It's got a little dash cam video and all that down in the description area. Other than that, you guys take care and stay at the ready.
Alrighty. I gotta put my tank back together here. Put my headphones on, so. One thing I'm picky about is the sound. I like to try and remain as much of an even level with you guys as possible. Not evil. I was trying to mix the two words up. Because that's one place I see a lot of people lacking in YouTube videos is the audio levels. And it's not that I'm shooting them down. I just want to do that. I want to get that right. Oh, all right. There goes another bottle. After I get through another 30 ml bottle of juice that I make, because I make all my own, I'm going to go down to 8 milligrams of nicotine, which is the absolute lowest that I've been yet. I'm almost there. I'll do that for about a month, and I'll drop down to 4. Do that for about a month, and then I'll drop down to none and have no nicotine for about a month, and then put it up. I might start making juice for sale again. So if I do that, I might vape a little bit when I create new flavors. I've got several older flavors that I could already sell. Yeah, do you vape, Scott? Oh, you're talking about from Sonic. Desirable, I would consider him a prepper. He owns a bunker and just about everything he needs to survive for a number of years. And thank you, Reacher. We're trying. Well, there's quite a bit of money. I'm good in telling the truth. I mean, the amount of money doesn't change. I mean, some people can use it a little more effectively, a little more wisely, but I agree. I think Alex Jones sells a lot of fear, but so do some popular YouTubers. A lot of popular YouTubers sell a lot of fear. Oops. Probably need to mute that tab. Had a unexpected shutdown on my computer earlier today. So I haven't really gone through and muted all my tabs and all that other good stuff. Feels different actually typing with a keyboard up on a table for a change. Well, at least that I don't have to like spin myself sideways to get to. Fear in a can. Paula, that video that you sent me in Facebook. Actually, I didn't actually get a chance to watch it, but I played it for everybody else. I was kind of busy doing other things. But I did actually play it on the show earlier. But like I say, I wasn't able to catch it myself. I need to watch it when I can. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of laptops. I mean, they're great for, a portable device to take anywhere, but I don't like the smaller keyboard. I don't like the smaller screen. I'd rather be on a desktop if at all possible. Right on. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'll listen to it on the Roku or on my tablet or something later. Speaking of that, I never did get any information on that. I was going to find out because I know the Next News Network has a Roku channel, and I was going to dig into it and find out what I had to do in order to get a Roku channel going, because I want to get out on as many outlets as I can. What? Yeah, okay, now I see what you're talking about. Yes, that is Dreamy. That is, oh wait, that wasn't Dreamy. Mama. Okay, yeah, that is the map. I don't know what video that is, but we can check it out. I don't think this is the new map per se. It is, but it's not. It's not the real good-looking map, but it is the new map. It is based off the new figures. We'll play that real quick.
Shalom, my friends. Bob Barber here, End Time Dream and Vision, the channel that's dedicated to watching dreams and visions and how they point to the return of our Lord and Savior, Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ, and the channel that's also giving away free Bibles anywhere on earth. If you need a Bible, email me. I need a Bible at rpb642gmail.com. Get one out to you right away. Free word Elohim anywhere on earth, just for you. Free Bible, free shipping. And if you feel like to give, I have a PayPal and a mailing address in the description box below. If you want to help me get more Bibles out, thank you so much for your giving. Elohim bless all you. So, I want to share a dream with you guys from Rebecca. This dream is about an event that will happen. This is about the earthquake that will split the U.S. right down the middle. So let's get into this dream here. In this dream, there was a very large earthquake that hit the United States and ripped it in two. The earthquake was so large that a river now divided the land, which would be the Mississippi River. Our county was definitely split in two, and a lot of the land went underwater. Earthquakes continued after the megaquake. I could see the shaking from the other earthquakes after the split of the land. Still vibrating the water and any debris left floating on it. I was in the water and I looked up. I saw Air Force One for the president fly overhead, leaving the country to Japan. In my dream, my husband had died. My mother-in-law was still alive. Both of them are non-believers. I got out of the water and was searching through a destroyed building with other people who survived, rummaging through rubble to gather food and supplies. I saw other people that were looting and running around with guns. Everything was destroyed. We were getting the food buckets that I had stored, and I was saying how thankful I was that we still had them. I told my mother-in-law, who happened to be with me, that I warned my husband that Yeshua was coming, and I told her that it was too late for him. I then pointed my finger at her in my dream, and I said to her in a stern voice, Jesus is coming for you. Are you ready? I'm a very shy person. This is not my character at all. Immediately, I was pulled away, overlooking the country, and it was fading away. I heard Christian music, and at the same time, a man's voice, a loud voice, saying, a great shaking is coming to America, that the people would be drawn back to Elohim due to this great shaking. And then I woke up. So the splitting of the land. Alright, well, we know it's going to come when they split the land of Israel, Palestinians, and the Jews. When our administration splits, that will be the manifestation judgment in the fiscal upon our country. That New Magic fault is there for a reason, guys. And it's there for a reason. Because we can see it coming already. And dreams and visions are showing it. And they've shown it many times here before. And I'm going to show it again. It's coming. But this also looks like a time now where the rapture will have taken place before this happens, or it'll be an exchange. Now I know Becky is here seeing this whole thing happen, but she's just there as a witness for it. Does not mean that she's going to be here for it and see all the ramifications of it. So in the dream, the land splits, water comes rushing in. Can you imagine it? All the water just come rushing in and washing up onto the land. That's going to be a tidal wave in itself. As the water comes rushing in from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up to Lake Michigan. It connects Lake Michigan, probably, more than likely. It's going to split the land. We're going to have west and east. You don't think that's going to change how things are going to work in this country? Watch out, because that'll change things overnight. You got west and east, and all of a sudden there's going to be loss of control. There's going to be isolation and all kinds of stuff going down. She said she saw people running around with guns. You know, if Muslims are in place here all over this country, and all of a sudden this stuff happens, and all social order breaks down, and all of a sudden you got everybody running around with guns trying to protect themselves with guns, and you got militias going crazy, everybody going crazy, demons going and push people to go crazy all over the place. It'll happen within an instant, within an hour's time. Bible says Babylon the Great will fall within 1 hour. That's all it's going to take. Such a fragile system we have here. And right now we have all the wrong people being positioned all over this country to be in place to make things even worse after this happens. Gotta be ready. Gotta protect yourself, man. I don't care. If my angel doesn't show up, then my 38 calibers will. Right? But I'm praying I never have to use these things. But you never know. So she gets out of the water. Said her husband died. And they were searching through the rubble trying to find food and supplies. And she was somewhat of a prepper. She saved things. She had her food buckets ready. People were receiving dreams and visions of saving water, saving food. Do it, guys. Better be doing it. If it's not for you, it's going to be for somebody else. Alright? And Elohim's going to use you, and you're going to be rewarded in the heavenlies just for doing that. being prepared, listening to the Father in heaven. You must always have water, must always have food. If you don't, not looking and see what's going on in our atmosphere right now with the asteroids and the hailstorms and all the apocalyptic weather we're having right now, if you don't think you need to save up water and food, you're fooling yourself. Because the rapture might not happen right away. There might be a whole bunch of crazy stuff that goes down before the rapture happens. And the rapture can happen, and the tribulation might not start for a while. You know, we're always taught it happens back to back, but what if it doesn't? Alright? You missed the rapture. You know, your friends of yours or family missed the rapture, and the tribulation hasn't started yet. Maybe that water and that food will be enough to get them through to the point where they will get saved. Alright? It'll get them to the right place. Or maybe perhaps even put them into a position where Elohim will protect them supernaturally during the tribulation. But you know what? Don't bank on that. If you're thinking you're going to make it through this thing, don't bank on it. Alright? Get ready now. She told her mother-in-law that she warned her husband that Jesus was coming, and now it's too late for him. I wonder if he went to hell. Died during the storm. A lot of people will die during the storm, and they will go to hell. It's amazing. Everything's okay 1 minute, and not realizing that the next minute you'll be descending 3,500 miles into the earth, going into a chamber in Sheol to burn 10,000 degrees, and complete loss of all hope, and never seeing your family again. Within 1 minute's time, that could happen to you. That's messed up to think about. Time to get washed in the blood of Yeshua. It's time to repent for your sins. It's time to accept Yeshua. Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. When the Obama administration or our presidency, whether it be Obama or whoever, I know it's going to be our country that doesn't. Because it's going to be the biggest backstab to the nation of Israel than anybody else on this planet, because it is our country that declared Israel a nation in 1948. They made it possible. That is why the United States of America became so powerful and so blessed. Plus, we house more Jews here than any other country besides Israel in the world. Okay? The power of Elohim follows the Jewish people. Those are his chosen people, and all protocols are done through the Jewish people. And of course, nations that come against the Jewish people, Elohim brings judgment upon all of them. We've seen this happen now to all the nations of Palestinians. And Palestinians aren't not even a nation. They're just a group of people. All right? But, you know, Islamic Muslims, we're seeing all the judgments falling on you guys now. Sure, we sure don't see miracles and signs and wonders happening with you guys. That doesn't happen with you guys. Never. Until you repent and come to Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ, and repent for your sins and accept the blood covering over your spirit and redeems your spirit. That makes you righteous before his Father in heaven. You cannot come before the Father in heaven without a blood sacrifice, my friend. You can't do it. That's the way it's always been. That's the way it always will be. But animals were sacrificed up to the point Yeshua died on the cross as a final sacrifice. Demon gods, they want blood sacrifices for people to get closer to them, to worship them. They always want blood sacrifice. It creates portals. Demons want people to be sacrificed. Alright? That's what demons want. Alright? If you got to go out and kill people as a blood sacrifice, you're worshiping a demon. The harlot and her daughters, they all require blood sacrifices. But the Most High Father in heaven, he requires blood sacrifices too. Where do you think they get it from? But if you want to get close to him, you need a perfect sacrifice. And the Jewish people practice with the blood sacrifices at Passover and at atonement and many other times during the year when they sin. But it was just a practice for the time when Yeshua will come forth, the Lamb of God will come forth to die on the cross at Passover for all of our sins, for all the sins since the time of Adam up to that point and forever. That's perfect blood. Because Yeshua had the blood of his Father. The blood comes from the Father, not from the mother. It isn't funny when they found the blood on the Ark of the Covenant. because the cross was right above the Ark of the Covenant, and they found the Ark of the Covenant. And the blood that actually went through the ground and went over the Ark, just like Yeshua had to go sprinkle his blood on the Ark in heaven when he died, and the Father in heaven says, good. That blood, they checked it out. That blood is missing half of its chromosomes. It only had 20, I believe it only had 22 chromosomes when normally you have 42. It only had 22 chromosomes in it. It was an immaculate conception of the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, happening upon Mary. Scientifically, it's proven that blood is not normal human blood. I mean, it's human, but it's supernatural blood. It's pure blood, not mixed. Alright? Ain't funny how the genealogy of Yeshua stopped at Joseph. Alright? But from Adam all the way to Joseph, the husband of Mary, and then it stopped. His blood was not used. There was an intercessor, the Holy Spirit, that came with his wife first, before Joseph mixed his blood. They didn't need his blood. That's why Yeshua wasn't the son of Joseph. It was an adopted son, but not a biological son. So Joseph's wife received the Immaculate Conception, who was Mary, with the blood of the Father in heaven. If you don't have that blood, you're in trouble. That is the only blood sacrifice that'll get you before the Father in heaven. Sorry I had to preach on that, but for some reason, some of you need to hear that. Because you think you're going to get to heaven by your works? When our works like filthy rags before the Father, according to the book of Isaiah? You won't get there by your works. And you won't get there by avoiding sin. Yeah, we don't want to sin. But if you're washing the blood of Yeshua, you're washed away from your sin. And trust me, once you're washed away from your sin, you won't want to sin. Okay? You won't want to sin, but you'll still sin. You'll get away from sin eventually and kind of keep it at bay until you die or are raptured from the earth. And you're going to feel bad that you sin, but you repent. That's why the blood is there. To cover you, to keep your spirit clean. Your spirit's redeemed. There's no sin on earth besides blasphemy of the Holy Spirit that can undo what Yeshua did at that cross. Alright? Because his dying at the cross was not to cover the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. But outside of the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, there is no sin that can undo what he did at that cross. So stop beating yourself up, repent for your sins, and say, cover me in the blood. I know that blood's good enough for my sins. Paul struggled with it. This thorn in my side went before the Father 3 times. He said, my grace is sufficient. Then like the part says here, points to everybody, says, Jesus is coming. Then she points her finger at her mother-in-law, boldly said, Jesus is coming for you. Or you're going to be left behind, just like I'm being bold right now. We need to be bold right now. I'm not giving you a fluffy message to stick in your ear and tickle it. Or whatever else you want to do with it. You don't get fluffy messages here. You want to talk about prosperity? You want to learn about prosperity? Go buy a Zig Ziglar book or something. And this next part here is awesome. She says, immediately after pointing her finger at her mother-in-law, she was overlooking the country of the United States, going back, looking at it as it was fading away. And at the same time, she was hearing praise and worship music. Christian music. Praising their Father in heaven, his only begotten Son, Yeshua. Oh, praise the Father in heaven. How beautiful it'll be in the midst of chaos happening everywhere, but it's not affecting you at all. And at the exact same moment, you're hearing the most beautiful praise and worship music taking part. Maybe angels singing it and you could chime in. I'm going to close with this part here. When I go to work, there's this long tunnel I walk under, part of the steel mill. I walk. And there's nobody in this tunnel. Your voice vibrates and travels and it reverbs off the walls. And when you sing, it sounds beautiful. When I know there's nobody in this tunnel, I'll sing a praise and worship song. Maybe one verse that will last the length of this tunnel. I tell you what, it sounds so beautiful. I love hearing it. And I believe that's what heaven's like, any form and place in it. Where you could sing and your voice just reverbs. And there'll be angels that will sing harmonies with you as you sing. How beautiful and wonderful that would be to sing to your Father. Just start singing anywhere, and all of a sudden harmonies come on nowhere. Oh, man, that would be beautiful. What an incredible place heaven, the Shamayim is. So, don't want to miss it. The split of America. Please comment, let me know what you guys think, and don't forget your free Bible if you need one. If you can't afford one, let me know. I'll send one to you. Free Bible, free shipping. I got a PayPal and mailing address below. If you want to help me, guys, thank you so much. So Elohim bless you. Hang in there. We're almost finished. Shalom.
Everything I had, you gave me anyhow. All the life, the secret life of the way. Take the fire to the city and the passion to the street. Let the glory of the kingdom be in hand. And let no one be forgotten, from the greatest to the least, and live the life of the way.
Alrighty. I'm trying to find the window to cut the music. Yeah, it was a little bit out there. I don't know. I tried catching what I could of it, and seemed a little bit out there. But you know, to each his own. I'm not one to sit there and say, well, I know this guy's wrong or I know this guy's right. Because there's a lot of things that I'm not too proud to say that I don't know. I'd rather sit back and get the right answer and know what's right than, you know. But anyway, that was about the map, and so, or at least the picture showed the map. And the map wasn't in there at any time. Hang on, let me find the map. What map? Oh, the map that was in the thumbnail for the. Hang on a minute. I'll bring it up. I'll find it. Give me an ex. not an ex-girlfriend. Trying to find see if I can find one that's big sized so that the resolution would be good. Yeah, I like this one. That's a good map, I'll tell you. Let me get a copy of this onto my computer. I don't know what all the little words on the side is. I'll have to look, Rage. I just seen that in the corner. Not sure which one you're talking about, buddy. Ah, see what I did? Alright, that's not nearly as big as they said it was. They lied to me. What? All kinds of interesting stuff. I mean, they've actually got some pretty cool maps now. I kind of like this one. View image. Big. what I figured I'd do is bring it up in the software. That way you could get a better picture of it. And I'm working my way over to that window. Okay. Yeah, they have several versions of it, Rage, and I was trying to get one that was definitely worthy to put up, and I achieved that. Now I'm adding it in to our view here. And it is there. Let me add sound. And that should have added sound. Now this is the map that I came across here. And that is the map of the world, or of this country, I should say, after an earthquake. If the New Madrid and the San Andreas, I do believe is called, fault would both go, this is what the United States would look like. This is what they proclaim. I believe this really stems from the USGS, if I'm not mistaken, from some findings that they had done. Bloop. Yeah, that map. There's tons and tons of interesting maps out there. He was referring to the Agenda 21 map. You've also got the map of the different FEMA regions representing Region 5. It's important to know what FEMA region you're in. That way you can report immediately to the proper FEMA camp. Don't want to get confused, you know. What area do you live, Mama Warrior? I'm not asking for your exact location, but Region 9, what's up? Yep. And do you think rappers would start singing songs like that instead of using their zip code or, their area code? They'll start using their FEMA region code? I would try and think of a funny rap song to perform that with, but I'm drawing a blank. I got nothing. Not sure where that's at, which probably tells me I'm really bad at geography. What state is that, Mama Warrior? I know I should know Morehead City. I know that's something I should know, but I don't. I failed. Oh, North Carolina. Okay, thank you. So you're in just that. Oh well, there's a pretty good swath of the area on the East Coast. That's the first I've seen that. Let's zoom into that, shall we? Let's take a little trip. I think my RAM will be here tomorrow too, which would be nice. Had a pretty good amount of area there that it's going to take out on the East Coast. I was kind of unaware of that. It zoomed into there. So I take it you're somewhere right there on the coast, I assume. Right on, Shalia. Yeah, we'll take a little trip over to my area of things and see how many feet of water we're going to be under. I've got this theory, by the way, about this stuff. And this theory that I have is that we had much different waterways than what we have today. And my theory is that the water will return once again to those areas. Might sound a little crazy, but I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. And I think this map, there's a good chance that it's relatively accurate. All right, I'll check that in a moment. Rage, I just seen you posted it. Give me a second. I'm in southern Illinois, and according to this map, I better buy me some waders, because I would be pretty much right in the middle of that, we'll call that a creek. That little creek right there, I'd be right in the middle of it. Give me some waders, maybe some of those little inflatable things to put on my arms. Keep me above water while I'm carrying my 20 pounds of rice. I'm just messing around. Seriously, though, there's a lot of science that has gone into what they have done with these maps. By all means, it is a real science. It's not conspiracy theory. It's not meant to fearmonger. They have actually done these studies to be able to derive these maps. And they had maps from before, but apparently, hey honey, how you doing? No, I'm not making fun of you. Oh, now I know what you're talking about, the little things to go around your arms. No, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking about how I'm going to carry my 20 pounds of rice. I got busted. I got busted by the babysitter. I'm gonna check out real quick what Rage had sent me. Yep, that's the common map. Whoa, wow, you've got all kinds of maps. Yeah, you got the FEMA region map. Let me bring them up. Yep, that first one you got is real similar to the one that I had posted. Let me get that shot switched over. What? Oh, okay. It's all good. Yeah, you only kind of see a corner of it because it's only a 500 by 298 pixel image. But that's pretty much the same one that I had showed a while ago. This is kind of just a plain Jane version of the map. They had widened it. This is the actual, the latest one that was released by the Navy. And this is supposed to be the accurate representation of what it will be like. Supposedly they were wrong the first time around. So who knows? Who knows? And I have done some digging, and I found out that this was actually a study by the Navy. It wasn't just some guy with Photoshop with very poor skills. That was actually a map. That particular map wasn't what the Navy came up with, but the Navy came up with a map, and somebody had seen the map, and if I'm not mistaken, they derived that map from the map that they had seen I'm not mistaken, that's how that went. Yeah, they say that if one of the two big earthquakes go, whether, and I've heard this anyway, that if the earthquake goes in the San Andreas or if the earthquake goes off in New Madrid, that it will set the other one off. So it's kind of supposedly if either one, we get a big one on either one, it will set the other one off. So I don't know how much truth there is into that. I haven't really dug into the fault lines. I don't. I'm not really big into the geology end of things, and I don't know if that would actually happen. But I've actually heard from several different sources that I trust that that is a very good probability. And yes, the Georgia Guidestones is definitely an interesting thing. I still would like to know who actually paid for it to be there. Oh, that's awesome, Mama Warrior. So you probably know, from your own studies, you probably know about what it would take for one to get the other to go off. Yeah, the whole fracking thing doesn't make a lot of sense to me. To break up the shale, aren't they weakening those fault lines by fracking next to them? It's just kind of like common sense that they're actually weakening those areas. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Let me throw this video at your way. As soon as I find the right window again. Ah, here it is.
About weapons in Iraq. There's a Reuters story that some radioactive material was stolen from a U.S. oil firm in Iraq. Something the size of a laptop computer that there are fears could be used to make a dirty bomb or something that is dangerous. Are these real fears? Do you know about this stolen material, and is it actually something to be concerned about?
Well, we're aware of the reports that there may be a lost or missing radioactive source in Iraq. We've not seen any indication the material in question has been acquired by Daesh or any other terrorist groups in the region. But obviously we continue to take these reports very seriously, and we continue to monitor the situation.
Do you have reason to believe that it's dangerous material? Could it be used to create a dangerous weapon?
Yeah, right. So based on the information provided, we can't speculate on the suitability of the materials for use in, as you say, a dirty bomb or a radiological dispersal device.
What you say you're not aware of any indication that it's been acquired by Daesh or any other terrorist group?
I said we've not seen any indication
We've not
the material
seen
has
any
been acquired
indication.
by ISIL.
Well, would you? I mean, so do you have it? You're basically saying you don't know where it is.
Again, we're going to leave it where I've said what I just said. With what I just said, rather, we're aware of reports that this radioactive source has gone lost or missing. We just and we've not seen any indications that it's been acquired by.
What is that? I mean,
that it was stolen. The first report was that it was stolen. So, which is different than missing. And your comment would suggest that maybe you believe they just lost it rather than it was stolen. Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to refer you to the Iraqi government for.
What kind of sign would you? What kind of indication? An explosion? Would that indicate that? I don't get what that means. Would you see what kind of indication would you have that they have?
Well,
they're trying to keep it secret. Then.
Granted, but there's ways to. We talked about many times.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. That was Scott Anthony was the name of the channel that shared that. He's with the Flash News Network. Yeah, he definitely sounded nervous there. We'll see if that story comes back to haunt us. Kafka Winston World has an interesting video. There, today it was one of those days. There just wasn't a whole lot of videos that came out.
Hi guys, it's February 18, 2016. I know that a lot of you know about yet another nuclear power plant disaster, fire, explosion reported at the Brunswick nuclear power plant in North Carolina. But it's an ongoing problem. And the reason why I'm posting this is because I just heard an interview of a nuclear safety expert who was talking about the Brunswick fire and explosion. It's not good. People are relating the Indian Point nuclear power plant leaks that are happening now. Indian Point nuclear power plant, 37 miles away from New York City. They're calling it Chernobyl on the Hudson. Well, they're also calling this a Chernobyl in North Carolina. Very little information is coming out. Emergency declared. You'll hear this nuclear safety expert talk about how when this fire and explosion occurred, Department of Homeland Security was notified, FEMA was notified, all safety agencies were notified. It's a big, big deal, but they're withholding the information from the public. Withholding the information from the public. One of the reasons could be because where this Brunswick nuclear power plant is in North Carolina, it's a big tourist area. So you don't want to scare the tourists away. Wow, we have major problems here in this country, and when you are getting inundated with nuclear power plant disasters that are happening on the heels of, it's just one after another, you have to wonder if this is deliberate. But you'll also hear this nuclear safety expert say that maintenance is the big problem. Companies are not being forced. The companies that operate and own these nuclear power plants are not being forced to maintain the nuclear power plants. How is that? Is there no regulation in the nuclear power industry? Or are the regulations just not being enforced? But clearly, our government does not have our best interest at heart. They have the best interest of corporations, companies like Duke Energy, at heart. Duke Energy owns and operates Brunswick Nuclear Plant. And just back in October of 2015, they were looking to extend the life of Brunswick Nuclear Power Plant. I don't know if that extension actually went through, but Duke Energy also owns one of the largest nuclear power plants in the country, which is very close to where I live in South Carolina. When I first moved to South Carolina, I moved to Clemson, and all of a sudden I hear this loud siren. Never heard anything like it before. I thought maybe it was a tornado warning. I knocked on my neighbor's door, and they told me, oh, no, that's the Oconee nuclear power plant. That's their alarm. Okay. Why are they sounding their alarm? Well, a little bit of research will show you that the Oconee nuclear power plant has been riddled with problems. Even just this first page of this search, we go back to 2007. Duke Energy reports tritium leaks at their Oconee plant. Radioactive water spills, 2014, at Oconee plant. Third tritium leak, 2013. Leak reported suggests long-known flood threat to nuclear plants. NRC increases oversight at Oconee after cracks and leaks. That's when I moved here. That's just when I arrived in South Carolina. Oconee was having their nuclear plant leaks. I mean, this is just ongoing, and unless the people get outraged, unless, people really start demanding that these companies get regulated, that they, if not shut down, we'll all just die. That's the bottom line. I'll link below to the interview and all of the information, but this is really, well, I'm sure a lot of you feel the same way as I do. I just don't know what to say anymore.
Wayne, that was a show today. I'm gonna play that in a little while. I keep forgetting to play Suspicious Observer's shows, his daily shows. Real quick, what I was gonna do, for those that don't already know it, if you go to the WatchmanNews.com now, if you're registered and logged in, you will see a lot more menu options. You won't see as many as what I have, but you'll see more menu options. You can actually go to here and you can click on that button itself, and it will bring you the whole team. Not everybody's got stuff filled out yet, but Rage has a really, really nice. Why is it going to the wrong place? Hang on a second. Oh, I know why it did that. I got to fix that. Okay, you don't have to click on this. You can go down and click on the individual name, which is what you'll have to do. I got to fix the other one. Which ain't no big deal. I just got to do it. Anyway, Rage has got a real nice article set up. Memento as well has a really nice article set up. And last I knew, those were the only two that had them set up. I could be wrong. But anyway, we also have the forum, which is open. I still have to continue to add states and counties. I didn't get a chance to do that again today. So, but you can go in, once I'm done with that, you'll be able to pick your state and your county and talk with people that are near you. So, and then we have other areas on the forum, which is prepping and survival. And then I just named this member section. I didn't know what else to call it. You can just, you can go here and talk about whatever you want. Talk about prophecy here, theology, threats and dangers. You know, we've got geology and earth science. So, it's just an interesting tool that we can utilize. We can add more stuff later as far as topics and whatnot. If you have any ideas for topics, feel free to put them in the general conversation, and I will add them as topics. I did it that way. I locked the topic section, the main topic section, so the forum didn't get too crazy too fast. But you can go into you can actually like go into a section like the general conversation. You can go in there and you can start your own topic. You can start your own thread right within there. So, pretty nice little forum. I'm trying to make sure everything is fully integrated within the website. So that means you just log into the website and you're logged into everything else. So I wanted to show that that's there. Of course, you can also watch the show right from the webpage. With the watch live button. I just wanted to point that out, that we have those there available. We'll bring back the YouTube screen and let me get that address. Rage had a video here. Well, it's more or less audio. It's from a radio show. But it's 19 minutes long, and it's about the whole earthquake thing. So we'll see what he's got to say. What he's got to say there. I just got to get this over in the right window. And this is the name of the uploader is Ricky Scaparo, I believe is how that would be pronounced.
All right, guys, is the New Madrid fault line about to be reawakened after 200 years of sleep? Again, is the New Madrid fault line coming awake? Is it reawakening after 200 years of silence? That's the question I want to propose to you today. First of all, some of you may say, what's the New Madrid fault line? It's a major fault line that runs through the Midwest of the United States of America, and which covers parts of Missouri, Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Indiana, and so on and so forth. Covers this region. Here's a little map that you can look at that and check that out. But something, before I show you what I'm about to show you, I want to take you back into time 200 years ago, where in which 4 major quakes happened back to back to back that covered a span of 1 year, starting December 16th, 1811, and then the last one in February 7th, 1812. And I want to walk you through this just real quick, briefly, to give you a little bit of history on this and then take you where we're going. The first earthquake was a magnitude 7.2 to 8.1. Some sources differ on this, but it occurred on December 16th, 1811. The epicenter happened in northeast Arkansas. Only produced slight damage to man-made structures, because at that time the populace wasn't as great as it is now, because again there was a sparse population. Okay, then another, and that was approximately 2:15 a.m. and then about 5 hours later, another magnitude 7.2 again to an 8.1. Some sources differ on that. Again, same location, northeast Arkansas. The shock followed the first earthquake by 6 hours, 5 to 6 hours, and was similar in intensity. Okay, and then things got quiet. And then on January 23rd, 1812, at approximately 9:15 a.m., a magnitude 7.0 or to 7.8 on the Richter scale struck. The epicenter was Missouri, Bothell, I believe that's how you pronounce that. Again, nevertheless, it was Missouri. was characterized. Now listen to this. The characterizations of this earthquake was general ground warping, ejections, fissuring, severe landslides, and caving of stream banks. Johnson and Zweig attributed this earthquake to a rupture on the New Madrid North Fault. This may have placed strain on the Reelfoot Fault. Okay, and then about a month passed, and on February 7th, 1812, approximately 3:45 a.m. in the morning, another large magnitude 7.4 to 8.0 earthquake struck. The epicenter was New Madrid, Missouri. New Madrid was destroyed. As St. Louis, Missouri, many houses were severely damaged. Chimneys were toppled. The shock definitively attributed to the Reelfoot Fault by Johnson and Zweig. Uplift along a segment of this reverse fault created temporary waterfalls on the Mississippi. By the way, guys, this caused the Mississippi River to run backwards in Kentucky. Created waves that propagated upstream and caused the formation of Reelfoot Lake by obstructing streams in what is now Lake County, Tennessee. I want to give you some eyewitness accounts. This is startling, okay? This is from John Bradbury. He was a fellow of the Linnean Society, was on the Mississippi on the night of the December 15th, 1811. He describes this as, quote, after supper, we went to sleep as usual, and about 10 o'clock in the night, I was awakened by the most tremendous noise, accompanied by an agitation of the boat so violent that it appeared in danger of upsetting. I could distinctly see that the river as if it was agitated by a storm, and although the noise was unconceivably loud and terrific, I could distinctly hear the crash of falling trees and the screaming of the wild fowl on the river, which was on a large flag in the stern of the boat. The shock had ceased, but immediately the perpendicular banks both above and below us began to fall into the river in such vast masses as to nearly sink our boat by the swell that it transpired. Okay. Here's an account on March 1812. This is from Eliza Bryan in New Madrid. On the 16th of December of 1811, about 2 o'clock in the morning, we were visited by a violent shock of an earthquake accompanied by a very awful noise resembling loud but distant thunder, but more hoarse and vibrating, which was followed in a few minutes by the complete saturation of the atmosphere with sulfuric vapor causing total darkness. The screams of frightened inhabitants running to and fro, not knowing where to go or what to do, the cries of the fowls and beasts of every species, the cracking of trees falling, and the roaring of the Mississippi, the current of which was retrograde for a few minutes, owing as is supposed to an eruption in its bed, formed a scene truly horrible. And then finally, John Reynolds gives an account of the February 26, 1811. I was trying to read his obituary there. It was kind of bleeding in with this information. Where it says he was born in the 1788 of February, but died on May 8th, 1865. But let me go back here. John Reynolds gives an account. He was the fourth governor of Illinois. On the night of the 16th of November of 1811, an earthquake occurred that produced great chaos among the people. The center of the violence was in New Madrid, Missouri, but the whole valley of the Mississippi was violently agitated. Quote, our family all were sleeping in a log cabin, and my father leaped out of bed crying aloud, quote, the Indians are on the house. The Indians are on the house. We laughed at the mistake of my father, but soon found out it was worse than the Indians. Not one in the family knew at that time that it was an earthquake. The next morning, another shock made us acquainted with it. So we decided it was an earthquake. The cattle came running home, bellowing with fear, and all animals were terribly alarmed on the occasion. Our house cracked and quivered, so we were fearful it would fall to the ground. In the American bottom, many chimneys were thrown to the ground, and the church bell sounded by the agitation of the building. It said the shock of an earthquake was felt in 1804, but it did not perceive it. The shocks continued for years in Illinois, and some experienced it this year in 1855. Again, the quake was so tremendous, guys, it caused the New Madrid to flow backwards. It caused geysers. It ripped the ground open. It caused lakes, and so on and so forth. Now, the question is, this was in 1811, 1812. Here we are some 200 years later. Is this quake reawakening is the question we have for you today. Now, I have several sources that are posting this. Major news organizations or major news media is not touching on this. But again, I have multiple sources that are now confirming this. Mysterious holes are opening up in New Madrid northern reaches. Let me just read this quote, and this is I'm reading from, this is Red Flag News. They're posting this and several other sources, and they give the links and the sources to their assessment, to their update. Quote, and this is by Susan Duclos. At least 6 mysterious holes have opened up at Mount Baldy in Indiana, as shared in the newly released video reports. At this time, scientists do not know what is causing the holes to open up, and they've become an international sensation, as shared in the first video. And when I post this on our main website, endtimeheadlines.org, I'll put the video up with that, with the link. And I want to show you, now here's another, this is a RSOEEDIS, the unusual geological event in USA on Tuesday, August 19, 2014. Here's what it says, guys, and I'll throw this up there so you can see it yourself. Quote, more than a year after a 6-year-old boy was almost buried alive in a popular sand dune, more holes are appearing and scientists still aren't sure why. The 126-foot sand dune called Mount Baldy in Indiana remains closed as new potentially dangerous holes are appearing. 3 geologists arrived last week with high-tech equipment in the hope of using radio waves and core samples to see if they can determine what's causing these holes. Their plan? To eventually build a 3-dimensional map of the dune to try and see its internal structure. Most holes have been about 2 inches wide and 3 feet deep, but the latest hole discovered last week was 7 inches wide and 4.5 feet deep, making it the deepest to date in this region. The geologists say what they are finding is changing what they thought they knew about the properties of sand dunes. One of the theories is that the holes could be connected to decaying trees or rotting man-made structures buried by the dunes throughout the years. Hopefully, scientists will soon have some answers. The $90,000 study funded by the National Park Service calls for an initial report in 3 months with a final report in 1 year. Again, this is in the New Madrid location, guys. That's why this is interesting. Those paying attention warned that the next time the New Madrid Fault ruptures, this area would be where the U.S. splits in half, with Lake Michigan draining nearly 1/3 of its water and the Mississippi River widening 20 to 30 miles. Mount Baldy sits directly on Lake Michigan, as shown in screenshots below, and I'll try to throw that up there so you can see this, as the New Madrid awakening. The 4th video below, and again, that'll be on our main website, endtimeheadlines.org. You can watch that. The destruction zone shares what another New Madrid rupture would bring us. If you were to draw a line from Indianola, Indiana, by the way, that's the location where John Kilpatrick had a vision that stunned him. In a vision, he saw Indianola on a map and didn't even know what it was. But anyway, it says, if you were to draw a line from, and he saw the New Madrid splitting open, guys, and it changed the whole geographic description, or it changed the whole plains of geographically on this location. If you were to draw a line from Indianola, Indiana, Europa, and Indianola, Missouri, you will discover that they are right over the New Madrid fault line. This semi-dormant fault possibly associated with tremors in Illinois and Wisconsin, has the range that some say could literally split the United States in half, with the Mississippi widening 20 to 30 miles east and west from New Orleans to central Wisconsin. The scenario may involve the displacement of a third of Lake Michigan water into the mix. This would leave Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Missouri, and the Mississippi Valley flooded, and dams along this path would breach, destroying New Orleans. Guys, I know this is a lot to consume, to chew on, and think about, but you guys in the regions, you need to be paying close attention. You guys that are in Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Missouri, and the Mississippi Valley especially, but guys in Tennessee, and I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there because it kind of ties in with this, but and I don't think I may have spoken this publicly, I can't remember, but in 2011, I had a dream in which this was a very vivid dream. It was a cold, brisk night. It was either the fall or spring, but I was walking through a major city. It was dark. It was late at night. I was in the middle. I was walking along the sidewalk, and there's all these shops and centers on the left of me, and they're on the right of me, and then there's a street in the middle, and then there's a sidewalk on each where pedestrians could walk on the side while the cars go through in the middle. Nevertheless, I was walking. All of a sudden, the ground began to shake violently underneath my feet. And I remember in the dream, I looked up and said, man, I've got to get out from under these buildings, and I need to get out into the middle of the street in case these buildings were to fall. I have a better chance of not getting hit with one of these buildings if it was to collapse on me. And I remember I ran out to the middle of the street, and the earth was just so violently shaking. It really, honestly, it reminded me of the Japanese quake that caused the tsunami, the 10.0 that struck in March of 2011 in Japan, and how the earth was shifting. One platelet would go left and the other would go right, or it'd go forward and go back. And this is how it was in this dream. And in fact, it was so tremendous that it knocked me off my feet. And I fell back on my back in the dream. And I looked up. And in the dream, I looked up on the side of the building, and I saw a huge guitar going down one of the sides of the building. And on the guitar, it said, Music City. Now, guys, I live in Cleveland, Tennessee. I've drove through Nashville. I've never been to Memphis. And I asked the question one time. I said, what is considered to be Music City? I knew that it had to be either Memphis or Nashville. So I believe what the Lord had showed me in that dream was a coming, and I can't say when, but somewhere down the road in the future, I believe the Lord showed me that the New Madrid fault line would indeed, that this fault line would come alive again. And if it were to happen again, guys, Memphis, Tennessee is one of the epicenters. Now, all those Tennessee, Missouri, Arkansas, Indiana, all those places, Kentucky, they will definitely be impacted by an earthquake, anything like 1811 or 1812. And my friends, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but in 200 years ago, there was nowhere the populous as there is now. And therefore, the damage, and even I would venture to say the injuries and fatalities would be on a much greater scale than it was 200 years ago. So again, we have to ask ourselves, and look, even geologists have warned us and said it's not a matter of if, but when the New Madrid comes alive again. And again, it's been a sleeping giant for 200 years. I do know that FEMA, and I know this for a fact, that FEMA has conducted drills with the local police and fire department in many areas that are on the New Madrid, and they've done these drills in the event of a earthquake on a large scale of 1811 and 1812 were to take place in these areas. They've taken precautionary measures. It's called the Great Shakeout. These drills in which they portray and what would transpire in the event of a major earthquake on this fault line. So guys, this is something to chew about, definitely something to pray about, something to chew on rather, and something to pray about. And guys, stay alert if you're in these areas, because this is not something to play around with. And you say, well, how are we supposed to prepare for that? Again, use some common sense. Always have an emergency route, evacuation plan. Always have storage of water, food, and preparations. Have at least 3 days of supplies of something if you were to lose power or whatever. Listen, you can never, I'd rather be prepared for nothing than unprepared for something. I'm going to say it again. I'd rather be prepared for nothing than unprepared for something. So always be alert, be vigilant, be prepared, and be in prayer. Jesus said, when you begin to see these things come to pass, hold up your heads, for your redemption is drawing near. This is End Time Headlines. This is Ricky Scaparo reporting. Again, subscribe to us, guys, on endtimeheadlines.org. Follow us here on YouTube. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Tumblr, and Google Plus as well. Guys, I'm out for this segment, but we'll talk to you soon.
I seen a video come up by a channel that goes by Patriots Contact, and it's I see from the thumbnail it's Off Grid Nation in the thumbnail, so I was going to go ahead and play that. I'm not sure what the content is, but as we've seen here recently, Off Grid Nation is doing some awesome stuff, so I was going to play that. And then Wayne had shared a link to a congressional hearing. And I remember watching this congressional hearing live. And if you pay attention to it, I'm definitely going to play it. If you pay attention to it, it's quite lengthy. But they talk about the different threats associated with EMP, whether it be a natural EMP or whether it be an EMP caused by a high-altitude nuclear detonation. And the weapons that we quote-unquote don't know about yet are the directed EMP weapons that they have now. They can actually shut down, one block of a city with a directed EMP attack. And pretty interesting, the weapons that they have at this point and what they can do with them. So before we do that, though, we're going to go to this video by Patriots Contact. It's a video of Off Grid Nation. Not sure if we've seen it before or not.
Well, hey there, gang. I am hanging out. Just got done. I'm resting up because I am beat. I usually try not to mix cabin stuff with any other stuff. On occasion I do. I'll tell you, man, I was driving down here today thinking about all the comments I see on Facebook and just the division that we have. I'm not talking about the trolls that come over from the different side and, they just try to say things to infuriate the people there. And thankfully, guys, and I appreciate this, on my channel, you guys kind of keep your mouth shut when the troll comes on there and you give me time to delete the posts, because that's what I do, is I delete and I block them. And you guys normally give me time to do that, and I appreciate that. But so many other channels, somebody has to make a comment back, and then it's just back and forth. And they're ridiculous comments, and it doesn't solve anything. It doesn't help anything. It doesn't further the dialogue. But I'm talking about the comments from people within our community that think the way we tend to think. I'm not trying to lump us all in the same group, because clearly we can have different viewpoints across the board, even though we might be interested in gardening or homesteading or prepping or whatever. We could have different viewpoints on different topics, but I just can't believe some of the back and forth I see within the community or the Patriot community. I'd like to see us, I'm not saying we all have to be on the same page, but I'd like to see us all in the same book, if that makes any sense. If we're divided like this, I don't know that we have any chance of making any progress on any front. We really need to find common ground. And I think the common ground is, whether you're a Black Lives Matter person or an All Lives Matter or a Cop Lives Matter, Blue Lives Matter, whatever, all lives matter, right? Well, regardless of which crew you're in, or, hey, Bernie Sanders 2016, or you're a Hillary Clintonite, whatever it is, I would think that we can come together at least on the topic that we're all really, at the end of the day, we're fighting the same group. I don't know anybody, well, there's probably a few of you out there, but I don't know many people that would say, yeah, I love the government, they're awesome, they're great. Even people that are on welfare or getting some type of public assistance seem to distrust or dislike the government, right? So we all, most of us, I don't want to use absolutes, but most of us have some type of distrust, dislike, disdain for our government. Now, if you're one of those folks riding around with a, I'm ready for Hillary sticker, turn off the video. This ain't for you. Or if you got your Obama-Biden sticker on there from 2 elections ago, adios. But for everyone else, and there's a lot of us out there, let's try to come together on the fact that, we really do have a government that is just operating way outside their constraints or where they're supposed to be operating. They're doing too much, and most of it's not good for the people. I'll use Obamacare, and some of you out there might really like Obamacare. It might have saved you a bunch of money, but for the rest of us, and I'm one of the rest of us, I don't like the fact that anybody can come in there and force me to buy a product and then, get rid of private competition. And we all know where it's going to. It's a single payer system. And then penalize me if I decide not to do it. It doesn't sit right with me. And, of course, the rates are being jacked up. It ain't affordable for anybody, for most anybody. So, you can look at that. If you're a gun control person and you love that, then I guess maybe this isn't for you either. I do not like any government telling me what I can and can't do. I want to be a free person. I want to be able to make my own decisions. And if I make bad decisions, then I'm going to have to pay the consequences. Me. I don't expect you to pay the consequences. If I take out a loan and can't make the payments, dang it, that's on me. If I invest in a business and the business goes belly up, that's on me. I should have to face the financial consequences or whatever consequences come with that. I don't know when in this country it kind of turned where your mistakes become everyone else's consequences. And we can look at corporations. These banks, they're just running, they run everything. The people that run these banks, whether it be central banks or these publicly traded companies that are all run by the same people, they're just evil. That's the only product they have to sell is debt. We need to get out of debt. We need to stop living outside of our means. We need to get back to what's important. And we need to want to live free and have liberty again. Those are the people that I'm talking to, the people that want to be free. I don't want to, I just don't want to, every time I turn around, there's another fee, another tax, another, you have to ask permission and get a permit for this, and you have to have a license for that. And I'm talking to a guy, John, out in California. He said out there, and I didn't know this, every time you call a plumber or something like that to have a drain unclogged, you have to get a permit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Is that what we want across the rest of the country? I don't think so, but that's where it's trending. And even worse, it's becoming a global system. So, not only do we not have people that we can go to and complain to, not that they listen, but, who are you going to complain to when it's some global government over in, Timbuktu somewhere? Our common enemy and our common goal, that's where we need to rally around. We need to stop fighting over what lives matter and just say, hey, every life matters. Yeah, there's racism out there. There's always going to be racism. We're way better off now than we were 20 years ago or 40 years ago or 60 years ago. But don't think that there's not going to be, and you know what, there's reverse racism, which I guess, why would you call it reverse racism, right? It's racism. It's been throughout history. It'll go on forever, but we're way better off today than we were back then. Let's get past that. We can fight about that later, after we defeat our common enemy and reach a common goal. Then if we want to beat each other up, we can beat each other up. But until then, guys, let's stop bickering over, did these people out in Oregon do the right thing? Well, I want to support them, but I don't agree with what they did. They are fighting against the machine for the right reasons. Now, you don't have to agree with how they did it or why they did it, or, well, I guess you can agree with why they did it, but, maybe you would have taken a different tact. But the fact of the matter remains is if everybody rallied around these people when we had a chance, and we'll have another chance, I hope, then there would have been a different outcome. And that's why I said in an earlier video that I feel somewhat responsible for the death of Lavoy Finicum. That's a hard last name to say for me. We just didn't rally together. So I'm just throwing that out there for everybody that's thinking about it. We need to rally together. We need to find our common goal, put our differences aside, whatever they may be for right now, and deal with them after the fact. But right now we got something we got to deal with. And if we don't, it's only going to get worse, and it's going to affect even the people that don't think it affects them, even the people that aren't thinking the way that we're thinking right now. It's going to hit you guys sooner or later. That's it.
Let's go take a look at all the wasted taxpayer dollars.
The media allowed to go where law enforcement has not, inside the Malheur Refuge cluster of one-story buildings occupied by an armed group that now has a name, Citizens for Constitutional Reform. How long do you plan to be here, and have you, in a sense, already made a statement?
We definitely have made a statement, but statements are not good enough. We intend on going to work and assisting the people of Harney County.
Ammon Bundy, once involved with his father Cliven in their own standoff with federal officers in Nevada, says he came here in support of Oregon ranchers Dwight and Stephen Hammond. The father and son were sentenced to 5 years in prison for arson after a supposed controlled burn on their property spread to U.S. government land. But Bundy calls the Hammonds case the result of a failed land grab by the government.
Because of that refusal to sell their ranch, these federal agencies began an attack on this family.
On a tour, we saw no weapons, just a dozen or so people who took over unoccupied buildings. The group charges the federal government has aggressively swallowed up ranch land, harassed farmers, hurt the economy in places just like this, wide open Harney County.
We've come here to work. We've not come here to sit as children and stamp our feet and demand that certain things are met. We're going to go to work. We're going to try to help restore these ranchers that have lost their ranches.
While many in town echo the support for the Hammonds and other ranchers, some are upset that the occupation led to schools being shut down for the week, and one man called this takeover just plain weird.
Now, so far, it has all been peaceful, and the organizers point out
that they did so. They picked this place because it is so rural. Harney County, the largest in Oregon, it is larger than 6 states.
Hey, this is the FBI.
And the population, Wolf, is only 7,000.
Hey, just so you know, you are being recorded. Okay. Hey, I just wanted to call and touch bases with you guys. You guys are holding the Burns, Oregon Patriots that you attacked and arrested in solitary confinement, and that's not cool. That's a violation of their rights, and at the very least, we need to get them out of solitary confinement. And so I think you guys can do something about that.
Okay.
Okay, so what are you going to do about it?
I am not going to comment it at this time.
Okay, who's in charge that can comment? Who's in charge of the FBI in Oregon?
Our special agent in charge is Greg Bretsing.
Do we have his contact info available?
He is not available.
But I want to tell the general public something right now. You better wake up too and get involved and get your butts in gear, because you are being attacked. You are being destroyed.
Thoughts of the future. It is a product of our imagination, causing us to fear things that do not at present and may not ever exist. That is near insanity. But do not misunderstand me. Danger is very real, but fear is a choice. We are all telling ourselves a story, and that day mine changed.
I'll take it. Till I get killed or you find someone better.
Better wake up, America, because this is going to be in your streets, in your yards, in your face, every day, and there's going to be no escape.
Alrighty. That's interesting. Yeah, we didn't. We had a little confusion, so I guess tomorrow night we will be starting the show. And the name keeps leaving my mind. It's I'll get the name of it. I think it's something like warrior or some kind. It might be prayer warrior or something to that effect. But anyway, we will actually be doing that show starting tomorrow night. I will get all the particulars and get the name right for you, and let you guys know. So, all right, the next video, it's going to take a little while to get through, and it might be boring in parts, but that's how some of them go. The information that is in this video is of utmost importance on both ends of it, whether it be the information of the possibilities that could happen as a result of it, or the lack of movement by our government to do anything to fix it. Of course, it's a government oversight committee meeting, and the grass is extremely exciting to watch in comparison. But no, this one's not actually too bad. This one, if you pay attention to it, you'll be like, whoa, this is crazy. So with that, here you go.
ranging from
All right. Oops. Sorry about that. I had to find where it started at. It was quite a ways into the video. So here you go. I've got it now.
the loss of electrical power for months, which would deplete energy sources of power such as emergency batteries and backup generators, have cascading consequences for supplying basic necessities such as food and water, and result in loss of life. The electrical grid is necessary to support critical infrastructure, supply and distribution of food, water, and fuel, communications, transportation, financial transactions, and emergency and government services. Significant damage to the electrical grid during an EMP event would quickly and significantly degrade the supply of these basic necessities. EMPs can also be caused by solar storms, also referred to as geomagnetic disturbances, which are basically an everyday occurrence. They just don't always hit the Earth. Two significant storms that did enter the Earth's atmosphere occurred in 1859 and 1921, respectively. Given the limited use of electricity in the mid-19th and early 20th centuries, the impact on society was relatively minimal. Today, however, society depends heavily on a variety of technologies that are vulnerable to the effects of intense solar storms. Scientists predict that these storms impact the Earth once every 100 to 150 years. So it's not a question of if, but a question of when. The occurrence today of an event like the 1921 storm could result in large-scale and prolonged blackouts affecting more than 100 million people. The National Academy of Sciences estimates the cost of damage from the most extreme solar weather at $1 to $2 trillion, with a recovery time of 4 to 10 years. The costs from even short-term blackouts are significant. In July of 1977, a blackout in New York that lasted only one day resulted in widespread looting and the breakdown of law through many New York neighborhoods. The blackout cost approximately $346 million, and nearly 3,000 people were arrested during a 26-hour period. In August of 2003, more than 200 power plants were shut down as a result of an electricity cutoff caused by cascading failure. The blackout affected Ohio, New York, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and parts of Canada. Although relatively short in duration, the blackout's economic cost was between $7 billion and $10 billion due to food spoilage, lost production, overtime wages, and other related costs. To look at this threat, Congress has created two EMP commissions, which reported their findings in 2004 and in 2008. Based in large part on their recommendations, a bill has been introduced in every Congress since 2009 to strengthen protection of the electrical grid by mitigating the effects of an EMP. Some bills have passed the House, but no bills have yet become law. Congress is not alone in its assessment of the EMP threat. State governments, such as in New York and Massachusetts, have taken action themselves to protect portions of the electrical grid located within their respective states. Even some individual utilities have correctly assessed their vulnerability to EMP and hardened a few of their critical electrical control centers. The Department of Defense recently decided to move the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, back inside Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado because the mountain is EMP hardened and would allow the military to sustain communications and homeland defense operations despite an EMP event. One of our witnesses here today, Dr. Peter Pry, wrote in the Wall Street Journal earlier this month about the military's decision and rightly surmised, quote, "The Pentagon was wise to move NORAD back into Cheyenne Mountain, but how are the American people to survive?" End quote. The Department of Homeland Security, the federal agency responsible for protecting the American citizens, is not doing enough to lead an interagency effort to mitigate the impact of an EMP event, leaving vast populations of Americans vulnerable to the effects of an EMP. Lastly, the draft executive order by the National Space Weather Strategy released for comment earlier this month by the White House Office of Science and Technology Council. This order is necessary and clearly within the constitutional mandate to provide for the common defense, but it is an outline of goals, not what is needed, a strategy with priorities and a blueprint for how to reliably mitigate adverse solar weather. It is essential that state and national leaders have adequate plans at hand to determine how best to respond to EMP threats as they arise. As such, it is critical that a scenario focused on the EMP threat be included in national planning scenarios by the Department of Homeland Security. This is precisely the directive included in the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, sponsored by my good friend Congressman Trent Franks, who will be here with us today later to discuss the importance of the EMP issue. His bill would require DHS to take the lead for researching how to best prepare and protect American citizens from the threat of an EMP event. And Trent is also the leading sponsor on legislation such as the Secure High Voltage Infrastructure for Electricity from Lethal Damage Act, the SHIELD Act, which again seeks to strengthen America's hand against an EMP attack. I look forward to hearing Trent's thoughts on this issue when he's able to come, as well as our other witnesses, because this is an important issue and there are things our government can do to address it right now. And with that, I recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Massachusetts, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank you and also Chairwoman Lummis for holding this hearing to examine our state of preparedness against the threat of an electromagnetic pulse event, also known as an EMP. And as well, I'd like to thank our colleague, Mr. Franks of Arizona, who will, as you say, join us shortly, and also our other witnesses on the panel today for helping us with our work. As set forth in President Obama's 2015 National Security Strategy, a comprehensive national security agenda must prioritize efforts to address the top strategic risks to the U.S. interests, including the possibility of a catastrophic attack on U.S. critical infrastructure. Similarly, the strategic plan developed by the Department of Homeland Security provides that we must enhance security for our nation's critical infrastructure against the threat of a terrorist attack by identifying key vulnerabilities and addressing them through the implementation of appropriate technologies. In support of our shared responsibility to protect America against attack, we must make every effort to examine the extent of potential threats, such as an electromagnetic pulse event, to our homeland security. Now, this oversight is even more critical given that the current budgetary climate requires Congress to make very difficult choices in determining federal agency spending. Now, not only is the federal government still operating under sequestration, but unfortunately, Congress recently passed a budget blueprint that contemplates cutting non-defense spending, including our homeland security budget that could be helpful on this issue, by nearly $500 billion below sequestration-level spending caps. While government officials, scientists, and other experts may disagree on the imminence of electromagnetic pulse event, the EMP Commission, established by Congress in 2001 to assess the threat of an EMP attack, reported that our national electric grid and other U.S. critical infrastructure could be significantly disrupted by a sudden and high-intensity energy field burst. Now, as the Chairman noted, this could be large in scale and produced by a nuclear explosion. It could also be created through the use of batteries, reactive chemicals, and other non-nuclear devices, or be the product of a natural magnetic storm. According to the Commission's 2008 report, and this is a quote, because of the ubiquitous dependence of U.S. society on electrical power systems, its vulnerability to an EMP attack, coupled with the EMP's particular damage mechanisms, creates the possibility of a long-term catastrophic consequence. A 2012 research paper prepared by a fire department in my congressional district, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit the report by Deputy Chief Michael K. Laracy, Sr. from the wonderful town of Walpole, Massachusetts. He's a Deputy Fire Chief there. The title is Potential Impacts of Electromagnetic Pulse Attacks on Fire and EMS Delivery Services for the Walpole Fire Department.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. In response to such concerns, the House passed H.R. 3410, the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, by voice vote at the end of last year. This bill, introduced by our friend Mr. Franks from Arizona, sought to require the Department of Homeland Security to include the EMP threat in its national planning scenarios. While the bill did not pass the Senate, DHS has indicated that the threat of an EMP attack is very much on its radar. During recent congressional testimony, Ms. Suzanne Spalding, the Undersecretary for the National Protection and Programs, indicated that the DHS is currently partnering with private sector entities in the electronic sector to determine how best to address the EMP threat. So I look forward to discussing the issue with our witnesses in order to examine what additional steps we might take in order to better safeguard our national electric grid and other critical infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Dr. William Graham, who is chairman of the 2008 EMP Commission, a letter from Dr. William Radasky, president of Meditech Corporation and leading EMP expert for more than 50 years, and a letter, fact sheet, and cost estimate model from Thomas Popick, chairman of the Foundation for Resilient Societies. Without objection, so order. I now recognize the chairwoman of the National Resources Subcommittee, Mrs. Lummis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman DeSantis, for spearheading this hearing. And I also want to thank the ranking member. Ranking Member Lynch, thanks for your participation and involvement in this hearing. To examine the important issue of electrical grid preparedness in the event of an electromagnetic pulse caused by an attack or a solar storm hitting the Earth. The threat to the grid infrastructure is real, and the potential for devastating impacts needs to be examined. Solar flares have resulted in numerous incidents. The Carrington event of 1859, which at the time only affected telegraph systems, to be honest, I don't remember the Carrington event personally. I was a mere child at the time. That was a little joke. But I do remember the 1989 geomagnetic storm that disrupted radio signals and satellite damage and knocked out the power grid in Quebec. The grid is a critical piece of national infrastructure that contributes to the most basic daily needs of Americans, as well as business and government. Given the threat presented to this critical infrastructure, I agree with Chairman DeSantis that the federal government needs to take the EMP threat seriously by including it in DHS national planning scenarios. That's why I support Congressman Ted Frank's Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. This important bill takes a step forward towards protecting our grid against an EMP threat. I note that it passed the House last Congress, and I appreciate all the hard work that Congressman Trent Franks has done on this issue. The federal government needs to follow the lead of state-based utilities and harden the grid against an EMP threat. As we will hear today, the entirety of the nation's grid is not prepared to deal with a variety of threats. It is important that the federal government realize this and take the necessary steps to protect the grid. I welcome the testimony of our witnesses today, and I look forward to hearing more about what our country needs to do to protect against the threats of EMPs. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. We will now recognize our panel of witnesses. I'm pleased to welcome Dr. George Baker, Professor Emeritus at James Madison University and CEO of Baycor, Dr. Peter Vincent Pry, Executive Director of the Task Force on National and Homeland Security, and Mr. Mike Caruso, Director of Government and Specialty Business Development at ETS Lindgren. Welcome all. Pursuant to committee rules, witnesses will be sworn in before they testify. So if you guys can rise and raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. In order to allow time for discussion, please limit your testimony to 5 minutes, and you'll see the blinking lights in front of you. When it hits red, that's when you've hit 5 minutes. Your entire written statement will be made a part of the record. And with that, Dr. Baker, you are up for 5 minutes.
My thanks to Chairman DeSantis, Chairman Lummis, ranking members, and committee members for this opportunity to share my concerns about EMP. My name is George Baker. I've spent most of my professional career protecting the U.S. military from EMP. At the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, I managed the development of the military standards used to protect the Department of Defense systems. As a retired professor, James Madison University, and DoD consultant, I now perform EMP vulnerability assessments of key government facilities. The Congressional EMP Commission, on which I served as principal staff, made a compelling case for protecting critical infrastructure against nuclear EMP and solar storm geomagnetic disturbances. I'll also refer to that as GMD. Among potential disasters, EMP and GMD are particularly challenging because the effects can be continental in scale. EMP and GMD disasters are preventable. That's my main point today. They are preventable. We have the engineering know-how and tools. What is missing is resolve. I see three reasons why we are not making progress at present on these threats, and I'll address these in the rest of my talk. The first is there are many misconceptions about EMP and GMD threats. I'll look at 4 of those. The first misconception is that only major nuclear powers, such as Russia and China, with high-yield thermonuclear devices could effectively execute an EMP attack. In fact, low-yield devices obtained by emerging nuclear powers, such as North Korea and Iran, can produce catastrophic EMP effects. Misconception 2, that a nuclear EMP attack would burn out every exposed electronic system. In fact, based on government tests, we know that smaller, self-contained, self-powered systems, such as vehicles, handheld radios, disconnected portable generators, are often not affected. Misconception 3, EMP effects on critical infrastructure will be limited to non-severe nuisance-type effects. In fact, wide area failure of just a few systems could cause cascading infrastructure collapse in highly interconnected networks. One example is the 2003 electric blackout of the Northeast was precipitated by a single high voltage line touching a tree and then proceeded to cascade to the entire Northeast. So when you extend this concept to a wide area of failures in infrastructure networks, including the internet, you can see that EMP is an existential threat that we must take very seriously. The fourth and final misconception I'll address, that is to protect all of our infrastructure against EMP would cost a large fraction of the U.S. GNP. In fact, protecting the electric grid and communication networks alone would provide substantial benefit and be cost effective. A recent cost study by the Foundation for Resilient Societies shows that significant EMP protection could be achieved for an investment in the range of $10 to $30 billion. The second reason we aren't making progress is the stakeholders are in a state of denial. Concern about cost makes stakeholders in government and the private sector reluctant to admit EMP vulnerabilities. Actions to date have been limited and ineffective. An example is the joint effort of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, that is FERC, and the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, that is NERC, to set reliability standards for wide area electromagnetic impacts on the electric grid. The NERC developed and FERC approved standards that we have exclude nuclear EMP despite the opportunity to protect against both GMD and EMP using the same equipment. NERC standards rely on operational procedures that require no physical protection of the electric grid. The largest measured storms are a factor of 10 higher than the NERC benchmark for protection. A skeptic might suspect that NERC's main objective was to avert liability rather than to protect the American public. Third reason we aren't making progress is there's no one in charge. There's no single point of responsibility to develop and implement a national EMP protection plan. When I asked NERC officials about EMP protection, they informed me, we don't do EMP, that's DOD's responsibility. The Department of Defense tells me EMP protection for civilian infrastructure is DHS's responsibility. And then when I talk to DHS, I get answers that the protection should be done by the Department of Energy, since they're the infrastructure sector-specific agency. So we have EMP and GMD protection as finger-pointing exercises at present. In closing, I have the following recommendation for future progress. The DoD experience with EMP protection has given us the necessary engineering tools, but what we need is the help of your committee to get government to act. First, we need a designated executive authority. The DHS and DoD both are likely candidates. The first order of business would be a national EMP GMD protection plan and a set of planning scenarios. Second, let us budget for a national program to protect the electric grid, including essential supporting infrastructures used for fuel supply and communication. And third, Congress should recognize that the regulatory apparatus conceived in the Energy Policy Act of 2005 is not working. Establishing a new independent commission solely focused on electric reliability would be very helpful. A commission power to regulations on its own, similar to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The present FERC-NERC arrangement has proved ineffective. Thank you for this opportunity to present my concerns and recommendations, which are more fully explained in my written testimony, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. The chair now recognizes Dr. Pry for 5 minutes. You're up.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the subcommittees today. First, what I think we must understand about the threat is that it is not merely theoretical. It is a real threat. In the military doctrines of Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, they plan to make a nuclear EMP attack against the United States. We have seen North Korea and Iran exercise this, including by launching ballistic missiles off of a freighter at sea, which would enable the possibility of an anonymous EMP attack. During the nuclear crisis we had with North Korea in 2013, it was the worst nuclear crisis we ever had, when Kim Jong-un was threatening to make nuclear missile strikes against the United States in the aftermath of their third illegal nuclear test. In the midst of that crisis, North Korea orbited a satellite over the South Pole that passed over the territory of the United States on the optimum trajectory and altitude to both evade our national missile defenses and, had that been a nuclear warhead, to place an EMP field over all 48 contiguous United States that would have had catastrophic consequences. That was the KSM-3 satellite. That satellite still passes over us. It's still in orbit and passes over us with regularity. Another thing that must be understood is EMP is part of a larger part of their military doctrine, what they consider a revolution in military affairs, that basically is a combined arms operation with cyber attacks, physical sabotage, non-nuclear EMP weapons, and nuclear EMP weapons as the most decisive instrument, all used together and coordinated in a form of a new blitzkrieg, except one that's waged in cyberspace, to basically bring a civilization down to its knees, so that a failed state like an Iran or North Korea could theoretically defeat and destroy a highly advanced society like our own. But this would be unprecedented in history, where you would have a situation where a state like an Iran or North Korea, or even a subnational actor like a terrorist group, if they could get hold of that one nuclear bomb and do it in combination with cyber attacks and physical sabotage, to crash our critical infrastructures, especially the electric grid, and basically destroy our civilization. But they write about it, they exercise it, they're serious about it. And we actually see this being practiced in real life in some countries. Back in June of last year, while ISIS was sweeping over northern Iraq, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula blacked out the entire electric grid in the state of Yemen, put 18 cities and 24 million people into the dark. That's the first time in history that a terrorist group has blacked out a whole country. And it so destabilized Yemen that look what happened to them. You know, they've gone from being a U.S. ally, so now we have lost one of our most important allies in the Middle East already to this kind of an attack. This year, in January 25th of this year, a terrorist group blacked out 80% of the grid in Turkey. We don't know what they're up to in doing that, in Pakistan. But Pakistan is a nuclear weapons state. So the idea that 80% of the grid could be blacked out in Pakistan for purposes unknown is extremely disturbing. Is this a precursor to try to get their hands on nuclear weapons in Pakistan? About a week before the Washington blackout happened, 80% of Turkey was put into blackout by a cyber attack by Iran. Now, these were not EMP attacks, but they're the experiments with parts of this doctrine that they have that would combine all these things. And we have seen, in the case of North Korea and Iran, experiments with the nuclear EMP option as well. Now, so the threat is real. As George Baker has testified, however, there's really no excuse for us to be vulnerable to this. We know how to fix the problem. And one of the things the EMP Commission recommended is if you can protect against the worst threat, which is the nuclear EMP attack, if you can protect against that, it will mitigate all the others. Cyber attacks, physical sabotage, non-nuclear EMP weapons, and GMD as well. So we know how to fix the problem. What to do? I endorse everything that Dr. Baker said. We need to pass the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. The importance of having a national planning scenario focused on EMP cannot be understated. Right now, despite what DHS may be telling you, if it is not in the national planning scenarios, the threat doesn't exist for state and local emergency planners or for federal emergency planners too. People who want to do something about this threat at the state level, when they apply for funding, for example, from DHS, can't get it because EMP is not among the national planning scenarios. So that would put it on the radar screen for federal, state, and local emergency planners, and would be an enormous step forward towards solving the problem. Next, we need to bring back the Congressional EMP Commission, which is actually it's under consideration right now in the Defense Authorization Bill being negotiated with the Senate. The greatest progress we made in this country was when the EMP Commission was around. And, with the absence of the Commission, well, we have seen that no progress has been made. If we can bring back the EMP Commission, I expect that that would reintroduce, we would have a voice in the governmental level, a part of Congress, that could aggressively promote EMP preparedness, and that is what we need to do. And last, the NERC-FERC relationship, I completely agree with Dr. Baker, is extremely dysfunctional. It doesn't work. It needs to be reformed. I'm not sure that you can actually reform those institutions. I would actually advocate abolishing both FERC and NERC and starting with something else, a different kind of an institution, something similar to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that has real regulatory power and that understands that its stakeholder, its customer, is not the electric power industry first, but it's the American people first. And the responsibility is not first to the profits of the utilities, but it's to America's national security. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Mr. Caruso, thank you for coming. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank Chairman DeSantis, Chairman Lummis, ranking members, and committee members for this opportunity to testify. I consider it an honor and a privilege to be here today to share my 32 years of experience in the practical side of protecting against EMP events. EMP hardening has long been considered very expensive and an elusive art known to few. The current guidance on EMP protection is found in the MIL Standard 188-125 that is not necessarily appropriate for every application when considering the critical infrastructure. EMP hardening of the critical infrastructure would require a less stringent application of the MIL Standard 188-125. Government, public, and private critical infrastructure facilities and services are becoming increasingly interdependent, as we've seen with many of the companies that I've talked to over the past 3 years. In addition to the interdependency of those services, we see an increasingly dependency upon the very vulnerable electric grid and electric power system. To date, little has been done to harden the electric power system and the 16 segments of critical infrastructure as designated by Department of Homeland Security. Currently, 18 states have ongoing initiatives to require the electric utilities to at least address the protection of the electrical grid from the dangers of an EMP or solar storm. Electromagnetic energy from an EMP can disrupt the supervisory and control data acquisition systems, or SCADA systems, which the electric grid heavily relies. I've recently testified at the Texas State House in support of bills introduced for EMP protection of the critical infrastructure. Texas is one of the states aggressively pursuing passage of EMP legislation, including an appropriation to get critical infrastructure segments started in the overall evaluation of their vulnerability. In 2014, ETS Lindgren, the company for which I work, was part of a multidisciplinary team that successfully completed construction of the very first large private sector SCADA facility in the United States that includes EMP protection. The building was a 2-story, 105-square-foot building, of which 44,000 square feet were EMP protected. That included generators and cooling systems. The total project cost was about $100 million. And the approximate EMP protection part of that was about $8 million. So if we're looking at it, about 8% of the overall budget. If we looked at that cost spread over the 2 million customers that building serves, we're looking at less than $1 per year per customer spread out over 5 years. While the optimum scenario is to protect a brand-new control building, retrofitting is possible, and I've spoken with quite a few electric utilities about retrofitting their control buildings. If we're looking at the existing facilities are tremendously vulnerable because the equipment was never intended to be EMP protected, nor were the support systems ever laid out properly to be protected. An estimated rough order of magnitude for protecting a similar facility as the 44,000 square feet that we talked about in the new building would be approximately $16 million. And there again, when you take a look at that and spread that out over 5 years, it's less than $2 per customer based on a 2 million customer service area. In my opinion, EMP protection of the electric utilities is the primary concern due to the survival and dependency we have on electrical power. Some proactive, forward-thinking utilities have either instituted EMP protection programs or have at least begun to consider implementing them. However, the balance of the critical infrastructure segments, such as financial, wastewater, drinking water, transportation, food distribution, healthcare, emergency services, have really not ever been addressed at all. It is my sincere belief we as a nation will someday face an EMP attack. I respectfully urge you to consider and pass legislation to address the EMP threat that I believe has been overlooked for far too long. Chairman DeSantis, Chairman Lewis, ranking members, committee members, I thank you again for this opportunity to present my thoughts, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions you have of me. Thank you for your time.
I thank the witnesses for your testimony. The Chair now recognizes himself for question for 5 minutes. Dr. Baker, you talked in your written testimony about the critical importance of the electric grid. So an EMP attack that would fry the electric grid, can you just explain the consequences to somebody who maybe has never heard of an EMP before today's hearing? What practical effect would that have on American society?
The electric grid is the foundation for all other infrastructures. DHS has listed 16 critical infrastructure sectors, and the one sector that that drives everything else is the electric power. The other thing about the electric power, it not only is the most critical, arguably the most critical infrastructure, it's arguably the most vulnerable to EMP because you measure EMP in volts per meter. So the longer the line, the larger the voltage it will be induced on the line. So it's ironic that our most critical infrastructure is also the most vulnerable, and that's why we have to be so serious about protecting the grid. But without the electric grid, basic life services, the ability to pump drinking water, the ability to heat or cool our homes.
Take out money from an ATM, would you be able to do that?
Yeah, that's right. Our financial sector is also way up there on in terms of EMP vulnerability and the risk factor, mainly because it depends upon the electric grid and the long haul communications as well. So essentially it would be we've seen sort of a microcosm of what could happen in the Northeast blackout and the anarchy that resulted there. But that in Britain, I've been to some EMP meetings in Britain where they actually are protecting their grid, but their rule of thumb is it's 3 days to total anarchy. As I heard this member of Parliament say, once you lose the electricity. Yeah.
And in terms of some of the casualties, because people have surmised, terrorists, if they could get their hands on a nuclear device detonated in an American city, it'd obviously be very devastating. And some have said, yeah, that would be, but their best bet to do the most damage would be to try to launch it over the country and explode it and create an EMP. And the casualty estimates I've seen are really, really high if they were able to cripple our entire electrical grid. Is that your understanding, that you're talking about potentially millions of people who could die?
Even though you don't get direct effects on biological humans, the long-term effects without the electric power grid, we're talking about certainly within a year, you would lose at least half the American population. I've seen estimates as high as 90% of the American population would be at risk over a protracted 1 year period.
So given that the consequences are potentially very dire, but also given that, as I think as all the witnesses have said, there are certainly things we could do very easily. Why haven't we done enough, in your opinion?
One of the problems is that the liabilities, the public companies are reluctant to admit vulnerabilities because if something bad were to happen, they would be liable, and I think that's a big problem. And just the the cost, the wide area effects, we get into these hand-wringing stances where people they don't know where to begin, so they haven't. And what we're trying to do is lay out a well-ordered incremental approach where to get us beyond the hand-wringing.
Mr. Caruso, you've been involved in this field and have done work hardening critical infrastructure against an EMP attack. So help us understand what is involved when you actually try to harden a facility or a line.
Certainly. In addition to the critical infrastructure, I've been involved in hardening military and government facilities for the 32 years in this business. And essentially what's required to harden a facility is to create an electromagnetic shield, a six-sided electromagnetic shield around the equipment that's intended to be protected.
And as of right now, in your judgment and based on your experience, what percentage of the electrical grid is prepared for an EMP threat?
Currently, there's only one control center in the entire country that I'm aware of that is protected.
And which one's that?
I'm not allowed to say because of non-disclosure agreements that I'm under.
Understood. My time has expired. Thanks for answering the questions, and I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, the subcommittee on national security, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what we're saying here is that because of the interconnectivity of our society today, the great reliance and connectivity to the Internet, so much of every aspect of our lives is wired now, that fact will actually amplify the impact of an EMP event. Is that basically what you're saying, Mr. Baker? Dr. Baker?
That's right.
Right. Now, for countermeasures, I understand and I don't question the level of disruption that would occur, and I guess the imminence of this is debatable, but there's no debate about the disruption that would result if one of these EMPs occurred. The countermeasures that have been talked about, the folks at CRS that serve Congress, the Congressional Research Service, mentioned a couple of countermeasures. One was this Faraday cage protection, which I guess is some type of a cladding. Can you talk about that for a bit?
Right, and Mike Caruso just mentioned this idea of a six-sided shield.
Okay.
You have a six-sided metal enclosure that's referred to in electrical engineering as a Faraday cage.
Okay. Mr. Caruso, you want to go into that a little bit more?
Certainly. The six-sided metal shield has to be constructed so it basically has no openings in it except those that are absolutely necessary to have. And all of those openings are technically considered to be points of entry. So you start out by building a six-sided metal box with no openings, and then you start adding openings for things like the electrical power, communications, and air exchanges and cooling systems. And all of those points of entries are handled in a very, very special and particular way in order to ensure that you are attenuating any EMP signal that might be broadcast in the atmosphere, but also any signals that are being brought in, conducted on the electrical lines or communication lines.
Sort of like a surge protector, that type of?
Exactly, a surge protector on steroids, if you would.
Yeah. Now what about The other countermeasure that I'm not sure if it incorporates the Faraday cage protection, these portable or mobile units that I guess some of the contractors for Microsoft and I guess some of the other computer outfits have come up with sort of an off-the-rack type of system where they can house all of these servers in the event that you have an event. Is that one and the same, or are those two different strategies?
It's one and the same in terms of technology. The portable data centers, if you will, the EMP protected data centers, are essentially six-sided Faraday cages with all the points of entry addressed, and sometimes they get actually interfaced with the fixed asset that might be inside of a building. So they become a supplement to what's going on in the building. These same shelters sometimes hold backup generator systems or backup cooling systems to act as protection against the EMP for those systems as well.
Okay. So the last time we had a talk about this was, well, the study was done in 2008, I think, and there were 16 recommendations. Is there anything different that we're doing now than what was going on at that point, talking about Congress?
The only substantive response to the EMP recommendations has been within the Department of Defense, where they are actually providing an annual report to Congress on the steps that they're taking to meet the EMP Commission recommendations. And but as far as the civilian infrastructure, I'm not aware of any progress.
Dr. Pry, I don't want you to get off the hook without a question. The general recommendation then would be to adopt some of these countermeasures for infrastructure that we identify as being critical, whether it's civilian critical infrastructure or military infrastructure. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. For example, there are 2,000 extra high voltage transformers that are basically the technological foundation of our electronic civilization. Most people don't even know that. And these things are vulnerable to EMP. They should be protected. They're very hard. We don't even make them in this country anymore. But that's an example. The Commission had a rather long list of recommendations, basically a plan, that could be implemented to protect the civilian critical infrastructures at affordable cost. It's not hard to do. The technology isn't the problem. The money isn't the problem. It doesn't cost that much to do it. It's the politics that has been the problem. As George has said, nobody has responsibility for doing this. Those you would think have responsibility, the Department of Defense, for example, when you talk about, they have no jurisdiction over the civilian critical infrastructure. And they'll say, well, this could be caused by a geomagnetic storm. And that's not our department. We're dealing with foreign threats. So it's the Department of Homeland Security's job. DHS will say, well, a nuclear weapon, that's the DOD's job. So nobody has been in charge. And then where it counts the most is we have this very dysfunctional relationship between the NERC, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, that represents the 3,000 utilities, that's supposed to be a partner with U.S. FERC in providing for grid security. But the political reality is that that relationship is dysfunctional, and it has not resulted in not only in increasing our security where EMP is concerned, but even against tree branch problems, for instance. It took NERC a decade to come up with a vegetation management plan to better manage tree branches so that we won't have a repeat of the Northeast blackout of 2003. And they're falling down on the job on very pedestrian threats, let alone cyber threats and EMP attacks and the like. It's just the system isn't working, and that needs to be fixed by somebody.
Thank you. I see my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, the chairman of the Natural Resources Subcommittee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a bit of a novice to this subject, so I'm going to ask you some general questions. Feel free to take them wherever you choose. Over the weekend, I got a little taste of this. I woke up Sunday morning at my country home in Wyoming without electricity. Had no water because in a rural area, I'm on an electric pump to pump my well water. So the inconveniences associated with being without electricity were apparent from the minute my eyes opened. As it turned out, it was just something, I think they called it a bayonet, which is a very large fuse that they just came and replaced. And believe it or not, they came on Sunday morning and I was back up and running, and happily so. But when you think about that on the scale that we're talking about it really does create immediate global problems, especially in this country. So my first question, Mr. Crusoe, what do these things cost, these shields that protect our infrastructure?
The shield that I gave an example of in my testimony was approximately $182 per square foot to put into place. So if you look at a floor plan of a building and look at the square footage, again, about $182 a square foot on top of the building cost itself.
So it's not chump change.
It's not chump change, but it's not insurmountable either.
Yeah. My next question is for all of you. I'm going to direct it to Dr. Pry first, but then I'd like to ask our other two witnesses to weigh in. This is about your concern that the relationship between NERC and FERC is dysfunctional. You mentioned the possibility of doing away with both. So if you were, dictator for a day, and you could do exactly that, either combine NERC and FERC or do away with them and replace them with something else that would solve the dysfunction you've identified, as well as address this electromagnetic pulse issue responsibly, what would that look like?
That would look like the kind of relationship that the Federal Aviation Administration has with the airline industry. What I think that isn't understood is that the electric power industry is the only critical infrastructure that still operates basically in something that's close to a 19th century regulatory environment. The Federal Aviation Administration has the power and has independent inspectors. If they find metal fatigue in the wings of an airline, they can ground that whole fleet and order the airline industry. You're not going to fly those planes until they're fixed. When there's a disaster and an airplane crashes, the industry doesn't get to investigate and figure out what went wrong, not by themselves. It's the Federal Aviation Administration that drags those things into a hangar. And why do we do that? Because we want an objective actor whose first priority is public safety, because hundreds of lives are at stake when airplanes fly. And so we don't take lightly the lives of the American people when it comes to that. And if we will go to the Food and Drug Administration or any other industry, I would like that same kind of regulatory relationship with the electric power industry. Let me describe to you a little bit about what the current regulatory environment is like, because it's not really what we would consider a regulatory environment. The U.S. FERC, for example, does not have the power to tell NERC, that is the industry, what they shall do to protect the grid. It can order them to come up with a plan, and then NERC can take as much time as it likes, to come up with a plan or a proposed plan. And then if the U.S. FERC has objections to that plan, the whole plan has to be scrapped and the process starts all over again. That's how it took 10 years to get a plan for vegetation management, so we wouldn't have a repeat of the great Northeast blackout of 2003. Industry takes its time, dragging its feet, and can use this process, to basically escape doing what it's supposed to do. The NERC is supposed to partner with the U.S. FERC in providing for the security of the American people, but it doesn't. And I don't think combining these or keeping the same, there are some good people in these institutions, but George and I have served, for example, on the NERC's Geomagnetic Disturbance Task Force, and we've actually seen them engage in junk science, dishonest practices, in terms of the science, to try to mislead people. In my written testimony, I describe a very disturbing example of where the NERC came up with a hollow standard for the natural EMP created by the sun, saying, okay, they were drag kicking and screaming, by the way, and resisted for years, saying that, oh, the threat from the sun doesn't really affect the electric grid, which was completely untrue. Eventually, they were forced to come up with a standard. The standard is so low that it doesn't provide any real protection. And the
Dr. Fry, my time has expired, but I'm hoping to follow up with all three of you on this issue in a second round of questioning. Thank you all very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the statement of Ms. Lawrence, who's the ranking member on the Subcommittee on Interior. Without objection, I will be so ordered. And at this point, I would like to recognize Ms. Lawrence for 5 minutes for her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This issue is one of great importance to me and to our country. The Congressional EMP Commission issued a report in 2008 identifying 16 segments of our infrastructure that could suffer severe damage if not protected. Today, 7 years later, the testimony continues to echo those concerns. I'm curious today, Mr. Caruso, has anything changed since this last report regarding the protection of the grid?
I don't believe anything significant has changed. What we have seen is that many private industries that make up the critical infrastructure have taken it upon themselves, just as doing good business, to do EMP protection. I've worked with several financial institutions, including insurance companies. I've worked with electric utilities and industry as well. But other than that, nothing real significant has happened.
To follow up on your statement, there has been some independent efforts being made in this direction. Are we monitoring that as a federal government? If we start implementing taking the steps that we should, would we have a different system that's being used now, or are we just going to provide oversight to these individual companies? What is the plan that you're recommending here?
Yeah, my recommendation really falls in line with those of Dr. Pry and Dr. Baker, in that someone needs to be in charge, and especially as it's related to the 16 critical infrastructure segments, in terms of providing real protection and at least addressing the issue to ask the question, what if? What happens if we lose the electrical power? What happens if we lose the ability to do it? I like to use the example of the waste treatment systems. If you would not only lose the electrical power, but the control systems that control the wastewater filtration and pumping stations throughout an area. If that goes down in a major city, you have 2 or 3 days before the city is just on its knees.
My question to Dr. Baker, as we look at the need, we heard your recommendations. 2008 was the last report. Will we have to initiate a new commission and a new report so it be relevant, or do you feel strongly that the information we have now is enough to move forward with starting our plan?
I believe that the EMP Commission reports that were issued in 2004 and 2008 are still operative. So I would say, yeah, they are a very good place to start. I don't know whether there's anything I can add to those reports. The thing that helps us is that I understand that there's going to be a lot of new construction on the electric grid, and that if we are able to project and develop some plans that we can actually include the EMP protection with the new build out. So there might be some maybe augmentation of the EMP Commission recommendations. The thing
I
that
do want to say, as my time run out, that as a mayor, I lived through the power outages that affected the Midwest. And when you talk about the threat of lives, hospitals that were in my city, individuals stranded on elevators, life support systems and oxygen, getting the pumps backed up with batteries so that we could continue to ensure that our water was properly processed through cleaning water filtration. This is a very serious issue, and I appreciate your testimonies today. And I know for a fact if we receive such an attack, the threat is one that would be significantly dangerous for our country, and a lot of dangerous people on simple, mere traffic navigation. Everything came to a complete halt. To be able to sit in a room in our emergency command center with no power, we could not pull up documents of employee records because it was on a computer. So it taught me a lot of how we are dependent just from being a mayor and trying to manage through that power outage. So I thank you today for your testimony.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia for 5 minutes for his questions.
Thank you. Dr. Pry, what federal agency do you believe is best suited to lead a preparedness effort for this? Is it Homeland Security? Is it energy? Is it which one is?
I think the Department of Homeland Security, that it naturally falls under their jurisdiction, because they're responsible. They're supposed to be responsible for critical infrastructure protection in the first place. So I think that they're the ones. However, DHS and the Department of Defense are also supposed to have a cooperative relationship, when it comes to providing for Homeland Security. There's a lot of expertise. Now, DHS should have the lead, but there's a lot of expertise in the Department of Defense, and the Department of Defense is also dependent on the civilian critical infrastructure.
All right, but at the end of the day, DHS, you believe?
I would say DHS.
All right, does DHS currently have anything to deal with the scenario? They've got the 15 national planning contingency scenarios. Is anything dealing with EMPs a part of those 15 plans?
No, they're not. That's part of the problem, and why we need to pass the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. And I would add that there are people within DHS that are standing by, waiting for us to do exactly that.
All right, so there needs to be, so if DHS is responsible, DHS then needs some sort of plan. Is there a reason there's not a plan if DHS is responsible?
I think I don't know what the motive has been within the leadership of DHS, because it's been a bipartisan failure,
But a failure it is. We don't need to elaborate. If DHS is responsible, that's one thing. If DHS is responsible and not prepared, that's another issue that certainly needs to be addressed.
I'd say they are responsible and not prepared.
Okay, well then we've got to, that definitely needs to be addressed. Let me go, Mr. Crusoe, to you. The hardening a facility, can you elaborate a little bit more on just what that means and what it involves?
Certainly. As was mentioned before, we're talking, the scientific term is Faraday cage. And it essentially, we use steel to do that. So it encloses the area that's intended to be protected in a six-sided steel enclosure. And all of the points of entry coming in, and most importantly, the electrical power, are fitted with filter devices and suppression devices that would suppress the EMP coming down the line being conducted in from the external power lines. In addition to that, the facility shield protects all of the equipment inside from the radiated effects of an EMP coming down out of the atmosphere. And it needs to also protect the backup generators, the cooling systems, and all of the other support systems that would support a facility.
Okay, I've just got a couple of minutes, so that just a general understanding. I appreciate what you just shared. Let me, do state governments, and I'll just keep this with you, Mr. Caruso, do state governments have anything right now to protect against EMPs?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. All right, so we are totally vulnerable, or that includes all 50 states. There is nothing out there.
Nothing that I'm aware of.
All right. All right, so we have got to address this problem because it is totally not addressed anywhere.
That's correct, except for a handful of private industry actors that have taken it upon themselves to protect it. The control center that I was speaking of before is an electric utility. They took it upon themselves to invest their own money to protect their control center.
Okay, then real quickly across the board, and I'd appreciate an answer real quickly from all three of you. This being the case, what steps do federal entities need to take to protect this? And Mr. Baker, Dr. Baker, I'll start with you just real quickly because I know my time is about up.
First, we need a single authority that's in charge with the power to develop and enforce requirements.
Okay.
And then I think, of the 16 critical infrastructures, if we focused only on the electric power grid, that would be well worth it. We should have a program
All right,
to
real
protect the
quickly,
grid.
Dr. Pry and any, Mr. Caruso.
Passed the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, which will require the Department of Homeland Security to add a new national planning scenario focused on the EMP threat. All state, local, and federal emergency planning, training, and resource allocation is based on those scenarios. That's why it's not on the radar screen right now. Bring back the Congressional EMP Commission so you can have an aggressive watchdog to make sure that this work gets done, and reform the dysfunctional relationship between NERC and FERC. I say abolish them and start all over again. Give the job to DHS, somebody that's willing to do the job.
Unfortunately, my time has expired. Mr. Caruso.
Yeah, if he can submit your response for the record written would be,
Thank you, Mr.
great.
Chairman.
And the chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for holding this hearing to inform the public and policymakers about the threat of an EMP device. I have just some preliminary questions. Let's say an EMP device was exploded over the U.S. What is the geographic area that it would affect? The size of D.C., of Maryland, of Virginia, smaller, larger?
An entry-level, low-yield weapon, if it's detonated at the optimum altitude, the diameter of the effect would be 1,200 miles. So it would be a circle with a 1,200-mile diameter.
And then within that circle, so let's say it fries electrical generators, does it also destroy the lines themselves, or are they still fine? The lines that connect the houses and businesses to the electric grid.
The lines will remain intact. There was some Russian experience where some of their lines, they actually had damage to the support insulators, where some of their lines fell to the ground. But the evidence is that in most cases, the lines would remain intact. It's just what's on the end of the line would be affected.
And then based on the way our electrical power grid is constructed in the U.S., could you take power from another part of the country and route it through the affected area?
That would depend upon the size of the circular diameter. It would be difficult to do that because you're looking at areas that are crossing, state boundaries and the boundaries of the different power companies. So it could be difficult. And the grid control centers, we don't have grid control centers in most cases that span that large of an area.
Okay. And then I think, Mr. Caruso, you mentioned a cost to harden our critical infrastructure. You said $182 per what?
Per square foot of floor space, and that's for doing a facility, not looking at the transformer.
So it's hard for me to understand what that means. Can you sort of give me a number if to harden the United States to a place you think is sufficient? Are we talking about 50 million, 50 billion, 500 billion? What is the range here so I can understand that?
I'm sorry, I really don't have that number available in my head. I can submit something.
Or anyone in the panel?
It depends on how much protection you want to buy and what your judgment is, okay? It's sort of like asking, well, how much will it cost to buy fire protection for my house? You know, some plans can be very inexpensive. It can be as simple as buying a smoke alarm, okay, you know, which will cost you very little. Others might want to put a fire extinguisher in every room and put a sprinkler system in, which is going to cost a lot. Here are some legitimate plans and legitimate prices for you to keep in mind, okay, that can range. John Kappenman, who was on our commission, had an idea of a plan that would cost $200 million. And the idea here would be to protect the 200 most important extra high voltage transformers, the ones that service the major metropolitan areas. So John wouldn't say that this is adequate, but it will at least give you a fighting chance to save millions of people from starving to death, you know, because the transformers at least would be saved. The EMP Commission had a plan. It's, you know, right in the plan, it's about $2 billion, okay, that protects all of the transformers and generators and is much more ambitious. And that's a much better plan and would give you much greater resiliency and confidence in being able to recover the society quickly from an EMP. George Baker described an even better, more ambitious, and I would say a better plan that goes beyond that. It sort of depends on how much do you want to put into prevention. You know, just like in protecting your house, you know, you can spend more money to protect your house and be safer, or you can decide to spend less money and be less safe. But there are a wide variety of plans which industry sometimes misrepresents as being contradictory. They're not. It could range from 200 million up to 20-30 billion dollars.
And so, given those options, as you know, a lot of electrical utilities are regulated by states or cities. What is your view of the federal government's role? Why is it we don't leave it up, for example, to the Public Utilities Commission of California to decide if they want to increase ratepayers, fees and ratepayers in order to harden the facilities there? In other words, or is it your view we should give DHS authority to simply start imposing additional costs on ratepayers so we can harden all these facilities?
Yeah, may I respond?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, because this is a national security, especially if you're talking about a nuclear EMP attack or a great geomagnetic storm that could cover not just the United States, but if it's a Carrington event, you're talking about the entire world being affected by this kind of a phenomenon. A threat of this scale should be a federal national security responsibility. The states don't normally think of themselves as protecting themselves against nuclear terrorist attacks. But because of the vacuum...
But they do think about, right, natural disasters. I mean, a massive naturally caused EMP thing would be a natural disaster. So in California, it's not so much a federal government saying, hey, harden yourself against earthquakes. Well, it's actually California building codes that do that. So I'm just sort of curious do you think we should have this massive overreaching federal plan, or should we leave it to states and cities and local control?
I personally don't think it should be left to states and cities. But however, you're getting your wish. Because of the vacuum that's been created by the lack of federal leadership on this issue, the states are taking the initiative because they have to. Next week, I'm going up to Maine because Maine has passed a bill to protect its electric grid because the feds haven't done anything. Virginia has passed a bill. Arizona has passed a bill to protect its people. Florida has established a cyber and EMP legislative working group because there's no leadership, no help coming from Washington. And so the states are being made aware. They don't even know about this threat, most of them. But as they become aware of this threat and they realize that the federal government isn't doing anything, they are stepping up to the plate to protect their people. I don't think that's... I was originally trained as a historian, and I find that rather disturbing, the fact that the states have to do this. You know, one of the signs of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire was the rise of walled cities, because Rome could no longer defend its cities against the barbarians. So the states had to start providing for their own, the cities had to start providing for their own security. I don't think that's the way our system is supposed to work. You know, when it comes to national security, the feds aren't supposed to just say, well, the states, go ahead and do the best you can to take care of yourselves. We've got other things to do here. The fundamental constitutional obligation, the reason we have a federal government, is to provide for the common defense.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee for 5 minutes for his question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for calling this very important hearing. This is just one of thousands of things that we deal with, so none of us are the experts that you all are, but I can tell you this, it's something I've been concerned about for a long time. In fact, just a few days after the 2003 blackout, I gave a speech on the floor, and I quoted from the Associated Press story at the time, and it said the proposed improvements that they were talking about to keep this from happening a second time, it says, quote, are making the electricity supply vulnerable to a different kind of peril, computer viruses and hackers who could black out substations, cities, or entire states. And the story went on to say, it said, quote, in the past, the grid's old electromechanical switches and analog technology make it more or less impervious to computer maladies, but now switches and monitoring gear can be upgraded and programmed remotely with software, and that requires a vulnerable connection to a computer network. If that network runs on Microsoft Corporation operating systems, which virus writers favor, or connects to the internet, the vulnerabilities are increased. That's what came out in 2003. And I'm sorry that I've had to run in and out of here and not hear everything you've said because I've had meetings with constituents, but when I hear you talking about knocking out the power to 80% of Turkey, somebody mentioned that, and all of Yemen, in some ways it seems like we're almost more vulnerable today than we were then. Are we?
Quick answer is yes.
Well, does it, you know, my wife has told me for years I still live in the Andy of Mayberry days. And then a few years later, I saw that I had the same birthday as Don Knotts. And when I saw that, I thought, well, she's been right all these years. So I'm about as low-tech as they come. But it seems ridiculous to me that we're so interconnected with each other that when a crew cuts a tree limb in Cleveland, Ohio, and it cuts off the power to the entire northeastern part of Canada for several hours, I mean, it seems like to me that that's just ridiculous that we would allow that to happen.
That's right.
And it also seems to me that we need to get more people interested in this because surely we have people that can figure out, is it possible that, you know, that bigger may not always be better, that maybe we shouldn't have these power companies that are so big that if we broke up some of these power companies and that we wouldn't be so interconnected where what happened to one would affect people all over the country?
Well, actually, that was one of the recommendations of the EMP Commission. It's called islanding. And in effect, it's kind of what's happening at the level of the states. Even though it isn't happening by a plan coming out of Washington, by this natural process of the states deciding to protect themselves, you're creating islands, you know, where if the big grid goes down, at least that state will have its lights stay on. And so,
well,
yes,
that is encouraging. I've been glad to hear that some of these states are taking individual initiatives. I hope that keeps growing.
It makes it harder to do when the NERC claims that they've adopted a GMD standard, and don't worry about it, they're on top of the problem, which they also say about cyber and things like that, which is not true, you know, because it ends up taking away the incentive for the states to protect themselves when NERC convinces them that they are. And I'd like to also make one last statement, because you talked about, are we getting more vulnerable? Another thing that needs to be kept in mind is that we are getting more vulnerable all the time because of the advance of technology. You know, as our semiconductor technology gets better and better and faster and runs on lower and lower voltages, it becomes more and more vulnerable to the EMP effect, which is why we're so vulnerable now. Back in 1962 Starfish Prime test, when that happened, the vacuum tube technology of the day was 1 million times less vulnerable to EMP. Still the lights went out in Hawaii, 1 million times less vulnerable. And every time, I think it's every 10 years, we have like a tenfold increase in the capabilities of our semiconductor technology. It also becomes tenfold more vulnerable to EMP. So this problem is getting worse and worse. It's not just standing still while we do nothing.
Well, what do you think about this bill by Congressman Franks? Is that a good first step?
The Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, absolutely. It would go in a huge way toward helping solve the problem.
I remember several years ago, I read on the front page of the Washington Post one day that a 12-year-old boy opened up the floodgates at the Hoover Dam 700 miles from his home because he was able to hack in. And it seems to me that, we've got a lot of brilliant people out here that should be working on this. We over-sensationalize a lot of these threats because of a 24-hour news cycle, and because so many people and companies make money off of threats that are exaggerated. But in my opinion, this is one that's not being exaggerated, and that we need to do a little bit more, and I appreciate what you all are trying to do. I've run out of time. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony, for answering our questions. We wanted to have Congressman Franks testify and present both his critical infrastructure bill and the SHIELD Act, but he has a bill on the House floor right now, and he's not able to attend. So we're sorry that couldn't be arranged, but clearly I think from what the witnesses have said, those are the types of pieces of legislation that I think we need to be moving ahead in Congress. And so if this hearing has helped raise more awareness, and hopefully we can get some bipartisan support for this stuff and move forward. I will hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any members who would like to submit a written statement. And with that, this hearing is now adjourned.
I look very elegant.
So I know that was kind of a long, boring... I'm dropping stuff again. It's nothing new. So I know that was like a long, drawn-out, boring... well, anything in Congress is long, drawn-out, and boring. That's why most of us don't watch it and keep engaged in what's going on. It's very important to pay attention to this, though. I think it's really going to play into what we see in the future. And that's not trying to fearmonger or anything like that. It's, put it this way, it would be foolish not to understand or at least know the risks that we're taking in this country. They're unneeded risks. There was somebody, as a result, I remember, a result of this meeting, there was somebody that was trying to, there was something, a product or something, and it wasn't about making money. It actually was pretty inexpensive, and it was a way that they could fix our power grid, and they could avoid what would be an absolutely, I can't even describe how terrible of a disaster that we could see as a result of losing our power grid. I mean, it's amazing. And when I say amazing, I don't mean in a good way. It's staggering. Maybe that's a better word. It's staggering, the result that would happen in our country from losing our power grid. There are simple things that can be done, and I believe they're done at the substations, if I'm not mistaken. But there is a way that they could actually prevent an entire grid from going down, and it would be something similar to like a circuit breaker, that if an EMP was detected. Howdy, Memento. I was just wondering about you. Glad to see you here. it was something that would kick out, like, from the rest of the grid. So let's say that a particular substation picked up the EMP attack. It picked it up. It would kick itself out because our grid is interlinked. That's why they call it a grid. So if we could stop that connection from substation to substation, if we could break that grid momentarily when the EMP happened, then we could, I don't know exactly what the device entailed, whether, some type of switch or some type of, fuse device that could be replaced, or exactly what it was that they had. We could get the grid back up in a very, very quick amount of time. But we're left wide open. And we have to ask ourselves, why are we left wide open when it's a relatively simple problem to fix? The military is well protected from this. Very well protected from this. And so, I always tell people they need to be protected at home because the government is not protecting you. Absolutely not protecting you. Why do I bring this stuff up right now? Well, Wayne shared the video, and that got me on the topic, but this is a topic of passion for me. It's a topic that I have personally researched heavily into, and a topic that has gave me a direction to prep in. When I say that, I mean my previous preps. I mean my few preps that I have going on now is pretty much not geared towards anything other than what I have knowledge-wise. So, but I think that's the most important prep. The most important preparation you can do is a mental one, and it doesn't cost you a dime, it just costs you your time. So, Off-Grid Nation has posted a video tonight, and I'm going to check it out just because I really do. Everything that I have seen from him, and I just learned about him recently, everything that I have seen by him has been stellar. It's been really, really good stuff. So here's Off-Grid Nation, and then we may get into talking about EMP a little bit more after this. And when I'm saying that, what we can do to prepare.
Well, hey guys, Tommy with the Off-Grid Nation here, and by request, actually a few of you guys came out, and I get a lot of questions about, where should I buy metal, and could you do a video on the process? So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to show you where I buy my metal from. There's several other good places out there. Do your own research. SD Bullion is one that I would look at. Miles Franklin is one that you can call up and talk to them if you're interested in doing that. I'm familiar with JM Bullion. I've bought stuff from them in the past, so I'm real familiar on how to use it, so I'll just go through it with you. So go to www.jmbullion.com, and it'll bring you right here. Now, all their orders have free shipping regardless of how much you buy or how little you buy. But there are a couple of fine points that you might want to know in advance before you go into this. So let's just say that we want to buy silver, and I recommend that you stick with silver coins. Now, you could get bars, you could get what's called junk silver down here, the 90 or 40% silver coins. That's just old change prior to 1965 that has silver content in it. Or you can get silver rounds. I stay away from these products, the silver bullets and stuff. That's not the kind of silver I want to own. You might, but in any event, I'm sticking with silver coins. And maybe I'll show you a couple of the other products. The two that I would stick with is either the American Silver Eagle or the Canadian Silver Coins. And I'll just real quick show you the difference between the two. So I go with uncirculated Silver Eagles. And these are just brand new, and they show up in tubes of 20. So if you buy 20 or more, you get a plastic tube, and it comes in there packed nice. And what you'll see is the 2016, the brand new coins, are as low as $18.19 a piece, $18.19. You'll also see the older coins actually cost more. So there's a bit of a premium built into these, which is nice. You don't see that, or I've never seen that with the with the generic rounds. Now the difference between a round and a coin is minted by a government mint. Okay, so the U.S. Mint mints the Silver Eagles, the Canadian Mint mints the Canadian Maple Leafs. They're the two most widely recognizable coins in the world. I don't know if you can argue that. I think that's true. And because of that, they carry with it a higher premium. The rounds are the same silver. They're just minted by private mints, and they're not legal tender. So they're generally cheaper. You're going to get more silver for your buck. I own both. You choose what you want to choose. What I'm buying now is Silver Eagles and Maple Leafs. So you'll see that the price goes up. Even though these are brand new uncirculated coins, the older the coin, generally speaking, the more money it is. So you kind of got a built-in inflation hedge with these things, and you don't really get that with rounds for the most part. So you'll see it says as low as $18.19. Well, that depends on how much you get. They have price breaks. So we'll just put 1 in the add to cart. Well, gee, it's $19.08 if I pay by check or wire. If I pay by credit card or PayPal, they add 4% to it. Oh, by the way, it's a $100 minimum for free shipping. I said any size, it's a $100 minimum. So we're going to back out of this because they're charging me too much for $100. Yikes. I want to click on this Silver Eagle, and it'll show you the price breakdown. 1 to 19, you're paying $19.09, and then you see the break points. So if you get 100 or more, you got a pretty decent break point there. I try to stick, if I'm going to buy something, I try to, rather than buy 50 of this and 50 of that, or 25 of this coin and 25 of that coin and 50 rounds, I try to get to the break point of at least 100. So I usually save up until I can get to that point. It's not always possible, but FYI. I pay by check. I never set up the wire. I always pay by check. It saves me 4%. It's going to take you a little bit longer to get your funds, because not only do you have to send the check, so that's going to be via mail, these 3-4 days to get to where it's going, and then they usually sit on it 5 to 10 days before the check clears. They'll wait for the check to clear 5 to 10 days, then they'll send you your metal. And they send it to you via UPS. So we'll just do a fake order here. I'll put in 100, I'll add it to cart. And you see it's $1866.48. Oops, I got to bring that down by 1 and update it. It kept the one that I put in there earlier, $18.48. I'm going to continue shopping, and I'll show you what it looks like to get a maple leaf. We'll go back into silver coins, Canadian maple leaf. Now, we'll go with the silver maple leaf, and keep in mind that, now this is expensive. The maple leaf's less expensive. Here's the funny thing. You'll hear in metals talk, you'll hear, oh, that's 3 9s or that's 4 9s. What does that mean? Well, you look up here, 9999, so it's 0.9999% pure silver. That's the purest metal you can get. The American Eagles are 0.999. Those are 3 9s. So the Canadian maple leaf supposedly is more pure than the Silver Eagle, yet it's less money. Why is it less money? I don't know. Maybe it's less desirable. I look at it as the second most widely recognized coin. So the fact that it's quite a bit cheaper than the Silver Eagle, I tend to, I hate to say it, but I lean towards old Canada here. So let's say we're going to pick up 100 of those. And I'll also just show you on the round as well the difference. So it was $17.78 for 100 of those if you're paying by check. Now I want to go back to silver. You can get copper too. I don't think it's worth it. Platinum maybe. I've never bought it. But copper I just think is a waste of time. Imagine, investing $1,000 or $2,000 in copper and how much copper you're going to get and how the heck you're going to walk around with that. So here are the different rounds you can get, and they come in different sizes, 1/10 of an ounce. I've never gotten anything that small, but you could, and it might make sense. You can barter smaller pieces of silver, 1/2 ounce. They got some weird stuff that I'd never purchase, but you might like it. I don't know. It looks more like a novelty item to me. I have purchased the Walking Liberties, $16.43 right now, cheap. I have purchased the Sunshine Buffalo, cheap. And I have purchased the Liberty Happiness, cheap. We also picked up some Morgans, Sunshine Morgans. I picked up a lot of these in the past. All pretty damn cheap right now, folks. I like this for some reason, the Silver Town. It looks like a poker round. But anyway, that gives you an idea. They're all silver. You see this is 0.999. The big difference is who is it minted by. And one costs more than the other. The premium's higher. because it's more widely recognizable. But keep in mind, depending on the situation, you might want to be bartering in or selling these back for currency. You're probably going to get more for the Eagle and the Canadian Maple Leaf than you would a round. So let's look at gold. Again, the American Gold Eagle is going to cost a little bit more than the Canadian. You can also get gold bars. Gold bars are generally less expensive, same with silver bars, than coins. Why? They're less desirable. You're going to get more bang for your buck, but if it's less desirable, which means it's worth less. So you're paying less for it, but it's worth less on the other end. So, and here's what they're going for right now, as low as $12.84. Now the price breaks on these, I mean, you got to have some real bucks if you're going to pony up to get the price breaks. They want 20 of them. 20 of them, it's going to cost you $10 less than if you got one. But you got to come up with 20 of them at $1,284. So if you got big money, you can do that. So how are they going to ship it? They're going to ship it via UPS. It's going to show up to your door in a nondescript bag, or box rather. And don't be surprised if the delivery driver says, gee, what do you got in here? Because for some reason, some of these delivery drivers are pretty, they like to ask questions. I just tell them car parts, and they don't seem to question it. I'm not going to tell them what I have in there. I'm not going to tell them where it's going or why I get it. I'm not going to tell them anything. I just get car parts, man. All right, so I'm paying with paper check. You see the price difference here. It's $18.49 for 100 Eagles, $17.79 for 100 Maple Leafs. Okay, UPS next day air free. Okay, so that's something new that they're doing. It says my order qualifies for free next day air. So I send them the check. Takes roughly 7 to 10 days, I guess, to clear, and then they package it up, they ship it. Nice, comes in those plastic tubes, coin tubes. All right, I'm an existing customer, so I have that, but we'll just do a new customer guest checkout to show you what it looks like. Put in your email, your payment method. Again, I'm going to do you can do paper check. There's a maximum of 50,000. They do require a credit card number. They're not going to charge it, but that's just in case you press order on this thing. And once you press it, they lock you in. Okay, that's the price. And these prices can change quite a bit, minute to minute. So they're wanting a credit card number in case you renege on them. They're going to charge your credit card. They're not going to be left holding the bag. You place the order for $36.28. You go to sleep, you wake up, you can get the same amount of metal for $2,900, and you decide, well, I'm not paying for it. Well, that's their safeguard right there. You put in your billing information, your shipping information. You got the free upgrade, cool, and you can set up the new account. That's optional. And you agree to the terms and conditions, you finish and place your order, and wham, bam, you get a receipt, and they send you an email, and you just sit and wait. I'm telling you, with the next day air, it probably take 10 days to get your metal. If you didn't get that, and I don't know if they're giving me that upgrade because I've been a customer for a while, or if they're giving it to everybody, but in either case, they give you free UPS priority with tracking, signature required. Takes 1 to 4 days. That generally takes 2 weeks from the time that I send them the check. You know, I press the order button and send them the check. But once you press order, you're locked in, man. So just make sure that's what you want to do. And I don't think you can go wrong at these prices. It absolutely could go down from here, but I don't care. So here's just one other thing I'm going to tell you. Decide how much money you're going to have to spend. And it might be a chunk up front. Okay, you might have, I'm going to go back to the beginning here. You might have, I'll just throw out a number, $5,000 that you want to invest. And that's all the money you're going to invest. I would invest all $5,000 today. I'm a big fan of dollar cost averaging, and that paid off for me because I started buying this stuff 2.5 years ago, okay? And I bought a little bit here and a little bit there, and that worked out well for me because the price kept coming down. Now, of course, it could work against you if the price was going up. I'm willing to take the risk of losing some profit, I'm using air quotes, to take some of the risk off of losing my shirt, from a big loss overnight because something crazy happened. But the metals have been on a pretty good tear here as of late. As a matter of fact, since the Federal Reserve raised interest rates back in December, they've been rising pretty steadily. Is that going to continue? I don't know. But I hang out, and if I see dips, I buy it. If not, I got a pretty good supply where I feel comfortable anyway. I feel comfortable with my supply. So whatever that is, if you decide you're going to put all your money in one day, that's fine. Just don't pay too close of attention to it. I always like to keep a little bit of powder dry, just in case the market gives me a huge opportunity to get it at a cheaper price. That worked out well for me, because I'll tell you folks, I'm not smart enough to pick the very bottom. I don't know anybody who is. People can pretend they are, but I don't know anybody who is. So that's the way that I would advise you to do it. Again, I tell you to stick with the government mints. That's up to you. And I guess that's it. Let me know if you have any questions. I hope this helped. Like I said, it was a request by a bunch of you guys. I just want to show you how easy it is. It's that simple. And boom, it shows up at your door. Thanks for watching.
All righty. I forgot earlier to play a video, and I'm going to do that, or not play a video, to read an article, and I'm going to bring that to you now so I don't forget. Let me pull that article forward. And I'm going to archive this, so give me just a moment. It is February 18th, 2016. I had this article emailed to me, and it's titled, Federal Grand Jury in Nevada Indicts Cliven Bundy and 4 Others for Felony Crimes Related to 2014 Standoff. Nevada resident Cliven Bundy and 4 others were indicted by the federal grand jury today on 16 felony charges related to the armed assault against federal law enforcement officers that occurred in the Bunkerville, Nevada area, April 12, 2014. U.S. Attorney Daniel G. Bogdan for the District of Nevada, Special Agent in Charge Laura Buckheit for the FBI in Nevada, and the Bureau of Land Management Director Neil Cornsey made the announcement. The rule of law has been reaffirmed with these charges, says U.S. Attorney Bogdan. Persons who use force and violence against federal law enforcement officers who are enforcing court orders and nearly causing catastrophic loss of life or injury to others will be brought to justice. This indictment sends a resounding message to those who wish to participate in violent acts that are resolved to pursue them and enforce the law remains unwavering, said Special Agent in Charge Buckheit. Today marks a tremendous step toward ending more than 20 years of lawbreaking, said Bureau of Land Management Director Neil Cornsey. The nation's public land belongs to all Americans. Well, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Considering that the general public isn't supposed to utilize that land in ways that they had for a long, long, long time. Cliven D. Bundy, 69, of Bunkerville, Nevada. Ryan C. Bundy, 43, of Mesquite, Nevada. Ammon E. Bundy, 40, of Emmett, Idaho. Ryan W. Payne, 32, of Anaconda, Montana. And Peter T. Santilli, Jr., 50, of Cincinnati, Ohio, are charged with 1 count of conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States, 1 count of conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, 4 counts of using and carrying a firearm in relation to a crime of violence, 2 counts of assault on a federal officer, 2 counts of threatening a federal law enforcement officer, 3 counts of obstruction of the due administration of justice, 2 counts of interference with an interstate commerce by extortion, and 1 count of interstate travel in aid of extortion. The indictment also alleges 5 counts of criminal forfeiture, which upon conviction would require forfeiture of property derived from the proceeds of the crime totaling at least $3 million, as well as firearms and ammunition possessed and used on April 12, 2014. The defendants are currently in custody in Oregon. Their arraignments on these charges have not yet been set. The indictment states that the charges result from a massive armed assault against federal law enforcement officers that occurred in and around Bunkerville, Nevada on April 12, 2014. The defendants are alleged to have planned, organized, and led the assault in order to extort the officers into abandoning approximately 400 head of cattle that were in their lawful care and custody. In addition to conspiring among themselves to plan and execute these crimes, the defendants recruited, organized, and led hundreds of their followers in using armed force against law enforcement officers in order to thwart the seizure and removal of Cliven Bundy's cattle from federal public lands. Bundy had trespassed on the public lands for over 20 years, refusing to obtain the legally required permits or pay the required fees to keep and graze his cattle on the land. Isn't that weird? How can you trespass on public land? Interesting. The indictment charges that Cliven Bundy was the leader, organizer, and chief beneficiary of the conspiracy and possessed ultimate authority over the conspiratorial operations and received the economic benefits of the extortion. The remaining defendants are charged as leaders and organizers who conspired with Bundy to achieve his criminal objectives. The maximum penalties for the charges are stated as below. Conspiracy to commit an offense against the U.S., 5 years and a $250,000 fine. Conspiracy to impede and injure a federal law enforcement officer, 6 years and a $250,000 fine. Assault on a federal law enforcement officer, 20 years and a $250,000 fine. Threatening a federal law enforcement officer, 10 years and a $250,000 fine. Use and carry of a firearm in relation to a crime of violence, 5 years minimum and consecutive. Obstruction of the due administration of justice, 10 years and a $250,000 fine. Interference with interstate commerce by extortion, 20 years, $250,000 fine. Interstate travel in aid of extortion, 20 years, $250,000 fine. The case is being investigated by the FBI and the Bureau of Land Management. It is being prosecuted by Assistant U.S. Attorneys Stephen W. Meyer and Nicholas D. Dickinson, and Special Assistant and U.S. Attorneys Nadia J. Ahmed and Aaron M. Cregan. The public is reminded that an indictment contains only charges and is not evidence of guilt. The defendants are presumed innocent and entitled to a fair trial at which the government has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Wow. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. You know, if we don't stand up for one another, we will hang separately. That's a fact. That's a fact. If this is allowed to go on, think what's next. Will it be your property next? Your public lands that you're charged with a felony criminal act to be on? Seriously. We need to think about this, folks. Time for games is over. We really need to think about this. And I just noticed I forgot to even switch over the video. Oh well, I'll read it again later. Maybe about 10 o'clock or so. I'll do it again. Sorry. I had read over that earlier, and I was reading over it while the last video was playing again, and I'm just at a loss for words. This isn't about Pete Santilli. This isn't about Ammon Bundy. This isn't about Ryan Bundy. This is about us. This is about where we go from here. Where we go. Let me get you the link, Apron Strings. Give me a second here. I'll get you the link. Sorry, I thought I had it switched over in my in my video, but I didn't. And I was going to try and cut it out, but I'll have to do it again to do that. I mean, it's crazy. And then some of the charges that are being charged, I don't know how they could possibly charge Pete Santilli with these charges. And like I said, it's not necessarily about him, but he's being charged with things that I don't think he did. I don't think he ever physically threatened the FBI, did he? I don't think he ever physically threatened them. I heard him legally threaten them a number of times. But I don't ever remember him physically threatening them. You're welcome, Apron Strings. That's what I'm saying. We either defend him and all of ourselves, or we go down too at some point. At some point. I can assure that. Right, exactly, Rage. We have to remain completely legal. There can't be any room for debate on that. Sorry, I'm putting something on my mic. Oh, this is going to be fun. Hang on. I have a pop filter for my mic, and it sounds much better with it. But with this desk-mounted scissor stand or whatever they call it, it makes it a little harder to use the pop filter to attach it. So that's what I'm attempting to do. All right, maybe that'll be a little better. I heard a lot of popping with my peas. I can tell it's a million times better. This thing's a pain in the butt. Sorry for all the goofy noises. I think that'll work. Much better. Yeah, I mean, the thing of it is what they did is questionable. It is definitely questionable. I mean, yeah, it may have been a wrong move to do what they did. But what they're getting charged with is crazy. Well, the thing of it is, Anna, is our court systems have been so messed up for a long time, okay? They pick who they want to represent that grand jury. Okay, so they may be from the community, but then my question to you is, How many of those people from the community were ranchers? How many of those people from the community worked for the BLM? Because we know a lot of these groups were there. Were at the community meetings and stuff like that. These people that actually worked for the state or worked for the BLM. I don't mean the state, the federal government. Okay. You want me to read it again? Well, I have no problem doing that because I would really like to get this information out. You probably would like me to read it without that popping. I'm trying to get this stupid thing. I'm going to have a protest against my pop filter. Protested off the balcony. There we go. Beautiful for about 5 seconds till it falls. They don't have anywhere good to mount this thing. I think they make different versions though. No problem, Steve. Let me get it ready, and I will definitely do that again. Because like I say, I would like to have a copy of it that I can get out right away. I will be announcing the date and all that good stuff again. So, all right, here we go. It is February the 18th, 2016. This is the Watchman News, and I'm Mike Callahan. An article came out, and it is dated for yesterday. Scheduled for immediate release, and it's titled Federal Grand Jury in Nevada Indicts Cliven Bundy and 4 others for felony crimes related to 2014 standoff. It reads as this. Nevada resident Cliven Bundy and 4 others were indicted by a federal grand jury today on 16 felony charges related to the armed assault against federal law enforcement officers that occurred in the Bunkerville, Nevada area on April 12, 2014. U.S. Attorney General Daniel G. Bogdan for the District of Nevada, Special Agent in charge Laura Buckheit for the FBI in Nevada, and Bureau of Land Management Director Neil Cornsey made the announcement. The rule of law has been reaffirmed with these charges, says U.S. Attorney Bogdan. Persons who use force and violence against federal law enforcement officers who are enforcing court orders and nearly causing catastrophic loss of life or injury to others will be brought to justice. This indictment sends a resounding message to those who wish to participate in violent acts that are resolved to pursue them and enforce the laws remaining unwavering, said Special Agent in charge Buckheit. Today marks a tremendous step towards ending more than 20 years of lawbreaking, said Bureau of Land Management Director Neil Cornsey. The nation's public lands belong to all Americans. Apparently all Americans except for the Bundys, huh? Cliven D. Bundy, 69, of Bunkerville, Nevada. Ryan C. Bundy, 43, of Mesquite, Nevada. Ammon E. Bundy, 40, of Emmett, Idaho. Ryan W. Payne, 32, of Anaconda, Montana, and Peter T. Santilli, Jr., 50, of Cincinnati, Ohio, are charged with 1 count of conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States, 1 count of conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, 4 counts of using and carrying a firearm in relation to a crime of violence, 2 counts of assault on a federal officer, 2 counts of threatening a federal law enforcement officer, 3 counts of obstruction to the due administration of justice, 2 counts of interference with interstate commerce by extortion, and 1 count of interstate travel in aid of extortion. The indictment also alleges 5 counts of criminal forfeiture, which upon conviction would require forfeiture of property derived from the proceeds of the crimes totaling at least $3 million, as well as firearms and ammunition possessed and used on April 12, 2014. The defendants are currently in custody in Oregon. Their arraignments on these charges have not yet been set. The indictment states that the charges result from a massive armed assault against federal law enforcement officers that occurred in and around Bunkerville, Nevada on April 12, 2014. The defendants are alleged to have planned, organized, and led the assault in order to extort the officers into abandoning approximately 400 head of cattle that were in their lawful care and custody. In addition to conspiring among themselves to plan and execute these crimes, the defendants recruited, organized, and led hundreds of other followers in using armed force against law enforcement officers in order to thwart the seizure and removal of Cliven Bundy's cattle from federal public lands. Bundy had trespassed on the public lands for over 20 years, refusing to obtain the legally required permits or pay the required fees to keep and graze his cattle on the land. The indictment charges that Cliven Bundy was the leader, organizer, and chief beneficiary of the conspiracy and possessed ultimate authority over the conspiratorial operations and received the economic benefits of the extortion. The remaining defendants are charged as leaders and organizers who conspired with Bundy to achieve his criminal objectives. The maximum penalties for the charges are stated below. Conspiracy to commit an offense against the U.S., 5 years, $250,000 fine. Conspiracy to impede and injure a federal law enforcement officer, 6 years, $250,000 fine. Assault on a federal law enforcement officer, 20 years, $250,000 fine. Threatening a federal law enforcement officer, 10 years, $250,000 fine. Use and carry of a firearm in relation to a crime of violence, 5 years minimum and consecutive. Obstruction of the due administration of justice, 10 years, $250,000 fine. Interference with interstate commerce by extortion, 20 years, $250,000 fine. Interstate travel and aid of extortion, 20 years, $250,000 fine. The case is being investigated by the FBI and the Bureau of Land Management. It is being prosecuted by the Assistant U.S. Attorneys Stephen W. Meyer and Nicholas D. Dickinson and Special Assistant U.S. Attorneys Nadia J. Ahmed and Aaron M. Cregan. The public is reminded that the indictment contains only charges and is not evidence of guilt. The defendants are presumed innocent and entitled to a fair trial at which the government has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's what it's about, folks. A bunch of craziness. I mean, don't get me wrong. Not that I think anybody can act just absolutely lawless and do what they want. That's not my point at all. But I don't think they were acting just lawless and could do whatever they want. Let's think about this here. Okay? Let's stop and think about this. What happened at Malheur Wildlife Reserve, and let's think about what happened in 2014. Let me tear this apart a little bit for you. And I didn't really follow Bundy Ranch and what went on there when it went on. I really didn't follow it, and I haven't really went back and researched it. But I can remember key points of things that went on. So let's talk about this. It has come out, and I can't confirm it with 100% certainty myself, personally, but I have my suspicions, that Lavoy Finicum was murdered by mercenaries. I think there's some pretty solid arguments to support that. Now, that being said, when they were in Bunkerville, Nevada, some of those, if not all of those people pointing firearms against the citizens of the United States were mercenaries. Stop and think about that for a moment. It talks about how those were public lands. And then it talks about how Ammon Bundy was on those public lands. He is charged for being on those public lands. Is not Ammon Bundy a member of the public? Is he not a citizen of the United States? Wouldn't that give him right to be on that land? Just right on the surface of this, it sounds wrong. I'm no lawyer. Oh, I have a feeling it can be proved, Anna. Give it time. Give it time. There's a lot of very smart individuals that are involved in this. Actually, from my knowledge, July 4th Marine, the BLM is not federal. It's actually private. It's part of the private sector, but they receive federal funds, so. But that's true with a lot of things. See, Pinto, I understand what you're saying with that, but I'm at a total loss that there could actually be. It's like the Second Amendment, okay? It's like saying, well, you have the right to bear arms if this and this and this and this and this, right? No gun law is constitutional. There's no arguing that. No gun law is constitutional. It says shall not be infringed. Just as another right that we have is the right to free trade. We have the right to free travel. It's amazing how we have given up our rights and said, here, take all of our money from us and please give me the permission to do something that my Constitution guaranteed me the inalienable, I stumble on that sometimes, right to do. Where did this come from? It's because we stood down. We stood down years ago, and we didn't say, hey, wait a minute here. No, we're not going to do this. So now, here we are in 2016. We've got one really good man dead, many others behind bars, because we dropped the ball. We dropped the ball. It's not the government's fault. It's not anybody else's fault. We have to look in the mirror and point the finger at ourselves. Now that that's common knowledge and that's out there, what are we going to do? And I'm not saying that we need to do something violent. I'm not threatening the federal government. I'm not doing any of that. I'm asking, what do we do? So tell me, what does the law mean? Okay, I can't smoke a joint if I wanted to, right? Not in the state that I'm in. I realize some you can. But I can't smoke a joint. So how is that a law for civility? Explain that to me. How does that make me, if I were to smoke a joint, how would that make me less civil? Exactly, Pinto. That's the problem. The public didn't challenge them. And then when the public does,
that under stress. Figuring out where you're going to go and how to get there cannot be taken lightly and should not be planned on the day you have to do it. You need to plan that ahead of time. Rookie prepper mistake number 5, putting all your eggs in one basket. We just illustrated that in the idea of, you want to be prepared to bug out, but you want to be prepared to stay home too. You want to be prepared to stay home, but you need an evacuation plan too. Okay? Well, apply that to everything. Don't hide all of your food stock in one place. Don't put all of your bullets in one place. Don't have just one route to your safe retreat or bug out location. You need alternate routes. You need to learn contingency planning. Mistake number 6, not having a support and communications network. That usually stems from an obsession with OPSEC. OPSEC is operational security. Now, don't get me wrong. Operational security is important. It's a necessary part of your plan. You need to be wise about who you share information with. Who knows, where your stuff is. But don't get obsessed about it, because you have to have support. Our grandparents had a support and communications network, and they called it neighbors. Nobody knows their neighbors anymore because we're too busy watching TV, staying in the air conditioning, and playing the PlayStation. Okay? You need to turn those things off and go outside and meet those people that live across the street from you, because they are potentially your most valuable resource in the event of an emergency, some sort of catastrophe. Okay? No man is an island. I can't do this on my own, and I wouldn't want to. There is so much to be gained from developing tight relationships with friends, family, neighbors. You need to get out there and do that. Build that communications and support network. It's going to be an essential part of rebuilding community after a disaster. Rookie mistake number 7, failure to practice. Would you build a car and sell it without test driving it? No, you would not. Would you make a soup and serve it to your guests without tasting it? No. What is a fire drill for? The purpose of a fire drill is to make sure that when there's a fire, you know how to get out, because you've practiced. You need to actually practice your evacuation plan. You need to get your backpack on, put on your boots, and walk to your bug out location. I've got several more bonus mistakes at the blog, survivalnewsonline.com. Go check them out. If you know of any others, put them in the comments. I'll see you at the blog.
Think there isn't much difference between emergency food companies? We bought competing products from recognized brands so we could show you a very
Hey, how's it going? This is Zeno. Welcome to this video. Today I'm going to talk about the top 10 skills for preppers. The top 10 skills that you need to be a successful prepper. This is basically a companion video to the one I made a few months ago entitled I believe it was the How to Start Prepping the Top 10 List. That was more of a stuff video. Today I'm going to talk more about skills. Before we get started, we kind of have to unpack this top 10 list a little bit. We have to talk about a few things before we just jump right into our list of skills. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to define what really we're talking about here. Prepping skills. What is a prepper? What are skills? Let's go ahead and define those two things real quick. First of all, as far as the term prepper, I really do make a distinction between somebody who is a prepper and somebody who is a survivalist. Typically, preppers and survivalists have very different priorities as far as skills and what they're preparing for. Survivalists tend to be much more lone wolf, bushcraft oriented, much more sort of, basic survival skills, much more on that level. Preppers, especially what I call practical prepper, which is really what this video is intended for, practical preppers tend to be obviously a little bit more practically oriented, tend to be preparing for the more real life scenarios that might happen. It's definitely a plan for the worst, hope for the best type of scenario. That isn't to say that we don't, as practical preppers, have a very large amount of preparedness for a lot of different scenarios, but we're really typically not concentrated on the shit hits the fan, world's gonna end, or at least civilization as we know it ending type of scenarios, your doomsday prepper. Most of those people, to be honest with you, most of those people on that show are actually survivalists, or crazy, one of the two. But your practical preppers definitely are starting with more things like, prepping for that winter storm, those natural disasters, earthquakes, depending on where you live, losing your job. That's a very popular thing for a lot of practical preppers to be preparing for. Economic collapses, inflation, slow slides, whatever the case may be. Practical preppers tend to be much more focused on those things. The next thing is define the word skill. I'm not going to define it, but it's definitely important to say it here that they're
All right, stand by. We're going live with Adrian Sill and Patricia Aiken.
Plain clothes. So I walked out the door and asked them, hey, how can I help you? I was pretty surprised because people don't just show up at my door. It's not easy to find. And they presented themselves, and one was an FBI agent, and two were U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. And so I asked, well, what do you want? Of course. And the first question out of their mouth was, are you an extreme rancher? And I guess I kind of laughed, and I said, well, what is an extreme rancher? And which they didn't answer. Well, then do you know any other ranchers that you would classify or deem?
Okay, everybody, I just want to let you know I had the pleasure of talking with Adrian Sewell earlier today. He's the rancher from New Mexico. Actually, he's a Texan with a ranch in New Mexico. And he's just getting to the part of his story the day before Jade Helm started here in the Southwest, that he had a knock at his door. He was home having lunch by himself. His wife was in town. And these federal agents came and asked him if he was an extreme rancher. So this is where this story picks up. And so I'm just going to let you hear it some more.
That's extreme. And I said, wait, what is going on? Anyway.
Wow. Well, they're coming up with this new classification for people, extremists. We're extremists. Exactly. Yeah, we're extreme Americans.
Right. Questioning went on, and it just kept staying on ranchers. And anyway, I don't know, but that was like I said, in July. So I know that they've been deeming me extreme or whatever for a good while now.
And the wolf thing, let's just get people up to date. I know in Montana the T-shirt is shoot, shovel, and shut up. The introduction of the wolves that they've put in there have been very destructive to Montana, and I'm sure other places around there. What's going on with New Mexico?
Same thing. Different species, they claim. Although the taxonomy and the DNA, that's all up for debate, of course. And but this wolf is supposedly a subspecies of the gray wolf. It's referred to as the Mexican gray wolf. When most common sense people and other scientists, depends on which, where the science, who he works for, who their opinion is.
Right, who their paycheck comes from.
A lot of people believe that it's a smaller wolf because this part of the country is more arid, less water, the game is more sparse, and where their primary food source here would be deer, as in, Wyoming or Montana, it would be elk. So that they say they're actually not a subspecies, they're just smaller due to the landscape that they evolved in.
Is that what you believe?
That's, my uneducated opinion, but my common sense opinion from the research and things I've read and accounts I know about. I believe, yeah. I mean, it's just like, for instance, a mountain lion or a bear in the desert here in the Southwest is going to be, on average, smaller than one from Idaho. There's no question about that. So, yeah, I believe that's true. It's true in other species. Why wouldn't it be true here? In this case, of the Mexican gray wolf.
Makes sense. Okay, just checking.
Right. Well, what it is a government entity, this reintroduction of wolves that is preying upon private property. Being cattle, they're private property. Whether they're on federal land or not, they're still private property. These government wolves are preying on and depredating and feeding on and living on our private property. And so that's why everybody's up in arms.
Well, we can't get too far into this conversation without Agenda 21 coming up. They are forcing ranchers off the land. I mean, here in Clark County, 52 ranchers, one's left, he's in prison, he's in jail right now. So we know this situation has been an orchestrated attempt by the extreme radicalized environmental agenda. And it comes down to Agenda 21. What's your take on that, Adrian?
Well, I've read a little bit about that theory, and I can see things on the ground myself that prove it to be true. In fact, I've been to a couple of presentations, and I believe there's something to it. It's one of those. Well, in the beginning, I felt like, oh, this is just some conspiracy theory. What is going on? There's always, it's always something like this. But as I did a little more research, I began to see that, no, this is probably true and something to definitely be aware of.
Right. When did you decide to go up to Oregon? I know it was the night I was on the air. I was calling Lavoie, and Jeanette answered the phone and said, hold on, he'll be right with you. They had just come from picking you up in Boise. So what made you decide to go up?
So I guess, I touched on earlier, the first, I saw the Bundys and their standoff, and that's when I really began to pay attention. And I was always kicking myself because I didn't go. And like I told Lavoie, I had my horse saddled, I had the trailer hooked up, but the horse wasn't in the trailer. And I watched it very closely, and I told my wife, I didn't go, didn't have to go, thank goodness, thank God. There wasn't any bloodshed there. And so I began to keep an eye on it. And
Okay, everybody, sorry about that. And thank you, Chris, for calling and letting us know. I always do that answer the phone thing wrong. I apologize. I said I wouldn't do that anymore. Listen, I'm talking to Adrian Sewell tonight, and he's talking about how he, first got introduced to the situation in Oregon and decided to go up there. So without any more fuss, we'll be back on it. Thanks, Chris, for calling. Adrian, welcome to the barbecue. It's a pleasure. Oops, can't go there. Hold on. And we're quite a ways into this now. Oh boy. You know, I thought pre-recording would help solve some of these problems tonight. Let's see here. I think we're right probably about here. I'll start it right here. There we go.
Right. When did you decide to go up to Oregon? I know you were, it was the night I was on the air. I was calling Lavoie, and Jeanette answered the phone and said, hold on, he'll be right with you. They had just come from picking you up in Boise. So what made you decide to go up?
So I guess, you know, I touched on earlier, the first, I saw the Bundys and their standoff, and that's when I really began to pay attention. And I was always kicking myself because I didn't go. And like I told Lavoie, you know, I had my horse saddled, I had the trailer hooked up, but the horse wasn't in the trailer. And I watched it very closely. And I told my wife, you know, we had those conversations where we cried together and we prayed together, and, you know, I wanted to go so bad, but, and unfortunately that was diffused. But, you know, I knew that if I told my wife, if they kill Cliven, or if one person is murdered there, I'm going. There's no doubt. And so I didn't go, didn't have to go. Thank goodness, thank God. There wasn't any bloodshed there. And so I began to keep an eye on it. And then I saw this, you know, the iconic picture of Lavoie. And so I knew that it went, you know, I'm looking at the picture right now, actually. I never forgot it because he's on his horse and he's kind of got a smile on his face, and there's other horsemen in the background, and there's that American flag.
Yeah, that's quite a photograph.
Yes, it is. So when I saw him, I came across him, of course, on social media. And then I saw, oh, that's that guy from the picture. You know, what is he saying? And so I started, you know, because I was like, wow, you know, it went from a picture to him being in real life, or to being, you know, on the computer. And what he was saying was, I mean, there was just no doubt he was telling the truth. And it was just coming, the things he was saying were really hitting home. And then you start to realize, wow, I didn't know he was a rancher at that point. And you start to see his story, and it builds and builds and builds. And of course, now we've all seen all these YouTube videos of him and stuff. And, you know, he was forming his legacy then and establishing himself in this fight. And everything he said resonated with me. And so I've heard some people say, well, you were recruited. No, I didn't have to be recruited. I called them. They didn't call me. So, you know, but I was very much motivated by their cause and what they were saying. And so I called up, or I messaged Jeanette over Facebook, and I said, hey, I want to, you know, after they went to the refuge and started protesting there, I was like, oh my gosh. I told my wife, I said, I'm not missing this. I'm not missing this. And here's my chance to show my support. And so I got in contact with Lavoie, and I told him what I wanted to do, and immediately I came running.
Wow. And okay, so you've seen Lavoie in videos, you've seen him in photographs, you've talked to his wife. What was your first impression of him when you met him in person?
Well, I thought he would be taller.
Yeah, he's a giant of a man, but in small stature, yeah. Right?
And so that exactly, you summed it up perfectly. Just this giant of a man, of a soul, of a human, and I was amazed. I felt right at home with him. I felt like I can open up completely. You know, it's just one of those times when you feel like, wow, you've known this person forever. So it was a great feeling.
You know,
and then to meet Jeanette at the same time as well, it made it all more complete because I could see, you know, his better half and understand and visit with her and see their camaraderie and understand who they were as a family. So that helped a lot that she was there as well.
Yeah, that's amazing. Get to see them together. You know, the funeral, I don't think I've ever been as touched by memories that the girls shared of him and the son shared. That was an amazing service, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And then, you know, I guess up into the funeral, I was still kind of in shock. And in fact, it took me 3 or 4 days before I even watched the video footage of him being murdered. And so, you know, I guess I felt like most people do when in a serious situation. I was still in shock a bit. And, you know, unlike I've experienced a lot of death in my life, much like everybody else, family and friends and stuff. But this one has been totally different. It's just that there's really, you know, at the end of every day or at the beginning of every morning, there is no closure. You know that. You know the things have been left undone. And so it's all of our duty in order to show our respect for LaVoy and what he meant to us, to continue on with fighting the good fight for this cause and for the freedom of America.
Okay, well, we'll take turns, Adrian. It's my turn to cry now, and try not to both be
pretty good. I've cried in a few days, so sorry about that.
No, I'm already crying. I put myself on mute for a minute so I could cry a little bit. Yeah, it's stunning.
My tongue, you know, that's why I just try to bite my tongue real hard to hold back. So
I'll try that. I'll try that. I try to pinch my hand.
Okay.
That's what I do to keep myself from crying. But it's yeah, it's an amazing thing. So I thought LaVoy was the perfect complement to Ammon. What was your impression of Ammon when you met him?
Oh, I don't have the words to describe Ammon. And if you can, you know, every message, every video, up until I went to Oregon, and even now, you know, when he's releasing these statements from behind bars, I can't understand how anybody can turn away from his message. It's so powerful and so real.
And I think with those, Ammon and LaVoy and Ryan, and they embody that humble yet confident about what they speak. And I think it's just a combination that you can't get away from. People hear the message, and that's why it was resonating so heavily with people. These men did not have a personal agenda that they were trying to glorify themselves in any way. This was altruistic. That's what they are. They're willing to put their lives on the line for others, for our entire country.
Sure. And, you know, the injustice that the Hammonds were suffering at the hand of the federal government, you know, Ammon just couldn't take it.
Yeah.
And if there were more men like Ammon, and in fact now, you know, I think about what would LaVoy want me to do in this situation, or what would Ammon say, or how will you articulate this? So it's, you know, it's made me a better person, and just by knowing these guys for the short amount of time that I have.
Yeah, because we just really like to lash out. You know, I'm going to find a quote that somebody sent me the other day and share it with you in a minute. The Hammonds are 800 miles away in prison in California. Ammon, Ryan, and the rest are in jail. Obviously set up by Mark McConnell and others. It had to be somebody at the refuge that let that man in and, you know, and had this thing all staged. How do you feel about the fact that their legislature in Oregon has voted not to reveal the shooter? Now that's kind of ridiculous. See, they're still spinning it. They're saying shooter. No, there's shooters. There were multiple shots fired from different people. How do you feel about this? I mean, is it outrageous to you as it is to me?
It's so outrageous that I can't even believe that it's real. I mean, it's like somebody is making this stuff up for like this best-selling book, you know, to keep you hooked on every page, because what's being done is I mean, so I see these people on the FBI watch list, these real terrorists, these Muslims, and most recently the one last week who went into a restaurant who was on the watch list and started chopping people up with a knife. How are they on the watch list and the Bundys and these patriots are locked up in jail? I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. It's Bolshevik America, basically, how I feel about it. And it's not like we're trying to take over the government. The government's already been taken over. We're just trying to take it back.
Sure.
I like this quote. It came to me from someone yesterday. It says, "The true warrior fights not because he hates the one in front of him, but because he loves those behind him."
That's a very good quote.
Yeah, I think that says a lot. And here you have, I think the government was very effective. They were caught by surprise at the Bundy standoff, completely caught by surprise by that. They probably knew militia were on their way because those groups are heavily infiltrated, but they did not count on the rest of the 3,000 people that showed up from everywhere in the country. That shocked them. And so that's why when they use this game theory to predict how people will react, they were very effective at keeping people away. Ammon had been calling for people to be ready for months to go because they were doing all these things like that, redress of grievances and stuff, and they weren't getting any response. So he just said, please be ready to mobilize. And that's how the government came out and held a gun to the Ammon's heads and said, tell Ammon Bundy to go away, that you don't want his help. And they definitely held the gun to their heads. They even threatened to kill him if they went out and spoke to the protests. So, right. And even that Saturday, the protests, when they wanted to come out and speak to people of that weekend, they were told that they would be shot in the head. They were told that they would, if they didn't tell Ammon to leave, that they were going to pick them up before the holidays and put them in a much less desirable prison.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's how they kept people away.
None of that surprises me at all. I'm not surprised by any of those statements at all.
Yeah, and so that's how they played it, because there were people saying to me, I know they went up for the Saturday protest but didn't stay. And then when they wanted to go back, but they said, why should we risk our life and liberty when these men aren't willing to stand up for their own?
Sure.
And so that kept a lot of people away, and that they don't want us there, and then Oath Keepers did that. So my hat's off to you for going when there wasn't a huge groundswell of support at that time. I'm impressed. Thank you so much for going and signing that, rescinding your contracts with the forestry department there. So that's a brave stand. And is your wife in agreement now? Is she supporting this decision?
She was in agreement before I left. We knew, or I guess the only thing we miscalculated would be the death threats from the public.
Yeah.
We never expected that at all.
Are you sure they're from the public? I'm sure they're from just agent provocateurs. I'm sure there's people on the payroll doing this.
Oh, I'm sure. Now after, like I've told other reporters and stations and stuff, I've never been a part of a protest in all my life. I guess there wasn't any issue big enough for me to get involved. I was always kind of like the rest of America. Well, it's not having anything to do with me. Why should I care? So I ate those words, and when they came knocking on my door, then I said, oh, wow. So I do understand to a degree how it's hard for America to stand up, for any issue when it doesn't concern them. We're kind of conditioned to that. And, it wasn't, so like I said, I've never joined a formal protest. And so I guess that one thing, we didn't expect to get death threats from wherever they came from. We didn't expect there to be a Facebook page calling for the murder of me and other ranchers and their cattle. And in fact, the day before yesterday in a county near me, there were 2 horses shot and killed on public land or on someone's grazing allotment.
Now, what people don't understand now, maybe people that listen to the show, because I try to talk about it as much as possible, but explain, these ranchers have grazing rights. They're not privileges.
Exactly.
It's the public lands. It's not federal lands. It's the public lands, and they're holding them unconstitutionally. I'm sure the Constitution of New Mexico reads very much the same as the one in Nevada.
One thing we all need to get straight on is the term public land or public domain were initially used to denote federally held land that was subject to disposition, meaning the extinguishment of federal title. And so, most enduringly, I'm reading from a book here. The public lands have been defined as those lands subject to sale or other disposal under the general land laws. So what happens is, once, and if you look it up in like Black's Law Dictionary or whatever, when land it's only public until it's been sold or settled or has some other description put to it. So, in fact, now we don't even have any public land. Everything's been homesteaded, everything's been allocated, everything's been improved and used on. And so the term public land isn't even true anymore because there is no more public land. It's federal land by definition that is actually, so like, for example, these grazing allotments. These grazing allotments were designated grazing reserves before 100 years before the Forest Service or BLM was ever created. And if you go back to Kearney's Code, and I believe that was in the 1700s, it was during territorial times where the United States adopted the laws and of the Spanish. And they adopted their grazing rights, their water rights, their brands, their earmarks, and all these different things there where they drove from summer to winter pasture. So these rights have been established since the 1500s by the Spanish. These have been grazing lands.
Yes, and and when the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo happened, all that was transferred with the treaty.
Sure. Right. And like I said, the first treaty was the Kearney's Code. And then years later, yes, the Treaty of the Guadalupe Hidalgo, all those things transferred over. Our Supreme Court voted on and made them into law, the law of the land. And in fact, so these aren't permits. This isn't by permission that we're grazing these lands. This is by right.
Exactly.
And that's an important thing that people need to know. But everybody goes around, using this term public land. Well, no, they're actually not public lands anymore. They've been allocated for use, whether that be mining or grazing or timber or whatever the case may be. They've been allocated. They're no longer public by definition.
Okay, that's a great distinction there. And the fact that the federal government holds these lands and thinks of them as theirs is completely unconstitutional. They were never to have them. Once the state became a state, they were supposed to buy from the state whichever lands they wanted for, magazines, sports, dockyards,
Right, that's Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 in the Constitution.
Correct.
It defines that completely.
Right. I feel like they've suspended the Constitution with the, originally with the Reconstruction Acts of 1867, and then they've just gone on and added to that War Powers Act and then the Buck Act and things like that. And so when I hear, people talking about there being lawmakers, no, they need to be law repealers.
Right.
I actually wrote to the Library of Congress, their Congressional Research Service, and asked them if the Reconstruction Acts of 1867 had ever been ended or repealed. It took them 8 weeks to get back to me. It was a page and a half, single space, and basically they said, look it up yourself.
Wow.
Yeah, they weren't even willing to say, no, they haven't been repealed. So this has not been a new fight. This is gradualism. They've been boiling the frog for a long time, and this battle has been going on in the West for a long time. And so this is just the latest part of it. And I see it being as full spectrum dominance, the fact that they reversed the Hage case. I don't know how familiar you are with the Hage case.
Very familiar.
Yeah. Were you shocked when they reversed it? This, right during the Oregon thing, I go, oh man, they're pulling out all the stops.
Shocked at all.
Yeah.
That's par for the course. They saw, how the previous judge ruled and held individuals of the BLM in contempt of court, and at one point they were awarded, the Hayes is worth $14 million. Never saw a dollar of it.
Yeah.
And so, no, I wasn't the least bit surprised.
Right.
Under this administration, nothing would surprise me at this point.
No, and the fact that they said the judge, Robert C. Jones, said that the BLM's behavior shocked the conscience of the court, and he gave a laundry list of felonies against 2 of the agents, and yet they were never indicted, and a judge has arrest power. So I didn't think it was a very good decision. I mean, I thought it was at best a draw. And for them to reverse that really signaled me that they're not playing here. It's full spectrum dominance.
And so with all those things being known, and let's just take out the grazing concept. And just make it, let's just say grazing, let's call it the issue. And if you research the issue, if you were just a common person, just like me, or an average American that doesn't have interest in the West, let's say you're from Minnesota, and you started looking at the issue and just reading the documentation, the court law, the case law, everything that's been established, and take the Western ranching aspect out of it, how could you think any other way other than this has been a complete injustice all the way around?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I try to explain to people that aren't into a ranching culture that the Hammonds are in jail for mowing their front lawn.
Sure, exactly.
Yeah, so it's in everyone. It shouldn't be just. There shouldn't have been 3,000 people at the Bundy Ranch. There should have been 300,000. If people really understood this and would turn off their television and start doing their own research and quit listening to the brainwashing that they get, there would have been 300,000 people there, and there was no way that in this ambush. I mean, what do you make of this ambush? The fact that this wasn't a traffic stop in any way, shape, or form. It was an ambush. It was set up, and we're not even sure who all the police actually were. I think they're trying to hide the so-called shooter when it's shooters, to keep it from being revealed that they were actually IMF, some kind of force working for the International Monetary Fund is probably my guess.
And what's interesting about, I'm looking at a map right now of the ambush site. I screenshot this off someone else's page or an email that I've gotten. And if you see the highway, leaving out of Burns, and like I said, this is a screenshot of the map. And what I find very interesting, this happened on King Mountain, and Divine Ridge runs right down off King Mountain, right beside the ambush site. And so I think that says it all as far as who is in charge. And then I do believe that Lavoie may have even known and felt in his heart and in his spirit that he was going to be martyred for this cause. And that ambush site, and I believe, best of my knowledge, there were no warrants out for Lavoie's arrest. I could be wrong. Somebody correct me if I am.
No, I think this was warrantless.
Yeah, and so it was a warrantless ambush, and that's exactly what it was an ambush where they intended to murder anybody they thought they could get away with. And I think that we've seen, nobody was meant to live that was riding with Lavoie.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's interesting. Did you meet Shauna Cox when you were there?
I met her.
Your impression?
Well, seems like a very godly lady to me. Just, felt like to do her part, felt compelled to do her part, and was used wherever she was needed. So what an awesome story, what an awesome person to sacrifice her life and liberty in order to help this cause.
And what do you think? I thought it was just, more of the federal court buzzsaw going to work here, that they ordered her to remove her firearms from her home. Well, she's not a convicted felon yet, so she has every right to keep her firearms. Yet, that when they moved them to the son's shop at her daughter's house, We know the story of what happened there. And maybe I read too many Ludlum novels or Tom Clancy books or something, but I'm sure they killed her son-in-law first and then created the scene to cover it. I think that was a message to her to sit down and shut up.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a message. I don't believe in that was a coincidence at all. And, so with that happening, that alarmed me as well as everybody else. Oh my goodness, this is a little strange. And so you start putting all these things together and you know that there's something more at work here than what meets the eye.
Yeah, there's a whole lot that doesn't meet the eye here. And it's not even just minerals. It's not even just yellow cake, oxide that they're talking about. So before we go to what you think that the hope is for this thing, what people can do, if you have any ideas, I'm all ears. What your impression are of the other ranchers? I want to talk a little bit about how you evil ranchers in New Mexico have been endangering the jumping mouse.
Yeah, that I don't have that jumping mouse issue here, but I have 100 other species that are either endangered or on the list to be endangered. And so, as far as I know, you do your own research, but I don't believe they've even ever found that mouse. That they just think it lives there, and they're alleging that this is its environment. And I don't think they've ever caught a single one. I could be wrong. But I think they're just alleging it there. I don't even know if the mouse really exists. That's something to look into because I don't know anybody that's ever seen one.
Yeah,
and I don't think the federal government has ever even tracked one.
It doesn't. It doesn't at all.
It doesn't exist, but that's the impression I'm under because I've never heard anything to the contrary that they've ever even found one.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. This endangered species thing is just giving them carte blanche to take anybody's ranch for any reason or anybody's land for any reason. They can say, oh, it was Indian artifacts. It was this little minnow in the stream. That's why they said they diverted somebody's stream here in Nevada, in Ash Meadow here. It stole a stream that's been on their property for 150 years. Just insane. Just insanity. It's bureaucrats gone wild. And
when they go to look and find these endangered species, such as the leopard frog and that minnow and other stuff, do you know where they go to find them? They go to livestock waterers that ranchers have built or created or established. And that's where these things live, right alongside with cattle every day of their lives. So I think that's hilarious. When they go, when the only places they have to go to find these species are in somebody's dirt tank.
Yeah, what's interesting is the highest concentration of desert tortoises is today in southern Nevada is at the Bundy Ranch and on their rangeland.
That doesn't surprise me because I found the very same thing to be true, in this region, where if you want to find an endangered species, just go find some cows and they're living harmoniously together. The big thing about this is, this Endangered Species Act is turned into $1 billion enterprise for these people, Center for Biological Diversity and wildlife guardians, and they sue. So they sue the federal government over this animal habitat or whatever it may be, get them endangered. Well, there's not one time where they've actually taken this case to be ruled on by a judge or jury. They then settle out of court for millions of dollars. And so they do that with every single species, and multiple groups are doing it. And so they're just making millions of dollars for sue and settle over this endangered species.
Yeah, just another shakedown.
Yeah. And that's our tax dollars that are being paid to these people.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing that we are funding our own demise here.
And that's exactly what Cliven said. When he said, I'm not paying you anymore to put me out of business. But you've already put all my neighbors out of business.
And did he tell you how much they paid those ranchers for their ranches?
No, I've never heard.
Okay, you're sitting down, right?
Yes.
$75,000.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Their homes were worth more than that on the ranch. That doesn't count all the acreage that they had.
Yeah, just look. I mean, all you have to do is look up what the tax assessor's office said, and then you would have a a fair market value of what those things they've been paying taxes on for years. And I can guarantee you it's more than $75,000.
That's damn straight. So let me ask you this: as a college-educated, university-educated rancher, with those classes, did you see this environmental agenda? Because I found like this is Marxist institutions straight down. That's how they educate, brainwash students. Did you see a Marxist agenda in the ranching programs you were involved in?
No. And in Texas and in Oklahoma, like I said, I'm 36 years old. I've never even heard of any of this until I moved here 4 years ago. Never even heard of the Endangered Species Act. Didn't know anything about any of these issues. I was completely unaware. Nobody in college were teaching us. I mean, they were teaching conservation methods as far as your cattle are concerned and how to manage a herd. But, over there, people aren't being put out of business by the government on the same scale as is in the West on these federal lands. Now, in fact, they are maneuvering to put private land ranchers out of business as well through this Waters of the U.S. rule and also now through the Endangered Species Act where they're trying to follow through with that on private land.
Yeah, I've met ranchers from as far away as Kansas through the Bundy situation, and my friend said she met people from as far away as Georgia at the Finicum funeral.
In the last 5 and 10 years, I think it's everybody's feeling the squeeze now due to one regulation or the other.
Right. It's like the end game. I don't know if you're familiar with the situation in South Africa, but the Boers, that's the term that actually means farmers. The farmers are all being murdered, and the president of the country, since the ANC took over, actually sings, "Bring me my machine gun, kill the Boer, kill the farmers."
Wow.
And so they go in and they kill the Boers, and they're doing these land appropriations. So this is like South Africa light. They're just coming at it a different way. There they've given the population, the black population, permission, basically carte blanche, and incited them to go and steal from the white man, saying that, oh no, they took your land, when nothing can be further from the truth. There were no blacks in South Africa when the Boers arrived and settled those lands.
Sure. Yeah, I am a little bit familiar with that, and that is and it's a horrible situation over there.
Yeah, but it's a template for what's happening here.
Sure.
And it goes on. Gun registration led to gun confiscation, but you can go to the police station and rent a gun now if you want to go do a crime.
Wow.
Is that the stupidest thing you've ever heard? I know.
Right.
Absolutely incredible. So the situation. Go ahead.
No, we were just touching on earlier. What can people do?
Yeah.
What can the average American do? And I think the first thing you can do is start calling representatives not only from your state and governors from your state, but states where these issues are of more concern, and start your peaceful protest. By any means you can define, and whether that be for your gun rights or your religious freedoms or your land rights or your water rights or whatever it may be, but just everybody needs to start interjecting with whatever is affecting them. It doesn't have to be these issues that they're in the West. The people on the eastern part of our country need to start standing up for their rights as well. And so I created yesterday, or this has been in the works actually since I discovered this wolf issue, and just sort of a resource where people and ranchers and patriots and anybody with like-minded interests can come together. And I call it Save Our American Ranchers. I created a Facebook a couple of days ago, and mainly the scope of that is where people can get good information. They can find out issues that are a concern to the ranching and farming industry. But also one thing I'm working to create is a group of men and women, rain drivers as I call them, who can respond in the event of a natural disaster, when someone is widowed, when there's a fire, when there's an illegal seizure of cattle. And what I want this group to do is come together and be a response team to wherever in the country that a rancher or a farmer needs assistance and needs help. And so I'm trying to get that going now. I've already filed my domain name, and we'll soon have a website up. People can donate, there'll be merchandise, and I've got 1,000,001 ideas on what to do. But we've really got to come together as a ranching and farming community to protect our livelihoods. And you know what most people don't understand is, America has been so great at so many industries throughout the history of our country. The steel industry, the technology. It goes on with things we've been great about, or been great in, and number one in, and led the world in. But one thing that we've always been number one in and still remain number one in is food and beef production. We are number one in beef production in the whole entire world. We feed every country in the world with our fruits and stuff of our land. And so people today are so concerned about healthy food, and I think that America is shining bright in that respect, that we still are number one in food and beef production. And I see this as a direct attack to take that also, all those other industries have been shipped overseas and dispersed and moved, but we're still number one. But if this attack on our food system continues, we will slowly be degraded to lost in the pack, so to speak.
Well, we already have been, Adrian, for sure, because there's millions of head of cattle missing off the Western Range.
Yes.
Millions of head of cattle. And now people are more aware, so some people are more aware of how much better for you range-fed and grass-fed beef really is for you than, grain-fed beef.
Sure.
And so that's another thing. They don't want you eating anything healthy. Now, of course, all the vegans are going to, I'm sure your cattle is killed in a humane way, much more humane than it is on a feedlot somewhere.
Sure.
And so I think this is another attack. And we were importing beef. Can you imagine we were importing beef from Argentina?
Sure.
That's insane.
And that's just part of, North America and the trade agreements, NAFTA, and now this, the new TPP and all these other things we're in. We have to trade and do commerce, and that's the federal government's job. And I think everybody has been saying, hey, we're not anti-federal government. We're just for keeping them in place for the duties that have been assigned to them, and that they execute that and leave these states alone. We have a responsibility because we've domesticated these livestock over thousands of years. And now we've mapped their DNA. We've made them the most efficient they've ever been. We went scientists and geneticists and ranchers and farmers have went to great lengths in order to ensure that we're producing the best product of science and that man has to offer. And we owe it to the livestock that we've domesticated to respect them as well.
I agree 100%. I'm looking at your page here, Save Our American Ranchers. And what kind of cattle are those?
Those are Angus cattle. And, I raise Angus, and also I have crossbred cows that are Angus Hereford. And so all of my registered Angus cows have been DNA tested. And so now through DNA testing, that's 99.5% accurate. And there's several factors of which that DNA has been used. And you can determine milk production. You can determine docility. You can determine the size of the calf at birth. A full genetics now can be analyzed through that DNA and know that he's going to have the size of calf that a cow can have on open range. We know how much daily gain, we've made them efficient to where we know how much grass it takes to equal a pound of beef or a gallon of milk for that cow to raise her offspring. So, and I'm no geneticist or scientist, but I can tell you the science that has been put into these cattle these days is phenomenal. And it's all for the betterment because it makes them all more efficient and more adaptable and easier to use and tastier to eat. So.
Well, vegetarians all argue that the amount of food that it takes to feed one cow or a steer is like a waste of production, that we should all be vegetarians. What do you say to that?
Well, if that was true, I wouldn't be in business. So, I've seen some of those and how much water it takes, and I know that those statistics and numbers they put out there have been proven wrong by the animal science industry.
Right. You know, we say lies, damn lies, and statistics, to quote Mark Twain. The three kinds of lies, right?
In so many situations, you got to consider the source, and whoever's making it. It's pretty easy to make a statistic fit your narrative.
Exactly. And let's talk about the narrative. The narrative that they're using right now is that this was an unlawful protest, that these were armed protesters. They burned down Ferguson and Baltimore over a protest, but those people were just protesters. And now the people, Ammon and company, and you and all the ranchers up there that were starting to wake up to this message, they're being deemed, militants, unlawful, armed, militants, armed militia, just demonized. And that's how they do it. They have to demonize people, just like they demonized the Branch Davidians before Waco.
Sure. Well, yesterday, the Center for Biological Diversity and the mayor and some business leaders and the sheriff of my county had a meeting more or less about me and Burns, and they were saying, is Silver City, New Mexico going to become the next Burns, Oregon? And I guess the main topic of conversation was with me, about me. I didn't attend the meeting. I didn't feel the need to. Other ranchers did, and they did, ladies and gentlemen, did an awesome job of defending ranching industry here in our county. But what they did is they pulled some individuals that I had some small conflicts with out here on my ranch. And one of the main ones being, there's an individual who was driving up and down my road and actually pushed my wife and son off the edge of the mountain on 2 occasions. He also totaled 2 vehicles by driving erratically out here on this road. And so after the second time of him running my wife off the mountain road we live on, I stopped this guy and I lectured him pretty good. And I guess you could say maybe I chewed him out, but I never threatened him. So he gets up during this town hall meeting yesterday and tells people that I was armed and he could smell liquor on my breath. I was neither of the two. But so what happens is I've got, right now, there's a county road that goes through one of my pastures. And that happens to be the pasture that I'm designated to be in right now through my grazing schedule from the federal government, from the Forest Service. So I've got cows having little baby calves all over the place right now. Then I have these individuals who live out and around out here, driving 55, 65 miles an hour on a road that's designed to be driven 25 miles an hour on. And so they're trying to label me as violent or extreme because I will pull you over and tell you and ask you to please slow down so you don't run over my dogs, my children, my wife, or my livestock.
Oh my gosh! And well, you're clearly an extremist. You want to keep your family safe. How extreme is that?
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine how anybody else could be any more extreme than I am.
Yeah. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And I wonder how much they paid that guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody sent me that the CEO or whatever he is of Biological Diversity Center's tax returns, and it shows that he makes $200,000 a year. I make $30,000 a year. So I don't know exactly what's going on there, but these people are getting paid a lot of money to terrorize, demonize, and push ranchers off these lands that we have all the rights to.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. They have all the money. They control the media, the mainstream media. And what this has done for me, it's really helped me, because I've said for a long time that at least 60 to 80% or more of the so-called alternative media is actually controlled opposition. And this situation in Oregon has really shown me who's who by their response to the situation and people that have been against it. And same thing with organizations. They think organizations should be standing with these folks and aren't. So it's been a good wake up call to find out who's who, on the internet. That's for sure.
Sure, I completely agree. And, you gravitate towards people that are telling the story because the main, you can turn on your TV any time of day or night through this whole ordeal, and there have been very small tidbits of info, by no means any accurate coverage through the mainstream media, which is sad.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's sad in a way, but if you're going to be a zombie, okay, fine. It's never been about the majority of people, Adrian. That's why there's a group called 3%ers. It was only the 3%, and people even say even less than that of the colonists that were involved in our struggle to be a nation. So I guess we can let the zombies go, but I'm doing a little campaign. As a matter of fact, I've got my tarp sitting out here to cut up. I'm making those 2-inch squares that were at Lavoie's funeral, and I'm wearing them in all my clothes and keeping a pocket full of them. And when people ask me what the blue square's about, or I talk to them about it, then I'm handing them out.
Sure.
And so, because we need to wake people up about what's really going on. But I support what you're saying in one way, but the write your congressman thing seems to be, it's too late already. This thing is so completely broken.
Sure.
And vote for a better person. That's like saying we're going to get Jeff Gordon and Carl Bush to drive our race car for us. And the race car looks great, but you look under the hood, there's no engine, there's no transmission, there's no radiator. Right. It's just a shell, and it's time to get a new car.
I agree. I say all that, but I mean, that's the least amount you can do. That's at the very least, just do that. I mean, if you ask me personally, what good does it do? I mean, I think it depends on where you are. I happen to have a very good congressman here, and he's been engaged on these issues since before Bundy standoff ever was started. New Mexico had their first cattle feature back in 2004. The Laney family had their cattle seized off federal land, and it's a story that's out there, but it's little known about. And Mr. Kit Laney, he was in prison. And they gave him an assault charge on a federal agent because he rode his horse too close to one.
Oh, that poor federal agent. Well, you know what? Do you know what? Sheriff Joe Lombardo, he's now the head sheriff here. I don't know. He was just deputy then. He said when all those guns were pointed at him by the snipers at the ranch, that the hair on the back of his neck stood up. And I go,
he was probably
good.
Feeling very guilty.
Yeah, exactly. Like all the officers that all the people that Metro officers shoot during the year. Well, good. Now you know what it feels like to have guns pointed at you for a change. That's what I said. The time the internet trolled up this heavily, it was during the Bundy Ranch. Ugly, ugly things, and it's even uglier now. When you see the comments that people make, that government-paid agents make about Lavoie Finicum, it's disgusting. I mean, they are heinous comments. No one would say, people wouldn't say that about Stalin when he was dead, much less a good man.
Oh, I mean, I've been appalled. In fact, I don't even read it. If I see something disparaging towards Lavoie, I just scroll on and keep going. But you've seen the same sort of comments made to the Supreme Court Judge Scalia that just most recently died over in Texas. I mean, there's people saying horrible things about him as well. So,
I know that's amazing. I'm amazed that you brought that up because that was one of my next questions. Obviously, no autopsy. Saying that he was dead, what do we call that? Pronouncing him dead before they even saw the body. All that, very, very suspicious. And I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's a rumor that there was an assassination attempt on Justice Roberts. So that's kind of interesting too. So, but the New York Times has made no hasn't been shy about bragging that the Jews now control the Supreme Court. And so obviously they want it to be even more draconian and, with the loss of this man. So, hey, it happened in Texas. Now, wait a minute. We were talking about the great state of Texas, yet the Kennedy assassination, Dallas, Waco, Texas, Judge Scalia now, Texas. I hear all kinds of corrupt, them molesting women when they stop them on the road. I mean, police, just terrible. I mean, kind of things. So what's going on with the great state of Texas? You seem to have as much corruption as the next guy.
Well, I think anywhere the federal government is in place and is concentrated, you're going to have corruption. All of those issues, but maybe that issue where the lady was pulled over there in Texas by a state highway patrol officer. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yep, and there's been several of those, right?
Yeah, there have been, and so I think as a whole, there are a bunch of good people there, and I think that we have a governor who is very anti-federal government. It's such a large state that there's going to be corruption, in every level, from the city government to the federal government, or from the county to the federal government. But Waco, as you just mentioned, that was federal government siege.
Yeah.
This issue with Scalia, though, that took place, about an hour from Marfa, Texas. This is a very, very remote part of Texas. I visit there often because it's kind of close to me.
Is that West Texas?
Yes, it's very far west Texas, yes. So that's an hour maybe from the border. There's one more town between Marfa and the border, it's Presidio. So if you've ever been in that region of Texas, I mean, you see border patrol everywhere, drones, they put these balloons up in the air with some sort of ability to survey land and stuff like that. So, as much law enforcement and resource that are down there, I find it hard to believe that nobody knows anything. Even though it is very remote, it's very heavily looked after. And so, yeah,
Still doing that interview.
Doesn't
Call you
pass the
back.
litmus test on this either. It's the same as
All right, I'll
Shauna's
talk to you when you get
son-in-law. This deal is just as fishy, but with an individual who's way, more high profile. So it's a little disturbing.
Yeah.
Who is safe anymore? Is anybody safe in their own bed? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. This is Bolshevism. I mean, this is what they did. There are at least probably somewhere between 60 and 80 million white Russians killed by the Bolsheviks, and yet we never hear about that. Where's their museum? No. And they did it. They have the same strategies, same thuggery. They just have more high-tech gadgets these days. That's all. That's the only difference between these people, in my opinion.
And there's the technology that we know about, and like you said, the gadgetry and the weaponry that we know about. So can you just the weaponry that we don't know about?
Oh.
I mean, I can't even imagine what's out there that we don't understand or comprehend.
Exactly. And it's a full-scale attack, full spectrum dominance with, geoengineering, GMOs, all the pesticide issue, vaccines. I mean, the list goes on and on. That they're killing us 6 ways to Sunday and actually just dumbing us down and making us sick. They don't want to kill us because we're too valuable to them sick.
Sure. I'm sure you're familiar with the fluoridation of water all over the United States.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge issue.
And here's the interesting part. The interesting part about the fluoride issue to me, Adrian, is that military bases don't have a choice. And they always say, "Oh, Hitler fluoridated the water." No. Hitler didn't do it. That was Stalin. He fluoridated the gulags because it saved him 70% of his guard payroll. It made the people very docile.
Right.
So I think they want to keep the military docile because people go in with a patriotic, I'm going to serve my country, and then they find out they're not serving their country. They're serving the Zionist empire and going into countries and killing innocent people. And so they keep them very docile that way. I think it's, then they take the sociopaths that they created and put them on the police forces and what have you, or with, Merc organizations like Blackstone and Blackwater, whatever it's called, Academy or whatever they're called these days.
And we do know that those mercenary forces are present in Oregon.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And the fact that the Oregon State Police were trained by Israelis, and some of their top people were trained in Israel. So that's surprise. What a surprise that is. Yeah, right.
You know, that AG that prosecuted the Hammonds. I was reading a story about her. She was educated from a university in East China.
Oh yeah, is it for the second prosecution when they got him
Yeah.
for the yeah, that's amazing. Amanda Marshall.
Okay, yeah, I was reading, there was an article written about her in the High Plains Journal. It's a farm and ranch journal. And they say in there that she was educated over in East China, where she went to college.
Yeah, she was raised on a commune. Her dad left at
Yeah.
a young age. I mean, so yeah, just really, and she's on some kind of a disciplinary leave or something because she stalked a colleague, a subordinate, when he broke off a relationship with her.
And it's all these little things, and and unfortunately, the Hammonds, they have kind of been overshadowed by all this other controversy. So we really need to pay attention and concentrate on really bringing them up in all the dialogue that we have, because that's the reason Hammond and Ryan and Lavoie went to Burns to begin with, and I see them really getting lost, and so we just need to be conscious that we always memorialize and remember them, and also shed light on their story.
Right, and get this turned around. And I think, did you have an opportunity to meet Sheriff Glenn Palmer from Grant County when you were there?
I didn't.
Okay, all right. I was just wondering because I know Ammon had been to a meeting with him before. So I mean, I think it's really fascinating how they are trying to throw him under the bus, and the Oregonian. So this is an orchestrated event that we're seeing. It's not just on the fly. They have got this thing well under control and well planned.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And I don't think, I would just like to know the resources, the taxpayer dollars being allocated, for the psyops and for these mercenary soldiers and for all this big buildup in Burns. What is it going to cost, and why are they doing it?
Well, it's got to be running at least as much as the Bundy Ranch was allotted, and the Bundy Ranch was $7.5 million.
Wow,
And they only spent $5 million because they shut it down early, but they had $7 million budgeted to collect a fake debt of $1 million that Cliven doesn't owe. Cliven doesn't owe a dime.
Well, I think this will be $20 million with this deal in Burns because they've ramped it up. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, did you see that? I mean, it's doubled, I think, since you were there. But what was your impression of the military buildup when you were driving through Burns?
I mean, it didn't even feel like America. It felt like some paramilitary state. I don't know. It was uneasy for sure.
Wow. And so you met the ranchers up there. I know you're now friends with Tom Davis. He was on last week. Have you talked with Tom the last couple of days? I haven't. I may give him a call today to get an update from him. What do you hear is going on up there still?
Complete militarization, searches, complete invasion of privacy. That committee of safety, I've been told, not by Tom, but by other sources, they're being followed by the FBI everywhere they go. They're being harassed. The FBI is calling their personal phones, harassing them over the phone. So they're not letting up on these people at all. The people who are trying to, peaceably protest.
Yeah, that committee of safety is an interesting function, and it'll be interesting to see if that can hang together. But I think the other reason that they're going door to door and being so jackbooted is because of the common law grand jury. the secret members of that.
That is quite possible. And I haven't heard anything from Joaquin in a while. I hope that he's okay.
Yeah, and I'd like to get a hold of him. If you can help me get a hold of him, I liked his Facebook page and whatnot. That would be great, because I'd like to know more about that. Because what I see missing in the grand jury proceeding, in the common law grand juries, is the enforcement arm of it. Who's going to enforce it?
I think that's what they're working on right now.
That's what I understand as well. So that's awesome, and we've got to pray for them all the time. And you know, this whole fear thing that they feed off fear and anger, and so that's why I put out a little tapping thing. And I just want to say, go to my YouTube channel, everybody, and see the Tapping for Freedom. It's just energy work. It's how we rewire our brain. I believe we create our reality, and so that's why they work so hard to program us with television and media to get us to create their reality for them and agree with them that all is lost. Oh, they're such a force. We'll never be able to win against them.
No, you can see that. I can see that in my own family members. Now, just that one point I'd like to touch on is by me moving out here, I now live off the grid, and I live on well water, on private well, and we've, since my son was born, we've really turned the TV off, and I'll watch some DVR programming, so I don't have to watch the commercials. Those commercials now that are out there have so much propaganda built into them. But I would just like to challenge your listeners to start turning your TV off for days at a time. Make sure you're taking and drinking clean water, and then let 4 or 5 years go by. And what I've seen in my own self and in my wife is that, wow, your senses become more awakened. I hear better. I see better. I'm more conscious of weather patterns, or when the breeze changes. I just feel like I'm more in tune with the world or with nature. And also, I've been strengthening my spirituality and praying more and reading more in the Bible and learning more. And so that's one thing I want to challenge everybody to do is turn the TV off.
Yeah, I'm shocked when I've never been a TV watcher since I was a kid. Probably since college age. I haven't watched television. There's a television here. I don't even know how to turn it on.
Right.
Really.
I talked to a man the other day who hadn't watched television in 15 years, and he turned it on, and I said, well, what did you see? And he said, I saw sex everywhere. Yeah. He said, I cannot believe this, how much sex is on television. I'm blown away.
Yeah, I remember I sat down, my friends used to laugh at me. I'd go over to their house and they'd have television on, and I hadn't watched it in so long. I was just shocked. And I go, that's on primetime television? It's like pornography right here in your living room.
Sure.
It's in the propaganda is, like you said, is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So yeah, turn off the television and start thinking again, because the TV puts you in an alpha mode where people just take things in. I know people that watch television just like your friend, just to check in and see what the propaganda is, but they watch it with a critical eye. They're not sitting there, like zombies taking it all in.
No, I remember in college I took this advertising class, and there was this chapter in our book about the psychology of advertising, and it touched on charts and graphs and how to sway, and so that class or that little chapter in that advertising book has really stuck with me, and so I can really be analytical while I watch a television commercial or read print ads.
Right.
What exactly are they trying to see to believe?
Exactly. So yeah, Edward Bernays, he was the father of it, how to manipulate people. So let me ask you this about, let's see, where was I going with this? Did you watch any of the live feed last week? It was just a week ago yesterday and this morning of them rounding up the last 4 people at the refuge.
Yeah, I think that footage, I think it's controversial. I saw a live feed of Mr. Fried at one point where he set the camera up and they were signing talent releases. I don't know if everybody got to see that, but you could hear them talking about just sign here, this is a talent release, and that was a week maybe prior to when they came in there and got them.
Yeah, it's like talent release. Like, since when do you need talent releases?
Right. And so, there's some things that throw some flags up through that. And I know that amount of pressure that they were under at that time. I can't even imagine that would be very scary situation, scared for your life. It could be, and all the build up to it.
And lack of sleep.
I met David personally, and I never saw the side of him that was displayed in that live feed there in the end. So I was shocked because this looked like a completely different person. He was so mild and meek and nice to me, and that was what I got from his personality. So to see him completely flip and become so outspoken and disgruntled, that was a shock to me. And so, some of his grievances, each individual has the right to express their personal opinion. I just don't know if that was, I hope that he was under so much stress. I think that he may have said some things that looking back, he wished he wouldn't have.
Yeah, that could be. And the others and the whole situation, if that was staged. Well, I said if these were crisis actors, if this was staged, well, at least they're hiring a higher caliber of crisis actors because the parents at Sandy Hook couldn't even shed a tear. So they're a much higher caliber actor. And so
I know some people that know Sean and Sandy, and they seem like really genuine, real people.
Yes.
But at any point, people can become compromised.
That's right, and they may have been real, and they may have been, just trying to hold the fort there. They were instructed to do that. That was the first message that came out from Ammon was hold the fort. I don't know if that's real. It came out, and then he said, go home to your families. So they may have just gotten the first message. And I do agree with David Fry that he said he's done with the movement. He said, where are all the militia? Where are they? Why aren't they here to help us? And yet, I really couldn't disagree. I don't agree with his doctrine, but I couldn't disagree with a lot of the other things he shared. I mean, he's one of those people to me that can't compartmentalize. He's one of those sensitive people that if we really look at how horrible things are in the world, we would be in tears all day long and upset. But we are able to compartmentalize it and go on with our lives and have a little joy in the day and whatnot. And he's the type of brain chemistry that apparently isn't able to do that most of the time, especially when he's under stress. So I don't know if whatever it was, they sure played it just right to draw Cliven up there. But like I said to Carol Bundy, I said, Cliven had to be miserable sitting here. Survivor's guilt with Lavoie dead, Ammon and Ryan and all these other people in jail. He had to be miserable sitting here. So I actually think he's probably a little happier in jail right now.
Well, I don't know about that, as far as him being happier in jail. But, at least he made his point known, and he did go. I would have advised him against it. I wouldn't have walked into the lion's den. I think that battle was over. It's time to regroup and focus our energies and talents and resources in not a completely other direction, but through a different manner.
Absolutely. Well, I called Skipper at the ranch that afternoon and said, "Where are you guys?" And he said, "Oh, we're at the ranch." And I go, "Oh, great," because I'm reading that you're supposed to be traveling with Michelle Fiore up to Oregon. He goes, "No, yeah, we were invited. He was invited, but he declined to go and stuff, and we advised against it." And he just went on a whim. Just it got too much for him and left and didn't feel the setup that was there. So yeah, it's a shame. I mean, he's on the no-fly list. So how do you get out of McCarran? They wanted him in the Portland district because that's where they can completely control the judiciary.
Sure, sure. It makes all the sense. And, sometimes, you got to you have to outthink your adversary. And I think that was a poor decision. I don't want to see anybody wrongfully locked up, but when you walk into their trap, now all we can do is pray and allocate resources and hope that I think he's going to be returned to Nevada on Friday. So at least he'll be back in his home state then.
Oh, that'd be great.
And that's where his charges are all from, are from Nevada.
Yeah, and they're ridiculous charges. A firearms charge?
He never carried a gun.
I
Who did he assault?
No one. They're going to say, oh, it was conspiracy. He incited all these other people to, they were just standing up to tyranny. And let's make this point. This is driving me crazy. If one more person says federal overreach, I think I'm going to hurt someone. I mean, overreach, that's like saying, oh, you didn't say please when you said pass the biscuits. I mean, what?
That's when your waiter, sticks his hand in front of you to pick up your plate.
Exactly.
This is way beyond overreach.
Yeah, this is tyranny, plain and simple. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I'm so glad you agree with me on that. So, all right, and I think a letter writing campaign. We need. I've got Jason Patrick's address, but we got to start a letter writing campain to everybody too, just to give them something to do.
I believe that I posted all the people who are wrongfully imprisoned right now on Save Our American Rancher Facebook page, and there's many. Their numbers, their addresses, and how to reach and contact and provide financial assistance or whatever. I believe I posted that last night. There are also many other people out there that are posting and staying abreast as best they can with what's going on. So, look up one of those groups, get in one of them, stay focused, stay poised. There's one thing that, that every morning are kind of my marching orders, so to speak. And that was a message that I received from LaVoy. He sent me a text message the day he died. And I didn't get it till the day after because I have poor phone service where I live. And so I actually received it on Wednesday, January 27th at 3:14 p.m.
Oh, that must have been a very emotional text message.
I headed to get my mail, and at which point I cross an area of the Continental Divide where my phone gets signal again. And I looked down, and I had a message from LaVoy, and it was one of those moments where, I don't know, I guess I haven't had very many in my life, but I know my jaw was wide open, my breathing, my heart rate elevated, and I actually started to cry reading this message. And it took, even though I know that that's the case with my phone, and I understand, but I was in such shock that it took me probably 5 minutes to realize. By the time I read the message and called my wife to tell her, I was like, okay, that's why I got it, now instead of yesterday. And so, if you don't mind, I'll just read that text message.
No, that's on my list of things to do here today. So go right ahead, Adrian. You brought it up at the perfect time. Thank you.
And it says, this is from LaVoy, like I said, Wednesday, January 27th. I received it at 3:14 p.m. Just checking in on you to see if all is well. Hope your wife and children are well. Let us know if you need any support. Now that you are engaged, it is probably the safest course to stay engaged and win the hearts of the locals. Then you will have close allies. Again, please let us know if you need any physical support. Stay armed, stay safe. Sincerely, your other dad, LaVoy.
Well, if you can talk after that, go right ahead, because I can't.
So, that's what I go by every day. And then so that's my MO.
Well, I
know that that sets the perfect course. That doesn't just apply to me. That applies to each and every person that is aware of what's going on and that believes in the continuance of LaVoy's legacy, the trail that he was blazing, and And so I think it's very important for us to all realize that when you are informed, it's important to inform your neighbor, inform your family members, and since we're all engaged, to stay engaged and to stay safe and to keep going. Don't let fear and stuff scare you from continuing this message and fighting for freedom. That's what the boy wanted. He wanted us all to stand and fight.
Well, you know, I have to continue to give Lavoie and Jeanette, you know, amazing amount of admiration here and support, because here they cut their financial legs out from them by kidnapping the foster children from them. Yeah. And I think, and that was a message to them to count the costs, sit down and shut up. But righteous men are hard to intimidate.
Yeah.
And so he kept going. And
righteous he was.
Yes.
In every degree.
Yeah, I and the family to have 11, you know, children, grown children, of course, but in 19 grandchildren without this man. He was only 55 years old and in perfect health, strong, perfect health. I mean, he would live to be, you know, 85, 90 or beyond. I mean, they stole so much from this family.
Yes. So, you know, now when you start counting the cost, you see what the Finnecums have lost, you see what the Hammonds have lost, and these are real people, and they're just common, God-fearing, warm-blooded Americans who their freedoms are being annihilated, their lives are being taken, they're being imprisoned. It's so radical that I can't even fathom that this is going on. I mean, every day it's a reality check. But what is going on?
It seems like it's surreal, isn't it?
It is. It is. And, you know, I don't know, you know, it maybe why so many people aren't engaged is because it takes a lot of energy to engage in this. It really does.
Oh, it's incredible. It's a full-time job just keeping up on the news of it and what's going on.
Sure.
And
every day, I don't know what the twist is going to be today. I haven't been on social media because that's the only place that there's any news at all. Mm-hmm. You know, shows like you, and then I know Michael Lynch. You know, he's really fighting hard, especially for the Bundys right now, to try to bring awareness to their cause.
Right, Dennis Michael Lynch, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, the sources are very limited. But like I was saying, who knows what the twist will be today? Because each and every day it's been something, you know, unbelievable.
I know, it's like, it's incredible. So it's time really to continue to be in faith. I had someone almost calling me in tears the other night, saying that all is lost and he's so angry and upset. And I go, pull yourself together. This is just the first round. I mean, this isn't over. It took the founding fathers 15 years before they went to war. Before Lexington and Concord, and so we're just in the initial stages here. And I know the way that they're ramping this up against us and locking things down. That they see it as the end game too. They're very, very worried. So they must feel how tenuous their hold on us is. Else they wouldn't be going to these measures to put this uprising, rebellion, revolution down.
Right. You know, and many of us, you know, like you said, it took 15 years before they went to war. And so a lot of people that are heavily engaged now won't be here for that. And let's hope it never comes to that. But, you know, I know someone's legacy, Lavoie's legacy, will never be forgotten. My legacy, the roles I played, they'll be overlooked and overshadowed and already are by the Finnecum sacrifice. By Jeanette's sacrifice, by his sons and daughters' sacrifice, and for what he gave us, and what, you know, they lent us to him, this whole cause, and God blessed them, and I thank them from the bottom. I thank them every day. We are one of his family members, and I know that the boy was definitely chosen for this task, and I know that he fully embraced it. with all that he believed in, and with that, with all his spirituality and love for country, and LaVoy's legacy and LaVoy himself will never, ever be forgotten.
No, I will take my remembrance of him into eternity.
Yes, me too. Me too. And a lot of other people will too. I was so amazed at the outpouring of support, from Washington State to Washington, D.C., and from, other countries and every state in the union. There were so many memorials and things dedicated to him, and still are. There's a nationwide protest March 5th. There's a national group. You can look into that.
Right.
Join it. That's one way you can start to stand up. Peaceful protest. Join one of these protests on March 5th. That'd be a great way to show your support.
Right. Yeah. Let's continue to wake up our friends and neighbors, and just know that we can win this thing. We really can. And we're in a very dark hour, but I believe that the light is being shown here, and that they are not invincible. Otherwise, they wouldn't be putting down such a jackbooted offense in Burns right now.
Sure.
I mean, it doesn't call for that. I mean, you'd think they've done something a little lower key or something, but no, to have this show of power just tells me how tenuous they feel like this is.
And now that the standoff, so to speak, the protest has ended, there's not much light being shed on what's going on in Burns. Or somebody from the media really needs to get up there and document the aftermath. It's just as important and vital, from the beginning up until the very end. And I know that Mr. Davis has told me that it's going to be 30 to 60 days, they're saying, before they ever leave.
Wow.
Well, I don't understand that.
Yeah. Why? Because it just, we live in opposite land, Adrian. Whatever they say, it's the opposite. If they're there for peace, they're not there for peace. If they're there for your safety, they're not there for you. Just look 180 degrees and you're going to see the truth of the matter. And so they've lied about this thing the whole time. And, you can tell, even the fact that they're over there planting evidence right now while we speak at the wildlife refuge and trying to say, they dug latrines near, and they're the ones that desecrate, Indian artifacts. I mean, it's ridiculous. Right. And so I know the reason they kept the grand jury secret, and wouldn't let them attend their own grand jury proceeding, was because and kept the charges sealed. It's because they don't have any charges. They're making them up as they go.
Sure.
Yeah, it's really disturbing. But hopefully a light will be shined on this, and I believe that there's an almighty, all that is, source, whatever you want to call it, that is in charge of all this, and we need to agree with him. I don't know what your Bible says, but my Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And that when we pray and ask, believe that we've received. So we need to get a victorious mindset here, and not that we're going to, that we're all that. We need to be humble about it, but know that there's a power in us that's connected to this almighty, that's put us here. That's my take on it.
I completely agree.
All right. Oh my gosh, you give me a swell head.
Right. I don't care what you call him, but please be lifting up prayers.
Right. Well,
now is the time to be in prayer.
Exactly, and pray from a point of victory, and believe that the Almighty is going to show His hand here. We have seen it over and over again. We're coming up on short strokes. I didn't know how long you'd be able to take with me today, but I so appreciate your time. I know you're heavily involved here, and your family's not there, and you've got a ranch to run, and man, so you sleeping between like 2 a.m. and 4:30, or?
Basically, yes. Finally can wind down, and I feel like all the news is over. At about 2. That's just kind of the time that it's been time to lay down at that point. So, just trying to stay up on it every day. Like I said, every day it changes. Who knows what today will bring?
Well, Adrian, I got to, off the cuff here a little bit. I've got to say, when I met you, I was like just trying to go, Who is this guy? I know this face. Do you get the fact that you look like Gary Sinise all the time?
No, I get Blake Shelton a lot.
Oh, Blake, I can see that too. I can see that too. Okay. Yeah, they kind of look alike too.
I say, of course, I'm better looking than Blake Shelton.
Oh, of course you are. Of course you are. Oh, that's great. Okay, so everybody, we want to just to go over your website again. It's Save Our American Ranchers. Go to that Facebook page, like it. Now, I was getting off Facebook. I was going to end my account, and then the Bundy Ranch happened. And so I said, all right, if I'm in for a penny, I'm in for a pound. And so now I'm using it as a platform. It saves the government money. They don't have to surveil me in other ways. I'm right there, open and notorious for them. So go on, everybody, get back on Facebook. Save Our American Ranchers. Let's support each other and support what Adrian's doing here. Adrian, your courage impresses me. I'm so happy that you had an opportunity to meet Lavoie in person and just for your role in this entire thing. Let us continue to be in touch and let me know what we can do to support you, okay?
Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Take care. Okay, we're going to wrap that up.
All right.
Yep, that's it. Well, we came pretty close to the end there, everybody. We almost had it timed right, so well. Thank you, Hawk. I appreciate your bearing with me on these technical issues again tonight. So thank you so much. And that's a brave young man.
Hey, no problem. Can you hear me or not?
I can.
I'm getting a whole lot of feedback.
Okay, let me turn down my my volume here and see if that'll be better. How's this better?
Let me check. Check. 1, 2. Yeah, it's flipping right back on me.
Okay, take it down a little more. Hold on. I'll move my mic over here.
All right. So I mean, now you done the interview, what the hell you think about all this? Because we need to eat up 10 minutes or 6 minutes anyway.
Well, my thought is I really thought that what Shauna Cox has filed, and that's pretty interesting. Let me see. I'll get somebody's response to that. Affirmative defenses, and someone that one of the law dogs said that she probably would have done well to consult with some experts on affidavits before filing such. At the first sign of conjecture in an affidavit or anything that smells like conjecture, it's not personal first-hand experience.
Well, yeah, she definitely needs to be getting a civil rights attorney, because they're going to jump all over this. This is like pre-advertising for any kind of civil rights attorney. So everybody needs to really kind of back up and calm down for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, $666 billion, for acts of the devil.
Yeah, exactly. And that's gonna throw every conspiracy theory on the planet into some kind of tizzy. You know this as well as I know this.
Yeah, I know it's pretty amazing that they're but you have this Mormon culture, and I think next week's show may be some people looking into the whole Mormon culture, and not that all Mormons are into it, but it certainly has that Masonic overtone to it. I mean, all the symbolism and stuff associated with Mormonism is Masonic. And so I think, hey, Sacred Cow Barbecue, we don't care who we offend. We're gonna roll that out. So I think that's what we're going to be talking about next week.
And do remember the word that David Fry brought everybody out with was hallelujah.
Yeah, I know everybody's shouting hallelujah. So Hawk, what did you think of that? Did you think that was staged? I think it was.
No, it wasn't staged. I don't think it was staged. I am a little suspicious of certain political figures that came in at the last moment.
Yeah, so I'm wondering the timing of it. It wasn't staged from those four people's point of view.
No,
But it could've been
but do realize that that people I'm always suspicious of anybody in a political arena, and we see a lot of people in political arenas that are up for re-election right now, and they're hanging their hats on some stuff, and so it just has to I just have to wonder. I just have to wonder who's hanging their hat, on a political basis with some of the people that we have seen, and I'm not going to name any names.
Well, I just hate that too. I really do. I mean, you're there for a humanitarian effort, and you have to politic around it. But you know how I feel about politics. Poly means many, and ticks mean blood-sucking creatures. So
yeah, right. And one of those specific people, I was kind of looking over all of that history or her history yesterday, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute. We got Showgirl, we got Showgirl, we got a singer in a band, we got somebody that see what I'm trying to say without naming names?
Know. Some people, I know. Well, I'm real close to being a volunteerist here. I understand that giving people power over other people is wrong. I'm with the volunteers. No masters, no slaves.
Right. So
it's a crazy thing that we're dealing with here. It really is. It's Scalia. The timing of Scalia is that a coincidence to you?
I don't think it's a coincidence at all. I think he was taken out. It is way too suspicious. How does a major political figure just die, and their doctor not only not do an autopsy but refuse to do one?
I know, and he's not at home. And then they're gonna cremate him so he can't be exhumed and done later. Yeah,
exactly.
I'm telling you, these are criminals of the highest order. They really are. But but the thing about these judges, everybody knows the name of Gabby Gifford, but who knows John Roll? They off a federal judge in that Tucson shooting. I mean, a federal judge ruling constitutionally. That was a huge message to the judiciary. Don't get started with this constitutional stuff.
Yeah. Well, this has all been a huge message. Don't mess with the federal government.
Yeah.
Do you
agree that this huge show of power in Burns is because they're worried?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, they're scared to death. And as soon as all the blacks and whites and Mexicans and everybody realizes they're staring down the same barrel, they're going to get together, and that scares the crap out of them.
Exactly. Okay, Hawk, thank you so much.
All right.
Everybody, run over to Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com.
All right, so there you go. Let me see if I can figure out where the hell I'm at, because I'm lost. There we go. All right, guys, I'm going to get up and off of the air right now. I'm really kind of tired. I was going to do some call-ins tonight, but maybe we'll do that tomorrow, and you can all plan on it. Because generally, I'll put up the number, and nobody will call. Why is there a number? Why is there a number on there? What am I going to call about? I don't know. Call in about whatever the hell you want to call in about. All the drama in Oregon is pretty much over right now until we get to the court sessions. So, I'm not like some of these other channels. I'm not going to sit up here and make up news or anything. So I'm just going back to what I've always done. Not on the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is new, but what I've always done on the radio station at freedomslips.com is just go back to educating people in one way or another, giving you the information or enough information for you to go do research for yourself and figure all this stuff out for yourself, because I'm not a preacher, I'm not a leader, I'm not anything except for I try to be an educator to a degree. But, you know, I got my own slant too, so, you know, I'm not going to show you a whole bunch of liberal education videos, of course, but, you know, you can go chase all this stuff down yourself. But anyway, that being said, I'll talk to you guys later. You know, y'all have a great night, or a great evening, or a great morning, wherever in the world you happen to be, and I will talk to you later. Buffering out.